You don't see it, do you? PKA 709 with 2 guests tonight, Dick and Hutch. Kyle?
Couple of sponsors tonight. Of course, Lock and Load on our wonderful merchant. Once again, BetterHelp. Great sponsors, great guests. Looking forward to a great show.
I like it. Well done.
Oh, yeah.
What's
strong.
up, guys? Hey, do you think Destiny would be a... Oh, sorry. Do you think Destiny would be a good sponsor for Lock and Load with the recent revelations about about his proclivities? What do you think about that?
Wait, what? I don't think I know the revelations. Can you tell me?
Does Destiny not have big loads? Does he need help?
No. Destiny likes loads in the other direction. He this chick that he was, you know how vindictive exes are, right? She dropped a bunch of DMs about him wanting to felch a bunch of jizz out of her snatch or something. I don't know what the show's rated, but
damn,
I'm speaking in code.
Felching, it's code, guys. He's felching jizz. Okay, it's not what you think.
He wanted to dig the mayo out of her purse with his mouth, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you guys aren't into that?
Just his own cum or somebody else's?
That's my pre-workout.
Well,
it's 2024, guys.
Yeah,
everybody needs to relax.
There's nothing wrong with felching a little cum, Dick. Okay, we've all done it.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what,
okay.
Loki?
Would you felch some for Trump? If Trump was getting felched, would you dive in front of Trump and felch it so he didn't have to? I would. I would.
Oh, boy. We're leading with this. Poor Destiny. I'll read it out loud. Nothing can prepare you for when the man who begged for foot pics lets you scratch him until he bled, and asks you to eat. Okay, it's your boyfriend's cum out of your vagina. Goes viral for cheering on the death of a random firefighter at Trump's almost assassination.
Brought to you by Lock and Load. That's what I'm saying. Brought to you by Lock and Load. Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
You know what? This is marketing genius. We need to get him on.
Is your girlfriend's pussy only a quarter full of jizz? And you've got far more felching you intended to do this evening. Well,
you guys need to pace yourselves. You're coming on a little strong here. You're gonna have to match this for the rest of the pod.
I hear you.
No problem. We roll. All right, we've got 8 different felching stories tonight. Okay, we're gonna parse them out. Over the 4 hours.
Low key, I'm not seeing any victims in this thing. This is just Destiny living his best life. Thumbs up from me.
I just want to say, like,
eating another guy's cum.
Rather not do that, but man, I shivered even more when I heard "scratched until bled" because I hate getting scratched so much. A girl scratched me one time, and I really disliked it. I
don't want to be scratched.
Yeah. Do you bled?
Certainly not till I bleed. That's gross. I don't want blood.
I could see you really disliking that, Kyle. Like I could see you getting really angry if a woman
I tied a bitch up.
Bed.
Yeah, I didn't know her. It was like
you did that because she scratched you, or
incidentally? Yeah. I took the iron, I think, from the hotel room, and I used the cord to like tie her hands up, and then I like threw the iron over a piece of furniture, so it was kind of anchored. And her hands were like stuck. I was like, "You're not gonna scratch me again. That's the last fucking straw." It's like a stranger scratching me till I bled. Just get the fuck off me.
I feel like in 2024 we should be making fun of the vanillas, not the Destinies of this world. Back me up, Hutch.
Well, maybe if.
Hey, listen, I'm with you. Live your life. Whatever makes you happy. As long as you're not hurting anybody, I don't give a fuck.
That's actually where I draw my line too. Like I didn't see any victims.
That's how I feel about Dr. Disrespect. Live your life, bro. Go out and have some fun.
I see this.
After it. Oh, what? Nobody's with me on this one? Change, didn't it?
I have never been a part of a podcast that begun with such a breakneck pace. So.
In the UK.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry.
Oh, shit, man.
This
is how I roll every time.
Pod, and I've been on this pod five times or something. So
it's because I'm like Popeye with the felching. I squeeze the girl and it shoots all up, and then and I get all amped up talking about it.
I feel like Hutch has gone a little vanilla on us. 10 years ago, he was the one who broke out that everybody's a little bit gay. This exists on a spectrum.
No, what I said specifically was gay sex doesn't make you gay, and I stand by that. But
that's
I think you did say both of those things. I might be paraphrasing on the one I said, but I did get it from you.
That is true. Beecher wasn't gay in Oz. He got molested by
that's true.
J.K. Simmons.
Well, the logic is sound because if you kill one person, you're a murderer, and if you kill multiple people, you're a serial killer. You know what I mean? So it's like the same thing, but. Anyways, it was a long time ago.
Are you comparing gay people to serial killers?
Yeah.
My God, that's
indirectly. indirectly.
You're gonna get booted out of San Francisco for this.
All right, I was fine with the felching, the blood, the child molestation, but now I don't know. I don't know if I can go on. Yeah, it's been a fun week. I didn't know that about Destiny. God bless him. I did see him on Piers Morgan, getting really lampooned on there. He looked like he was trembling with fury, and it was funny because that's what they were like. Look how petulant you're being right now. You're so mad. Cut down to the Red Bulls, bro. It was just got between Piers Morgan, that other guy whose name I don't remember. He's a YouTuber.
When was this, Kyle?
Dave
I don't know, 3 days ago, 2 days ago,
2 days ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
they roasted him pretty fucking good. But it's hard not to get roasted when you're taking that brave of a stance. That you know, this if you're at a Trump rally, you don't deserve any empathy if you're murdered, which was basically.
I don't think it was. Oh no, that is the stance. That's right. I was going to say this particular guy rooted for the death of the progressive side, so that was going to describe his stance that way. But you're right. He did basically said if you support Trump, then you support insurrection and you know, throwing over the United States, or treason. And he didn't have any sympathy for people who were at the rally.
Are we not allowed to do that anymore?
Yeah, I guess not.
Don't you think it's a bit absurd for Dave Rubin, of all people, to be criticizing Destiny?
Yes.
The guy who stole a baby from a mom. Yeah, I do think it's absurd that he criticizes anybody.
Well, that's a whole other. I mean, we can go down that road if you want. But
we got a baby napper.
I'm more speaking to Dave Rubin's old tweets where he said that he would kill a teacher regarding like trans stuff. He openly mocked the Paul Pelosi thing. So like,
that's where
I don't traffic in the kind of like edgy humor that Destiny does anymore. Maybe once upon a time. Like, I don't know if I ever got that edgy. So it's beyond my threshold. But I do think he's hitting on something that's salient. It's worth talking about, which is like applying standards equally. And if you're going to apply a standard that it's not okay for Destiny to joke about the situation on Saturday, then it has to apply to an 84-year-old man being beaten in the head with a hammer. And
he wasn't joking though. Like, what was the punchline?
Well,
there was no punchline.
Listen, either they're both off limits or neither are. You cannot apply a standard unequally. So if you have a standard and you're consistent with that, then fine. I feel like you're perfectly justified in criticizing Destiny however you please. But if you've been one of these people, and there are many prominent right-wing voices that have been basically celebrating violence against someone like Paul Pelosi, you have no leg to stand on to criticize Destiny. Just none.
I felt like
zero foundation for that.
I've seen a similar thing, and I'm going to back you up, Hutch, where I guess Destiny got kicked off of Kick for either the rest of the month or a month.
He got suspended.
One of those two things. He's suspended for either 2 or 4 weeks, and everyone's just celebrating it. Yes, kick his ass out. But these same people would clutch their pearls if it happened to them. When right-wing voices were getting kicked off of Twitter or Twitch, they got absolutely bonkers, and they said, this is censorship, this isn't America. But these people see it happen to Destiny, and they're dancing in the streets.
I think it's a false equivalency because people were absolutely making jokes about Paul Pelosi. It's not hard to make a quite funny one. Like, it's all on video there. It's goofy. It's weird to see. And then we have a mass shooting event. Like, I don't know. They just seem like totally different. We're a family man. We're a family man firefighter. One of those essential workers we were championing about a year ago. Oh my God.
In fairness, I never supported firefighters. Don't lump me in with those people.
I know.
Good.
I'm
Just
pro firefighter, and I'm brave enough to say it.
Zach, write that down. Woody hates firefighters. He actually stole money from that 9/11 charity that fixes their lungs. He reverse donated from them. He's an arsonist, if I'm being honest. He likes to watch.
I pretended I was putting money in that bowl as they passed it around, but I really removed it.
Glue
you did
all
the
over
coin
his
in
hand.
a string trick where you throw one in, you pull it right back.
No, the sticky hand maneuver. Your whole hand is just sticky. You just go all the way in there. Sticky bandit.
Oh, like
style.
Marv. Yeah.
Yeah, I just felt like, look, they shouldn't have made fun of Paul Pelosi getting hit in the head with a hammer. When you see it happen, it's hard to make fun of because you're like, holy shit, that guy just got clobbered with a hammer. That's awful. But when you hear about it, it's like, wait, a strange man showed up at night in his underwear. And when the police showed, they were having a weird, awkward standoff, and then he got clobbered. That does sound kind of comical. But when I tell you there was a mass shooting at a political rally, and a family man had his head exploded in front of his children and his wife as he shielded them with his body. Let me know when the punchline comes in. Is it that they'll live the rest of their lives without a father? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just didn't think it was a joke.
This seems like such an arbitrary distinction to me. Like, how do you qualify that?
I mean,
like,
a guy got beat up.
How do you say that one is more appropriate, or one is more appropriate to joke about?
What about when road protesters get hit? That's awesome.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, there you go.
Hilarious.
Guys blocking the road.
It just really does feel like if I don't like them, it's funny. If I like them, it's not.
Exactly. No, just be consistent. Like in the application of your standards, just be consistent. Then you have every right to criticize. But
if they're breaking the law when they do it, I like it. That's what I like.
What about Pat Tillman? Wasn't that hilarious?
You put it is.
I mean, I've been singing songs about Pat Tillman getting killed for like 10 years or 20 years.
He's the NFL player who volunteered and
he got shot by his own guys. Yeah,
that's what happened to Trump.
That was awesome.
Well, are you saying that because he was a leftist that like read Noam Chomsky or whatever, or like what was the joke there?
Well, he was like pro-military, and then he gave up an NFL career, and everybody on the right, everybody who was pro-military supported him, and then he went over there and got killed. It's like, what do you mean? What's the joke?
Okay, I mean,
right to self, apparently.
I'm a little bit, it's confusing to me, but like, so
like,
Dick,
yeah, you're encouraging people to go die in war, and then you died in war. Ha ha! Fuck you, idiot.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're not condemning Destiny for his rhetoric, right?
No, I thought what Destiny said was awesome. I wish all liberals would be as honest as Destiny. I know you guys all want us dead. Destiny's saying it. Yes.
That's a principled stance. That's an equal application of the standard. So.
I don't think he should have his shit removed.
Let me just say
to be
this
clear, I don't think he should be removed from platforms.
Okay. For me, joking and saying and encouraging are all the same because I personally think jokes are more powerful at normalizing behavior. Like when I'm making jokes about some things, I mean it. I just can't get away with saying it without calling it a joke in polite society. So I don't really distinguish between any of those things. I don't know what you guys think about that, but not in all cases. But
there's sometimes when I see a punchline that completely disagrees with my stance, and often it's something so awful I don't even want to say it, but I can't resist showing that I saw that punchline, and so I've got to say the awful thing, even though I have no stance behind it. But calling what Destiny was doing jokes is just it. Maybe y'all didn't see it all. Maybe y'all didn't see him on stream and then on Piers and his tweets and everything.
Yeah,
dude, he wants people to die. It
didn't come off as jokey, but I also don't like. I guess I'm a true free speech absolutist.
Well, you know what? I keep looking at it through the lens of I don't think this is a good career move. His Destiny was exploding everywhere I looked. He was on like Piers Morgan, Fox News. I think I've seen him on CNN. You know, this guy was one step away from being on Rogan or something, like on bigger and bigger platforms all the time. And I feel like he took 5 steps back post-Trump assassination attempt.
This is not the first time that this is not the first time that Nebraska Steve takes over, and he has a tendency of like flying very close to the sun.
I don't understand that reference.
It's like a meme in his community. It's just like we'll call it his edgiest sort of persona, like the fullest extent of his edginess. But he did jokes about like Israel Palestine stuff that pissed off a lot of like pro Palestine people. He did jokes about.
Are those jokes?
I mean, yes, he does crack jokes. But he made jokes about like Rittenhouse stuff, and so like he's done this like, many times.
Kyle, they're like at least the stuff I saw about the firefighter, it does not read as a joke whatsoever. He seems almost gleeful that someone died, but even so, like you should be able to say whatever. Like anything should be allowed. Anything should be like that's so precious. Like you.
Yeah, my argument is it's a terrible stance,
even if it's hateful, which it is hateful. But
and if you to say y'all joked about Paul Pelosi, it's like. So you're just going to drop down to their level, the Paul Pelosi jokers?
No, but that's not the point. I mean, the point is not like Destiny is not saying like he's not expressing his intentions of sort of being better than his critic. His whole point that he was making on Piers was that the discourse has been irrevocably fucked for years, and it flies in both directions. And for specifically for right wingers like Dave Rubin to clutch their pearls. over him saying this stuff, which again is something that I wouldn't say. It's not a position that I hold. I'm not going to defend him on the merits of that. But he's saying just be consistent. And I think that's like a perfectly reasonable thing to point out in a moment like this.
I mean, I feel sorry for Paul Pelosi, like who does. If there's anybody out there, I don't know much about Paul Pelosi other than that his wife is a political insider who's clearly defrauded our nation out of a lot of money one way or another, and definitely cheated in the stock market and has a lot of just enormous titties. Just God, those mommy milkers. I can't. Every time I see her, it's like AOC. She's the ancient version, but with AOC, I'm like, I could change my whole political view for you, my whole outlook. Like, whatever you need me to do, I'll hold the woman
Latina
down.
queen.
Dude, abortions? Okay, I'll hold her down. Like
16-year-old Woody was like, yeah, I'd go Jewish. I don't care. I'll spend the rest of my life reading the Torah for that chick.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You gonna go to the wall, Woody? Get one of those
say it
pictures? You gonna go to the wall and get one of those pictures?
Whatever it took.
Yeah, you could be like a president.
Up, put it in the crack.
Yeah.
I've got a real thing for AOC, and it's coming from that same place of wanting to get scratched until you bleed, but like that lady's it. I'm every time I see her on TV, I'm like, tell me more. Tell me more. I'm riveted. Anytime
you have a
still up?
Gmail thing? Kyle?
AOC is mommy. The subreddit is AOC is mommy, I think.
Is it still around? Okay.
Hadn't been in a minute. Haven't need to go to that well. But my thing is like, man, it's so distasteful. You can't argue with that. That's what really struck me. It felt like someone was laughing about seeing the woman who jumped out of the Twin Towers pussy like the day after it happened. That's how distasteful it felt to me.
See, this feels like the pearl clutching that we're making fun of because you're like the Pelosi.
I'm not clutching my pearls. I was genuinely offended.
Genuinely funny. The Trump thing really offended. Like this is an inconsistent standard.
No, it's a sense of humor.
No, it's not. I mean, okay, it is a sense of humor, sure.
I don't have to like all the flavors of ice cream. I'm telling you, raspberry's bad.
It's pearl clutching when you like the guy, and
you don't like cum flavor
when you don't.
I mean,
that's how most politics like boils down, is like wanting good, beneficial things to happen to allies and bad things to happen to enemies.
That's giving into our worst selves, right? Like I don't know if I always hit this mark, but I aspire to be consistent and even when I look at these things. Yeah. And when other people don't even try, when like David Rubin, or Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. making fun of Pelosi, retweeting funny Halloween costumes about that guy, and then now clutching their pearls, clutching their pearls. I'm like, you guys are hypocrites, and I don't like it. The people who are celebrating his ban, which is you guys, to Kyle in particular. It's like, you didn't like the people banned off Twitter, but you do like it when the liberal guy gets banned, and
Kyle might be saying like he doesn't like when the Covington kids have a false media, campaign formed around them smirking in the wrong direction.
Is he the one that
that's
didn't
his
like
example? He's the one who was on those stairs with the Indian, just as an example. The idea that, and so that's almost the other side of the coin, right? Is you have right wingers being like, oh, now you have left wingers upset about this, but they were more than happy to cancel these people for nothing for years. The Gina Caranos, the people who didn't cheer on the assassination of a president or violence, they were like wearing MAGA hats and getting fired. And
but I don't think you see left wingers saying destiny should be left alone. You see people saying apply an even standard.
I'm losing it.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely a hypocrite on a lot of things. I think it's better to embrace your hypocrisy than to feign some sort of even-handedness when you know what you feel on the inside. You're almost lying to yourself. Like when Heather Heyer died on the Unite the Right thing, I was totally buying all those conspiracy theories that she didn't get hit by that car because she was a great big fat person. And she probably got scared, had a heart attack while she was out there raging and beating on this poor guy who got lost and turned down the wrong street's car. Like, he was asking for directions and they were screaming death to America and he hit the wrong pedal because he's a man, so he drives a manual transmission.
He was asking for directions. He said, which way is the protest?
See, that's funny. See the difference? So in that way, I'm 100% a hypocrite because when I see a great big fat, literally fat, awful looking, ugly person who's screaming things I don't believe. And then she becomes a hero, and then all of her pictures are like a certain way. Like the whole thing irked me the wrong way. But like, if we find out this firefighter was a pedophile, maybe then Destiny's joke could be funny to me. Like I could laugh. But as far as I know, he had some mean tweets about Palestine, and then he was a family man for 40 years and a fire chief. That's what I know about this guy. So it was just like having no empathy for him.
Who did he say he was going to kill? What were those people with the ice blocks under their feet protesting? Was that Palestine? Do you know?
Oh, I don't even know what that means. Ice blocks under their feet?
I know the
yeah,
talking about. I have no idea what that meant. Yeah.
Oh, they're like, what would you do if you were here? And he's all right. So there's people, they have nooses around their necks and they're standing on ice blocks as if this thing's going to melt and they will begin to hang.
Try not to come challenge.
He said that he would play a game of kick the ice block or something close to that. Oh, they were protesting global warming. Yeah. So he would kill these people for protesting global warming. That's his mean tweet. I think mean tweet. I mean, it is a mean tweet, but yeah, it tells you where the guy's mind was.
That's pretty funny. It's kind of a joke there mild. Too. Yeah. Well, he did say some mean shit about Palestine. He was like, Japan rebuilt, they'll be fine. And it was like, that's pretty mean, bro. Like the children are still on fire. Like no matter what side you're on, like I don't think they're going to be building that bad.
I think he was pretty far off the crazy side of the right.
Crazy
political
side.
Spectrum.
I think he was on the mean dad side for sure. I mean, social media is awful. You need to get off there anyway. But I still feel bad for him, and that he died, and that his family's there, and that they got to see it. You know, they got. I don't know if you saw the video. No. They have his head wrapped in a towel, and it appears to be really just kind of being held together by the person holding his head, and there's 2 or 3 other men like hauling his body out of there, and this is like immediate aftermath. So I don't know, you should be able to make whatever joke you want. You should be able to say just about anything. Obviously there are limits to free speech. You know, I'm thinking of yelling fire in certain places or threatening the president, which is why what he said is kind of it's right adjacent to a presidential assassination, and I think that's where a lot of alarms go off for people. It's like, hey, that's the thing we don't joke about. That's the thing you can't say.
Trump himself joked about. So he said, Second Amendment people could take care of Hillary, and
he said that.
He has plenty of examples of using like obviously explicitly violent rhetoric. So
he did.
I mean,
he did say exactly what you said. Yeah, that was awful.
Justifies. Like, listen, I think like if that person was ultimately successful and actually assassinated Trump, just practically speaking, from a political perspective, I think it would have galvanized the MAGA movement. I think they would have crowned a new heir apparent, and I think it really would have been a boon to their movement. It wouldn't have killed Trumpism. It would have just amplified it. And so I think it's terrible for democracy. I'm just saying, like, it's difficult for me to feel sympathy for Trump when he's engaged in the kind of rhetoric that he has over and over and over again. He himself made fun of Paul Pelosi. So, expecting people like me to feel like emotionally like bad for him. No, I mean, obviously not.
See, I think that when a lot of people on the other side like hear you say that, and their belief, what they believe is that the hand of God came down, the God they believe in as much as you
killed
believe in
that fireman
and redirected the bullet to the fireman. Yeah,
sure, right. Sure, yeah. God
hates firemen. I've been telling you guys all this time.
Who do you think's starting the fires?
Job security. That's what they do. Yeah.
So you got to keep that in mind. That's where the other side is on this. That the hand of God diverted the bullet from a great man who has chosen to do great things. That's where they are right now.
Did you see the video today? And who knows if I got memed, but it was finally the angle of the ear itself and the bullet and you can see the like punch hole in his ear.
That's got to be AI. I think it's the wrong ear because the video is like flipped.
I thought it was flipped because of one of those videos.
What if he puts a gauge in there? What if he puts a gauge in there and like so the bullet hole's always there?
He gets
finally
a gauge.
Comes out. You didn't
he's
like
losing
my
vote.
It was Destiny, but
American
Trump,
flag
all
gauge.
about it. Getting his right ear pierced.
Everyone's talking about felching. I love it. It's my favorite thing.
Maybe he could make an earring out of the bullet that hit him. And he could just wear it all the time as a reminder. That'd be super political strategy because that thing's gonna heal up and it's gonna be gone.
You
remember when I had a wound? But if he put a gauge in there, he could pop that gauge out before every time he went on camera. He's like, look at this hole. It's never healed.
I wonder what his ear looks like.
I bet
I don't know. I don't think
it's. I bet it doesn't look good. Probably doesn't look.
I bet it doesn't look bad.
It's just astonishing that like this man's life is continuing because he made a random decision to look right in a moment.
It's incredible.
A moment later, it would have gone through the back of his head. I mean,
what Hutch is trying to tell you guys: center mass. I get it, Hutch. You're beating that drum.
No, I'm just saying, like,
you got greedy with headshots. We all know that feeling. I got greedy with the headshot. Damn it! I wanted to be cool. I wanted to get that explosion.
It is crazy how just a meaningless decision to look right, and you live. You know, that's just nuts.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
Hutch got famous quit scoping. He knows the deal.
He was hard scoping in that moment.
He was hard.
Apparently, according to the Secret Service, for like fucking
an hour,
minutes on top of the shed. Like, I am so flabbergasted at how that happened. Like, I'm not getting into conspiracy theory. I mean, like, oftentimes you can ascribe incompetence over conspiratorial stuff or nefarious stuff, but it's just inconceivable to me that you had literally reportedly there were people that were like, hey, cops, there's a guy with a fucking, we can see him right there.
Yeah.
And,
2 minutes.
You know,
hey, by the by, there's a fella with a gun up there. Just,
hey, Hutch, I've been asking myself this question, so I'll ask you. Let's say you're the sniper on the other roof, right? It's my understanding, I'm not sure I'm right. It's my understanding that sniper was watching the would-be assassin through the scope. Like he was observed and he knew about him. This wasn't a surprise, but he didn't pull the trigger until the assassin did. Do you think you would have taken that guy down on the hunch that, I mean, he's
100,000%.
He's obviously the shooter, right? I'm sorry.
It's what I do.
I guess you're right. I don't know. I'm like, do I ask for clear?
And I just say that, like, I'm glad Hutch touched.
But I've also heard that there was I don't know. We'll obviously get more information when there's an investigation. But I've also heard there was a tree obstructing the view. And that could explain it. I mean, I don't know if that's true.
I'll tell you what explains it. Like here's what the right is going to say if they want to be fucking hard on this. They need to talk about Secret Service details being diverted to Jill Biden and to congressional campaigns. They need to talk about. By the way, this was the heightened security. This wasn't Trump's standard security that he had last week. This was the new heightened badass security because there's an Iranian plot to kill Trump. Because Trump killed that Iranian General Soleimani back in whenever the hell. So they find out, oh shit, the Iranians are trying to kill Trump. We better beef up his Secret Service detail. Send Shane Gillis's sister in. Send the bulldog. Send the bulldog. Let her get in there. Yeah, and old cross-eyed Joe, put him on that rooftop over there. How slanted is it though?
There were reports that he was spotted with a what do you call it? A rangefinder? Is that what you call it?
I've read that. I don't know.
There's reports that like they saw a guy with a rangefinder like 25 minutes before, and they still let him get on the stage. It's like there's somebody heads are for sure gonna roll. They're already talking about hauling up multiple Secret Service people in front of congressional subcommittees in the House.
Didn't Mayorkas is trying to prevent that, isn't he?
I haven't heard any. I know Comer was calling for hearings that night, literally that night. So
they were hounding Kim. They were hounding. So the head of the Secret Service is this lady named Kimberly something or another. She went to the RNC convention last night, and 2 senators were on her ass, and she had to run to a secure room as they shouted, "You work for us. You answer to me. We want answers. Why this? Why that?" Like shouting at her through the hall.
This is the RNC. This is where we listen to Hindu prayers. That's what we do here.
Look, come on, Taylor. You didn't like the Hindu prayer at the RNC?
I'm on vacation. I didn't watch any of it, but I heard.
Fuck off! I watched every minute of it. I was like, "Let's get it.
Into it.
Let's get it. We're gonna bring everybody together." Could the party of the right be the Rainbow Coalition? Could we be the common sense? Everybody's welcome as long as you've got some common sense party. Oh, please, God! And then I see people like, "What's this demonic Hindu shit?" And I'm like, "Fuck! We were this close."
Nick Fuentes is furious.
Well, you got JD Vance or in general.
You know how that works.
About his wife and about they got like more minority representation in the RNC this year for sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like the white
J.D.
nationalism
Vance.
shit at all. Like my thoughts on that is like there's only a I don't think of myself as a Republican, by the way, just so we're clear. I definitely lean conservative. Although we took that political test, we all did, and we're all like left of center quite a bit, like a deviation. And but there's a few common sense things that irk me, and like some national defense stuff, some economic stuff, and and the cultural stuff on the left turns me off so much, you know, in certain places of it, I'm like, I feel like I'm a liberal socially. I really do. But then like I see some of the wilder stuff and I'm like, man, that seems evil to me. It seems like maybe that's genuine evil. I don't know. I'm going to have to go with Trump on this one. And I feel like if we could bring plenty of brown people and black people over to that way of thinking. There's enough people, they just need good ideas and to stop with the racism. What? Stop with the racism. Let it go. I always say like I wish you could talk to that crowd and be like, I know we got our prejudices, you know, like you like the people in your town, you like the people from your state, you like the people from your country. But imagine if a green motherfucker landed in Kansas. You don't think the Russians would be over here shoulder to shoulder with us, killing green motherfuckers?
Do the green guys talk on their cell phone speakerphones all the time? Or do they communicate telepathically?
Worse, they believe in late-term abortion.
I don't care about that. It's mostly the cell phone on speakerphone at restaurants and stuff like that.
They do that. About. They play music. They play music.
Do they have dogs worse than pit bulls on Planet Zepton that they're bringing over?
Oh, I see.
Do they
where
work
we're
out
going.
in the front yard?
Oh shit!
Dick can say that he's Mexican.
Would you you talked about the culture war stuff? Would you acknowledge that? And we could talk about left-wing rhetoric whenever you want, but like, would you acknowledge that some of the rhetoric about like left-leaning people has gotten like beyond insane? Like it's a mainstream
Give me an
position
example.
now.
For example,
I can give you many. It is now a mainstream position in the Republican Party to believe that the median Democratic voter believes in murdering a baby after birth. They call it a post-birth abortion. Or it is now a median Republican voter position to assume that most Democratic voters want to mutilate and sexually abuse children. Certainly all of the queer community. Like these
more
things
often
are,
than not.
more often than if we want to. I mean, if we want to get into like more wonky stuff, it's now a median right-wing position that Democratic voters want to intentionally allow millions of people into the country so we can reshape the electorate, for example, like great replacement theory kind of stuff.
Yeah, I believe that.
That's true.
Yeah, that's just true.
Okay. I mean,
you want a wall?
I don't understand how you guys like. So how does the process of an illegal immigrant like?
I gave you 2 out of 3, man.
Fair, but like how does that actually work though? Like if you're an illegal immigrant, like how do you go vote?
Stay home.
Oh, you can't vote right away. First of all, I think that the presence of them changes the census in such a way that the congressional map that that in the House of Representatives they essentially get representation to some extent. So right away they get representation, which is better than a fucking vote. It's a democratic republic. After that, every time I hear about a new policy that's going to give amnesty or citizenship or a path to citizenship to a group, it's from the left. Suddenly they're like, hey guys, how would you like to be a U.S. citizen? I know you've been living here illegally for years, feeding off the system, but hey, just remember who brought you to the dance. You know what I mean?
The path to citizenship.
That's what it feels like to me.
The only conversation I hear that happening about these days is about like DACA kids.
What about the Dreamers?
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Dreamers.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about like kids that were brought, maybe they were 4, maybe they were 8 or whatever, and their parents brought them over, and they basically have no other national identity other than being an American. If you sent them back to their home country, many of them don't even speak the same language, and this sort of thing. Like
I know a Dreamer. He's a good guy, and I really hope he gets his citizenship, and because he wants to be a Trump voter. Like he's Muslim.
Shout out to Fish, good guy.
Shout out Fish, and the Muslim Brotherhood, as he calls his gang of pals.
Right, but like the rhetoric
Fish is not a member of the Muslim.
What are you saying is wrong about replacing white people with immigrants? Are you saying that that's not happening, or that's not the plan? Which part of it are you saying is not the plan?
I'm pushing back against the idea. Sorry, go ahead.
I think I should be quiet. He thinks the Great Replacement theory is real, and what about that do you find to be not real?
Right.
Dick is saying that it's real, and what about it do I find?
Yeah. Open borders, bringing everybody, flying around the country to take over Republican strongholds. Which part of that are you saying is not true?
Because the idea that like Democrats broadly or even marginally support open borders is absurd. Like, give me one.
I don't care what the average Democratic voter wants, does, or cares for. It's about no, it's not about the individuals. It's about the party policy and what actually goes forward. And it's also, moreover, I think, about the judges that are put into power for these lifelong positions and them holding those beliefs and them being loyal to if those beliefs change at the party line. If suddenly on the DNC website it says, a week after birth, it's in that little box there. Technically that is a pseudo womb. So that pseudo womb is a womb now, and so yeah, you could abort it a week after. Yeah, you could do that.
The big issue with the border is our asylum laws that were written decades ago. Because our asylum laws now are written in a way that anybody can show up at a port of entry and claim asylum, and they are, if they meet a certain set of criteria, they are, given a burner phone. They're given sometimes ankle bracelets. They're set up with like sponsors in the country, and a lot of the times these court cases take anywhere between 5 and 8 years. The backlog is so intense. So, which is why the Democrats and Republicans and the White House worked on a bipartisan immigration bill. Some of the things made some Democrats happy. Some of the things made some Republicans happy. It was endorsed by the border union. They said it's not perfect, but it's way better than what we have now. It actually put limits on our asylum system. And Donald Trump stepped in, and publicly he takes credit for spiking the bill because he didn't want to give Biden a win during an election year. So it's just difficult for me to
what was
take
the
Republicans
limit, though? That's important. What was the limit on that bill? How many guys a day were they? Because I think it was like astronomical, the amount of people in the bill. And then once it's a law, it's a law. It's a lot harder to change.
But there's no limit now.
I would have to go back into the specifics. I don't know what specific limits they put, but
they did
rein it in. But they also very importantly, they also no. What they said was if you had a 7-day period where border crossings averaged 5,000 per day, if that went for 7 days, it gave 4,000. At the 4,000 threshold, the DHS could step in and shut the border down. Now, this is a divided government, so you're not going to get a bill that's going to make like 100% of Republicans happy.
Way too many.
Can I jump in real quick? If I heard that 5,000 invaders were coming across the border every day, I wouldn't want to send a government agency other than the Marine Corps. I feel like what are we talking about?
Been fully heard here, because right now it happens, so that would have immediately been triggered. Right now, I don't know what the number is, but it's more than 5,000 a day on average.
Mm-hmm.
But the border doesn't remain totally secured.
No,
they were saying if we
Biden did an EO. He did an EO recently and dropped it down to 2,000.
Right. But in the bill,
2,500, I think.
In the bill, was like, hey, if we get too many, we lock down this heckin' border and we're done. And Trump was like, nope, spike the bill. It's like, yeah, you don't want solutions.
Probably because he wanted the border shut down so nobody could just flee over with ridiculous claims of asylum from countries that are not going through wars.
Would it be harder to reverse the law once it exists, or start from scratch when you become president? Which one would be harder?
He just so transparently did it for political reasons. It had nothing to do with, like, he didn't want to give Biden a win. They like this.
It's crazy that the two guys who don't like Trump see it the exact same way, don't you think?
That's wild.
The bill was in part, the main crafter of the bill in the Senate was Lankford, who's like this giant MAGA guy. He was this Trump endorsed guy. He's not some like rhino, and he proudly stood by that bill. I mean, what sort of a bill do you guys expect to see in a divided government? Like, don't you understand?
Fair. Like, we're about to solidify it, though, right?
Some compromise, right?
It won't be divided next year.
I mean, if we were a serious country, we wouldn't allow people to invade at all.
First of all, I think that Biden is doing a bigger disservice to America, representative democracy, and our way of life than Trump ever can by what he's doing right now and like throwing this race so hard and throwing the whole ticket so hard. He is about to send us into a world where Trump has absolute power. Like he has the he's going to have the Supreme Court, the Senate, the House, and he's going to be the goddamn president. And he might just he could do so many things to legally keep staying. He could do so many things to wipe people out. He really could. What if he did this? And I'm just off the top of my head. What if he sets up some bullshit tribunal in Congress, his Congress, and they have a trial, and they determined that that last election was stolen, that it was stolen, and that he's entitled to 4 more years because technically he's won 3 elections, and they stamp it, and it goes to the Supreme Court, and they stamp it, and Trump says, "Here we fucking go." The rest, you know what? And the end of that 4 years, what do you want? Some more Trump? And everybody said, "Yes, sir, yes, sir."
He's gonna step aside. Like I
hope so. I hope so.
He reached the final boss, the Elden Beast of the Democratic Party apparatus. Obama leaked to the press today that he privately is pushing for Biden to drop out, and so I would be
Schumer.
I think.
Can I add to that?
Well,
that makes the list this: Obama, Schiff, Pelosi, and Schumer are calling for him to step down.
And Raskin.
Okay, and Raskin. I didn't know that one.
Yeah,
that's like all the heads in the.
Yeah,
in
but
the
did
party.
you hear Biden big dicked it? And he's like, I don't even know
fuck
who
you.
you people are.
I already stole
That
one
sounds like
election.
Trump.
I'll steal this one.
I
What
never
does he
met that
care?
guy.
well, it's pretty fascinating Palestine intrigue because like the friendship that he has with Obama is not really a friendship. Like Obama famously sort of convinced him to not get in the race in 2016, and Obama.
I'm glad you brought it up.
What's
That's
up?
in my notes. That
Yeah.
That is why he won't leave. That is what he won't leave. It's over here written. That is why Biden is not going to drop out, in my opinion, because the last time he listened to Barack Obama, he didn't run because his son was dead. 2016, Hillary runs, she loses, Trump takes over, we get the Trump presidency, and I'm sure we can all imagine how, regardless of how we feel about it, Biden feels so much worse about it and everything that happened during. He hates Trump way more than any of us. He has to. He knows him. So
No, but
I think now he's looking at Obama and he's like, if he's cogent, he might start telling that story about his legs in the pool in the water.
Dude,
Who knows?
Biden is absolutely
he's not saying yes.
going to drop out. Like Biden himself hasn't been making decisions for.
We got to start putting some bets on this then, because I think he's staying. I know a guy, a robot in our Discord. He's got $1,000 that Biden will be the nominee. It only pays back $500. $1,000 to win $500. He made the bet weeks ago, and I'm sure he's going to lose that now.
He's going to lose that money.
I think he's solid.
No,
right after
it's
the
just
debate.
it's totally untenable for him to stay in the race now. Like it's obvious that Democratic leadership behind the scenes were trying to privately nudge him. He wasn't budging, and now they're all leaking to the press. They're doing it publicly, and it's impossible for him to, like, the ads write themselves right now. The Trump campaign and all the Trump supporting super PACs or whatever, they're all crafting ads saying he's lost the faith of his own Congress and his own party. And
I thought you were gonna say Trump took a bullet. This is him right now.
Well, they're gonna do that.
Got the kung flu. He's somewhere hiding out in Delaware. But in the background you hear beep,
well, they're already doing
show him in a hospital bed all decrepit.
But they the main bosses of the Democratic Party they've forced the issue.
They realized they couldn't effectively hide his condition anymore, and now it's just beyond the pale, and so they need him to step down. Like, all of these people now who are calling for him to step down have known he's been a senile old man for years, not pulling any levers, just waking up and eating ice cream and letting the people around him make decisions.
Oh, I've got another thought. I bet he'd intended to pardon his son, and that is so important to the wife and so important to him that they can't. I bet that's part of it. I bet that's part of it. I don't think he's going anywhere. And Zach, what do you want to bet? $10? I'll do $10 with you, $5, whatever you want. Like, we'll do that. That I say Biden stays in this race. He's running it through. We'll just do even money if that's fine with you. 10 is fine. Deal.
Yeah,
Biden's staying.
So
he's the nominee.
Why would he
You
leave?
think he
Why
is?
would Jill give it up? Yeah, I mean, what does he care? If they're gonna win, it'll be by stealing and cheating anyway. So what would it matter if people are gonna vote for him or not? They flew a bunch of illegals into all the towns that were they were at risk of losing, so they could harvest their ballots and vote.
They
for them.
airdropped them in like red fucking dawn.
Harvest
brown dawn.
Harvest
the names.
what ballots?
They just get the ballot and write the new illegal on there. There's your name. Here's some goofy signature. Whoops, there you go.
I don't know how you do
Count it up,
elections.
boys.
I don't know how you do elections in your state, but you can't just, they don't just mail you a ballot. Like, you have to be registered to vote, and you can't register to vote if you're there is no data to support. They've done multiple audits in multiple swing states.
Safest election in history. Guys shooting at the president from the top of
a
building 100 feet away.
Nobody has ever established established any kind of like outcome determinative voter fraud. It's never happened, not in a single court.
You don't believe in voter fraud? You don't think there was voter fraud?
It has.
That's not what he said.
I said,
Hutch, I have an example of it
determinative
happening.
voter fraud.
Yes, it happened.
You can find individual examples, sure, but when we're talking about like, oh, go ahead.
Wait a minute.
No, yeah, I don't think we're
Losing
on
all
the
the
same.
bellwether,
It happened in North
counties?
Carolina. A Republican did it actually, and they
right.
messed with all the mail-in voter. It's not up to debate. Like his son ratted him out.
He got
For the
charged.
Cartman.
Right?
He got charged,
yeah.
but he was too influential, and they dropped the case, so he got away with it, and he's running now, and he's gonna win. But he did not. Basically, they didn't let him serve his term because, beyond any shadow of a doubt, he messed with the mail-in voter votes.
Crazy.
You can find individual instances of voter fraud. That's nobody contests that.
When you said individual instances, Hutch, I thought you were referring to like one person who voted twice.
Well, no, I mean like
hundreds
isolated...
of thousands of votes that were. I think they removed. I forget the mechanics of it, but I think they removed the votes they didn't like. You know,
that's less common than somebody, oftentimes like in Florida, for example, a lot of people voted when they didn't even realize they couldn't vote because of the law had changed, and there was like some law that went into effect having to do with convicted felons, and so there was some mix up there. But like if you do a statewide audit in a state like Georgia and you find like 7 instances of voter fraud, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like it's obviously not.
I agree with you.
No, they didn't
I
do
agree
an
on all
audit,
that
though.
shit.
They did a recount.
They did 3 recounts in Georgia,
Yeah.
and one of the recounts was
nothing.
every single
A
vote in the
recount is
state.
not an audit.
A recount
to
is
Dick's
dog shit.
point.
Yeah. It's just
A
counting.
recount is just you're not
bogus
actually
ballots.
auditing.
He
it.
lost it though. Trump
Wait,
fucking
hold on.
lost, man. Like
yeah.
I don't know.
What are we
I just
doing?
want to know if you guys think that 2020 election was real.
Yes,
yeah, I
it was.
do.
Of
Yeah, I
course
do.
it was real.
Everybody knows it was real.
No,
Of course it was real.
81 million votes for that guy.
What is your
I'm
actual
sure that
81
happened.
million
Was it
votes
real?
against Trump.
What is your actual evidence that it's not real?
Not being a huge retard is my evidence. Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait.
Oh,
I object.
There's no
It
cheating at
is
all. This is all
definitely a huge
legit. All these
retard.
millions of people are totally just obeying the law. Then the next day they go back to stealing bikes.
Your personal feelings don't matter to me. I'm asking you, what is your actual evidence that there was massive voter fraud?
Not being a huge retard. That's my evidence.
So you have none.
Do you need? What do you want me to do? Oh,
to
hey
establish-
FBI, can I get some of that evidence that you guys stole the election?
Okay, so if Joe Biden stays the nominee and he loses in November, and then he goes to court in all 7 swing states, and he fails to establish fraud in every single case that he does, which are dozens of court cases, they all get thrown out. And let's say he asks Kamala Harris to accept false slates of electors, and she does. And she says, you know what? I'm going to certify these. Are you going to be okay with that?
Well, that's illegal now.
It is the exact
Wait.
same situation.
Are you talking about fake electors now? I'm talking about just straight ballot fraud.
These are all interlinked. He made different cases in different states alleging different kinds of fraud. He never established fraud in a single case. So, like,
Pick one.
For you to just say, like, any of them, literally, there were over 60 cases, and none of them came back and told him you have demonstrated. Number one, many of them were dismissed on standing, which means he couldn't even establish harm. He couldn't even establish that a party was harmed.
Oh, that's crazy. The court
there was
said he
that
didn't
much
do
of-
anything wrong? Oh, man. I totally believe it.
They were
then.
his own judges in many cases. People he put on there.
Yes, his own Supreme Court even. I mean, like, what is your actual evidence that there was widespread voter fraud?
Just like having my eyes open and looking at like how voting is done.
It's just a
and
vibe,
saying,
Hutch.
Like, look,
vibe.
you're
It's
just
a vibe.
mailing ballots around,
Okay.
and these are not just total bullshit. Like, okay, man, what are you? Well, how much more looking into it do you want people to do?
None.
I mean, it would be one thing if you pointed to a bunch of people looking into something and they came back with evidence, but that didn't happen. And now you're just saying like, well, I have a brain, and so obviously I know that it happened.
Hutch
Yeah,
is in
it's
such a difficult
obviously
position
fake.
right now. 'cause
Sending
I feel
ballots
like-
through the
Can I
mail
have
is
the-
obviously bullshit.
I feel
What
like I've been
more
in
do
this you
spot
need? So many
How about
times.
an audit?
Wait,
How
hold
about
on
one
a
audit?
second.
How about
Give us
one
the floor for a
audit?
second.
One audit.
They did audits. They did vote audits.
They did
Hold on.
recounts.
A recount is more extensive than an audit. An audit is when you
No.
look at like 10,000 votes or whatever, and then you
No.
extrapolate from that. A recount is a
No,
total recount.
A recount is not an audit.
is not an audit. Yeah.
A recount.
Because
is
I
not-
remember this news cycle being huge. Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah.
hired
Recounting
an
is just
investigative
recounting all
team.
the same ballots.
What was it? New Mexico? Where did
I mean, we can
hire
get
those,
into
like,
that
the
stupid
cyber sleuths
elector
or whatever
shit,
they were,
but
cyber ninjas to look
it's-
into it.
obvious. It's obvious that
that
the
mic is
machines
too
are
low.
bogus. There's none of it's tracked. You wouldn't trust a bank with the kind of bullshit Dominion hardware that they're using. It's obviously bullshit.
They audited,
Mailing
Dick. They
ballots
audited.
around is
Trump looked
obviously
into-
stupid.
There was the whole thing about the bamboo ballots. They found that wasn't true. There was the whole thing about the corrupt machines. That wasn't true. This was the team
machines
that
track
hold on, I'm
nothing,
still
Woody.
going. The team that Trump hired came back and said Trump was wrong. What more do you want?
It netted Biden more votes. He ended up with more votes in Arizona after the audit. So, I'm sorry, if you're going to allege, like, I don't know, I think it's kind of serious to cast doubt on elections to the extent that millions of Americans like literally lose faith in the democratic process. That's a really bad road to go down for obvious reasons. And you just need more than just like, oh, I have common sense. Like,
didn't you just to be fair, like you said Trump was like a Russian stooge for like years, and that the 2016 one wasn't legitimate.
Wait a second. I never said that votes were altered in 2016. I made a video that I got so much shit for the next day and told my audience, stop saying Trump is not your president. He got elected. This is reality and we should learn from this moment and move on. I never said
okay,
that,
but you're saying that casting doubt is dangerous, and that's what you did for a long time, right? By saying that it was Russian.
Not in the electoral process, just in the morals and the fact that Putin might have on him. Come on, let's be fair. It's not what he's saying.
I never
and
casted
we
doubt
all
on
know
the process
Trump
of
lost.
like counting votes. What happened in 2016 is Trump got up there. Like, let me just ask you, if Hillary Clinton in 2016 would have gotten up there and said, hey, Iran, can you look for Trump's emails? And I'm sure the press will reward you mightily. And then
I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with that.
That's cool.
I'm saying you guys would have been like, okay, this is fucking bullshit. But that's different. From saying,
no,
like,
I like
Russians,
that. No, if it went the other way, if Joe Biden was like, hey, Venezuela, I know y'all have a team that's in the know. If you find any of those Trump PP tapes,
would lose their mind if he did that. They would absolutely.
I don't care what they
shit,
think,
which is why lefties lost their shit in 2016.
I want the truth. And if it comes from Russia or Iran or China, if they've got some truth to share, who are we to say, shut up, China, don't talk bad about Joe Biden? Like, no, tell me, what happened? Where's
you guys think those Dominion machines are good with no audits?
Every party's voters that lose elections, every single time they say the fucking voting machines were fucked up. It happens literally every single. It happened in 2000, 2004, 2000. It's the same thing.
Why do we use like digital machines?
Yeah.
Why don't we just use like paper, like most countries?
I think
like audit.
Don't we have 150 million pieces of paper to count?
Oh
that
man,
a machine if
only we were the most powerful country to ever exist, we could handle that.
We can't count. How can we recount then?
I mean,
I based my opinion completely on a YouTube video I saw, and it should be paper.
Fine with them getting rid of voting machines, but it would take a lot longer to count. And the last time we had an election, people flipped out because they were still counting votes. 3 days later, you had Donald Trump simultaneously telling some states to stop counting and then telling other states to continue counting. Like, the whole thing was absurd.
He knows how to win.
Absolutely absurd.
So how many of the votes were bogus? How many of the votes from the last election were bad? 1%, 2%?
No, bro. It like 0.0000001% is what they
There's
found.
that being retarded again. All the votes were good?
Show me your
Are
evidence.
you insane?
What is your actual evidence beyond use your brain?
Have you ever voted? You just go there, say whatever you want, and then go in there. Yeah, here you go. There's my vote.
They give you
you hand it to the dumbest people you'll ever meet.
So you have no evidence, to be clear.
I see my neighbor there every time.
There's no evidence any of it is secure. You actually have to prove a chain of provenance to do anything else except vote. To do anything else.
All right. We've been arguing about whether the election was stolen or not for a while now, and I think we all can all agree.
Yeah. And I've got bits and pieces of it from my end. Like, yeah,
I want to talk about this election.
It was so funny. Like, Hutch was about to launch into something, and I'm like, oh, I'm interested in what he has to say here, and he's like, and the thing is, for fucking 2 minutes. I'm like, well, I guess
good shit.
I want to talk about this election. I'll kick it off.
But
let me just counting your chickens before your hatch.
I'm glad you said that because I wanted to take a quick vote before we go any further. Yeah. Who thinks Trump has it in the bag and it's game over?
No chance.
Just me? Oh, you're wrong.
I need a less confident option. Like, if you said who thinks Trump is more likely to win, I might have raised my hand.
Invincible.
Okay. Yeah,
Invincible. All right, so let me just lay the case out really quickly. his base is incredibly galvanized right now. They are pumped. I wasn't joking. It's the RNC. Everybody's like, the hand of God came down and changed the future for you. Don't take it for granted. And they're saying, and they're wearing bandages on their fucking ears. Okay. The right is going to vote. The left's vote is an anti-Trump vote, not a pro-Biden vote. And all Biden has done for months is diminish at that and chip away at that. And if this is all taking place within the bubble of this inflation that my generation has never experienced before, that we didn't know could happen. You're watching the money, your dollar bills are literally like turning to powder in your hands when you're paying for $8 bacon. It's crazy. They made fun of Trump for talking about expensive bacon. He was like, I can't even afford it anymore. No more. I told him, no more bacon. And they're like, Trump rambles about bacon during unhinged remarks in Iowa. I can't imagine first of all, my opinion is that Joe Biden is going to stay in the race. He's going to be the nominee. So I'm operating under that. The fact that y'all aren't, I guess.
Then your prediction might be in trouble because Joe Biden is the most popular president in American history.
Yeah.
According to Jill Biden,
600 million people
and his lawyer.
He got more black. He turned out more black people than Obama either time.
Not this time. Trump is going to have record numbers with minorities, with black voters, with brown voters, with especially from the Muslim community that don't like quote unquote genocide Joe. And even if those people don't come out, hold their nose and vote Trump, they're certainly not going to come out and have a pro-Biden vote, because that guy's facilitating the genocide of their people as far as their perspective goes. So you can't get them to even think about voting for this guy. And I think that that's going to go far and wide. I don't think that Trump's going to win New York, like some people are saying that he's going to contest New York and stuff like that. I think he's going to win New Hampshire, though. I think it's going to be a shitstorm. I think it's going to be 310 to 320 electoral votes for Trump.
$10 bet on New Hampshire. It goes blue. You say it goes red?
I mean, that would be a smart bet for you. I don't say it goes red.
That's why I'm proposing it.
Have you looked? By the way, Trump's ahead in the registered voter polls there, the most recent ones. Like
it doesn't matter. You haven't considered the 3 a.m. voter.
All 10 million of them.
I thought we were moving on.
We are moving on. It was a quick aside.
It's fun.
Right now,
I'm so glad that I'm the one who is going to be seen as the visionary when people look back on this episode. They'll see me surrounded but undeterred. That I couldn't be. There's this experiment. There's this social experiment where they put 8 guys in a room and 7 of them are actors and 1 of them is the actual participant. And in order, they asked them, are these lines the same length? And they're not. It's different length lines. And all 7 in a row say, yes, same. Yes, same. They ignore reality. And 35% of the time, the 8th guy will say, yeah, fuck my reality. I'm with y'all. But if you have just one person in that chain of 7 to disagree, it drops down to 5%. Suddenly, this person's willing to hop on somebody else's ship because they can see that island in the sea, in this void of it.
And I love it.
Come on, boys. The island's safe. Okay, it's warm. Trump's got this locked up. Go to every single swing state. Use whatever polling you want. I prefer registered voters because those are the guys who are up for it. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, Georgia, Florida, Ohio. Virginia's not that far out of reach. Biden's, of course, leading Virginia by 2 or 3, but it's going to be one of those too close to call, folks. The state of Virginia, it's going to be neck and neck.
And also, down ballot races are obviously super important.
More important than the presidency.
The best. We'll say just as important, but the best the Democrats can do in the Senate is 50-50. The West Virginia seat is fucking gone, and so it's down to Ohio and
the Rust Belt
and
Michigan,
Montana.
Minnesota.
No. The only 2 Senate states Senate races right now that are truly competitive are Ohio and Montana. And if the Democrats can win, Democrats, the rest of the country are overperforming Biden, like by 8 to 12 points. It's crazy how much they're over polling from him. But if Democrats can hold those 2 states, then they can keep it 50-50. But
that won't matter because Trump will be president. He'll have the VP will have the vote.
Well, that's why they want. That's why Pelosi and them want Biden to step aside, is because they're seriously worried about him dragging down ballot candidates, which is obviously real concern. He's been trending in the wrong direction since the debate.
It's why I say Joe Biden is a bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump ever could be by this arrogant fucking nonsense that he's pulling right now. Like I'm Big Boy Joe and I know better than all of you and anyone. 65% of my party polled right now thinks that I should drop out. 65% of my party, and yet no, I'm in there. He's sick right now with COVID somewhere, and he still sees a way out.
Cal, I want to pierce this balloon. I need a chance to reply. After the RNC, John McCain was leading. After the RNC, Mitt Romney was leading. After the DNC, Hillary Clinton was leading. The fact that you are having a good time right now at this moment where everything is going Trump's way, and he's leading by what nationally? 2%, 3%? That's not a lot. This contest is still on.
We don't do a popular vote, and Donald Trump just took a bullet to the head.
So another thing to consider.
And Joe's in bed. Joe's in bed. Donald got shot in the head. That's what happened this week.
I don't interfere with your Republican on Republican violence. I blame your video games and your culture. I think the guy maybe played Rust. He was a roof camper. That's my theory on this whole thing. But it had nothing to do with us.
So another thing to consider too.
He donated to get out the vote for Vote Blue.
And it's not even an argument. Another thing that is true is I don't think you should ignore the polls, and I especially don't think you should ignore trends. There's a lot of insanely pro-Biden Twitter accounts that are just full on copium. They only point to the polls that have him up +1 and ignore all the rest that have him down 5 or 6.
Pennsylvania.
I think it is fair to point out though that number one, the polls in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are within the margin of error. And if Biden can win all 3 of those, he does win the presidency, assuming he stays in, which he won't. And number 2, the polls have been underselling Democrats since the Dobbs decision. There was a red wave predicted in 2022. The most projections had Republicans winning anywhere between a 25 and a 35 seat majority, if I recall correctly. That didn't pan out. We've seen Democrats overperforming in special elections, not just in specific enclaves of the country, but all over the country. I don't think you should hang your hat on that and ignore the trends, but I think there is some reason to be dubious in this spot.
I want to get a count real quick. Kyle is the only one who thinks Joe is going to still be the guy.
Staying in.
No, I think he's going to stay in.
You think he's going to stay?
Yeah.
I think he's going to be forced out. And Hutch, Woody, you both think Biden's going to be forced out?
Kamala?
He's gone. Yeah, and Kamala will probably take over.
It won't be Biden.
I think
low confidence.
Yeah. Didn't he
You're
openly
gonna run
say,
an Indian lady against a guy with an Indian wife as his
I'm hoping
second?
it's Whitmore, but
those cancel out.
That's crazy.
That cancels out.
If you're Whitmer, would you say yes? I mean, I feel like if you're Whitmer, or if you're Newsom, or if you're Buttigieg or whatever, and you have these larger aspirations for the
please
presidency,
run Buttigieg.
Why would you not wait until 2028? I mean, it's just so risky to because if you swing once and miss, it's really difficult to come back from that.
I follow a lot of sports, and one of the major points of winning the championship is getting to the championship. And I feel like they're offering her a seat at the finals. You say no to that? Against Trump? Trump sucks. The only person Trump can beat in an election is Hillary Clinton so far.
They're not going
Trump lost to Biden hiding in the basement while Trump went out there and lost the election on himself. People are like, I can't believe Biden got 81 million votes. Biden got 1 million votes. And then there were 80 million against Trump.
Yes.
So then why would Biden drop out then if they're just voting against Trump?
Because 2 out of 3 Democratic voters want him gone, including a plurality of black voters. It's and independent voters. It's 70% want him gone. It's just all.
So it wasn't about Trump.
Wait, what? When?
You asked why they want him gone.
The election you stole, that wasn't just voting against Trump.
He said.
That wasn't. Because it doesn't matter who he's running
against,
against, they're just going to vote against him again, right?
The election
so what does it matter?
The election that Biden won was not enthusiasm for Biden. He has never had a cult of personality like Obama or Clinton or JFK or whatever. He was seen as this or Trump to that for that matter. It was people were way more engaged with politics because they were spending way more time indoors and spending way more time on social media, and there was a huge influx of voters that were disgusted with Trump. That's what happened. So he's just it's just not it's not the same. It's a totally different dynamic now, which is why he needs, in my opinion, he needs to step aside.
I think it was well put.
Well, he also needs to step aside, not just because of the polling, because he's a senile old man, and he has been for years. And it's wild to see the pivot from the media, who just until a week ago was calling people conspiracy theorists for pointing out that this guy can't find his way up an airplane flight of stairs, and he's walking around with Mr. Fucking Burns hands. And then suddenly it's like the media says one thing about it, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, we've been given permission to talk about this." Yeah, he's the senile old man. We gotta get him out.
Who here thinks Biden has a degenerative neural disorder of some kind, a Parkinson's-esque thing?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's obvious.
You don't, Hutch.
I have not seen evidence. I mean, I'm not a Parkinson's expert. I mean, he's a 81-year-old man, and for all intents and purposes, he's aging like a normal 81-year-old man. The problem is, you know, there's a lot of people like Taylor that think he's literally senile. Whatever. I mean, my opinion aside, there's just a lot of people that think that, and a lot of people have concerns that he can't serve a second term. And
my grandparents are about 81. And they are not senile, and so they don't behave like Biden does. They can hold conversations with you. They don't get randomly angry when it gets to be nighttime. They don't get sundowning, which is a sign of dementia, where they become irritable and extremely tired. Like I think Woody was talking about a Parkinson's expert who finally, you know, got on the news, and they were like, "Hey, it's okay to notice this now." And he's like, "Oh, okay, good. Yeah, this guy has fucking Parkinson's."
I saw about a 10-minute video from a Parkinson's expert, so now I am also a Parkinson's expert.
Same.
Doctor.
And Woody saw that video, and so now I am a Parkinson's expert.
Doctor.
But no, actually, I could send you the video, Hutch. It was incredibly influential on me. I know, right? But if you saw it, I think you'd be like, "Oh, listen, this guy."
I'm open-minded to stuff. I'm not a neurological expert, and I've been around somebody in close proximity who had full-on dementia. It looked nothing like this. I mean, just nothing like it. So but I also have a friend who have a friend who works in hospice, and he says he sees Parkinson's all the time, and he says when he looks at Biden, he thinks Parkinson's. So I'm open. I'm just like
one of the things this guy talked about was not just the mental stuff, which is what we're focused on in this conversation, the physical stuff.
His physical gait, where he
the way that he shuffles, the way that he walks without swinging his hands, the way that he turns. You know, if I were to ask you, that's actually true. If I were to say, "Hey, Hutch," you'd probably turn your upper body and look at me quickly. If I said, "Hey, Joe," he'd pivot his whole body and shift towards me. Yeah. And one of the things he said, I don't know why it hit me so hard, is he's like, I could diagnose this guy from across the mall. Now, I am an expert in swimming. If I see a guy take 2 strokes, I can tell you his level of swim competence and experience. And I had this experience where I had a plantar fasciitis. It's a problem with my foot. I went to an orthopedic surgeon. He had me walk like 3 strides, and he could see what was up. Like, he instantly understood. I thought my gait was fairly normal, but to him, it stuck out like a sore thumb. So to see a subject matter expert look at how this guy moves and say it couldn't be more obvious, I was like, oh, damn.
Well, he is clearly diminished.
A Democrat.
Substantially since 2020. I mean, go if you want to blow your mind even more, go back to 2012 debate with Paul Ryan. It's just he did not stutter at all. He was very cogent.
Yeah, and, I thought Paul Ryan won that when I watched it, and I may have been really biased at the time, but I was like incensed that they had given it to Joe Biden. I was like, what are you talking about? I don't even remember the substance of it. But as far as his dementia, like, I just think they do that thing where they take things out of context, these little blurbs where someone gets a name wrong. Sometimes they used to do that, and I'd roll my eyes, be like, come on, like, focus on his actual flaws. Don't just cut this thing and make it look like he said the wrong thing. He was telling a joke, or he was riffing, or he was quoting, you know, and you make it seem like he's saying the thing. I hate that. And at first I thought that was happening to Joe Biden mostly, and it was kind of funny. And like, yeah, he is an old like guy with a stutter. He does have a speech impediment. But the thing is, he keeps calling people the wrong names that are his close like group. It'd be like me getting you guys names wrong right now. And I've got notes in my hands that have your names on them. You know, he keeps getting them wrong, and he'll be like, you caught me at a bad time. Next week, I'm talking to Lester Holt, and I'll be able to tell names again, Gooder. He said Gooder.
And the scrutiny since the debate has been so much more intense. So, like, I'll tell you, from the perspective of someone who's been like a tireless Biden soldier on the front lines of the digital fucking political arena, because I do like his policies. I do like his administration's decisions, which is just all that matters to me. I got to tell you, like, from my perspective, I'm like the big black man at the end of the Green Mile. I'm just tired. So like every time he gets in front of every time he gets in front of a microphone now, you know, like to setting aside his policies, which again I like. It's just anxiety inducing every time he speaks now, and so I'm ready to I realize it's a risky thing to have Kamala take over, but
I'm glad
you're like that guy at Green Mile, except
it.
you're injecting poison into America instead of taking it out.
All right, let's go back and
true.
One notch.
So true, Dan. So true.
Wouldn't you guys say that all the dementia stuff aside, this is more about just like people that are ideologically entrenched. Like if your guy was speaking the way that the same way that Biden was speaking, you would still vote for him because you would like the policies, you would like the administration, blah 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 blah.
The moment Trump stops being funny,
you would vote for Joe Biden.
The moment Trump stops being funny, when the joke, when the crowd starts laughing at him instead of with him, that's the moment it breaks for me, and that's when he goes over.
Hold on, Dick. You would vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump?
No, I just wouldn't vote. I never voted before Trump. I wouldn't vote again. I fucking hate Republicans. I hate Trump's entire staff.
Maybe you're not the best person
I
to
hate
ask.
JD Vance.
Maybe
we're all kind of
then.
Woody's the closest here to a traditional.
Yeah, but
anything.
I'm the voter that you need. Like you have to get
maybe not even
the guys
you.
who
We're
don't
all
vote.
wild cards. No, Taylor is. Taylor's.
I never voted for. I fucking hate Republicans too.
The last 10 years, Woody.
I'm sorry.
Have you noticed Taylor's slow shift to the right the last decade and my slow shift to the left?
I noticed Taylor's shift farther to the right. Further. You have always.
I don't
been
think so. I think
a
a lot of people just moved left, and maybe
you were pro-life.
I'm definitely. Oh yeah, that's true.
Pro-choice, you mean?
I did say it backwards. He was previously pro-choice, and now he's pro-life.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well,
I'm cutting in and someone's talking right now. Yeah, I've definitely moved to the right on some stuff, like abortion. For like my mid-20s, I was one of those, like, that is a big one. And I was like someone who was pro-abortion.
Needing abortions potentially.
Out of personal convenience of like, oh yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with that. They should do it. And
You're
then I kind of
more of those people now?
I'm more anti-abortion. Like I'm pro-life in that I think it's wrong and I don't like it. And so I would rather not see abortions happen.
I volunteer at the clinic.
Interesting.
No, you do
gas.
fucking not. You
It's
do
a
not.
fucking gas. You don't even know. This one lady, she's got a punch card. She gets to hate one. She loves it. She says it feels good. I'm telling you, these lefties, that's how they are. They'll get pregnant for the thrill of the kill of going to Planned Parenthood. That's what it is. A woman. Some of these women on the left, they get a bloodlust in them. Taylor. Okay.
As the only person here who's actually raised
orgasm.
children, I think I'm
it.
the one who's qualified to say abortion should be legal up through their
whole
teenage
thing.
years. Sorry. I had
A boo. I don't like that.
No, that's already the Democrats' position. Didn't you know that? We already believe that.
It is.
No,
it is.
I don't
That's what they're fighting for out there. Get out and vote. You know.
Yeah. I think like half of abortions are the pill. You know, like I think that I just think that if you need some limits on it, and I felt when Biden wouldn't speak out, say anything. The question was like, do you support late-term abortion? And God, you got to find a way to say no to that and then appease your group, Joe. Instead, he's like, I support Roe versus Wade. In the first trimester, it was from a woman and her doctor. In the second and more serious case, the woman and another doctor and her family. And like he trails off and gets fucking lost. It's like Trump was like, this guy wants to kill babies. Baby's crawling in the crib. He wants to snatch him up.
Crawling in the crib and he wants to grab him. Joe Biden, baby grabber.
Smell him.
The whole thing is stupid. 99% of abortions take place before the first 16 months. It's less than 1%.
16 months.
Yes.
See, I told you, folks.
Hutch is on my side now with
if you were to
4-month-old babies get.
I keep doing that, dude. I do that all the time. Yeah, it's not a fucking giraffe, but no, it's like 99% occur. I think in the first 16 weeks.
Yeah.
And it's less than 1% occur that in the third trimester. If a woman has carried a fetus to term to the 9th month, it's quite obviously that the case that if they're getting an abortion, there's something going on. The fetus is not viable, poses a threat to the mother. And it's a
Can I
fucking
say it's
horrific
often...
situation that we have a situation now where in like 24 states, women are literally waiting in the parking lot of hospitals until they go into sepsis because the laws are written like every single abortion ban has exceptions for the life of the mother, I believe, but they're written so vaguely that none of these doctors want to take the risk of saying, well, this is a direct threat to the mother's life. They have to wait until there's actually a threat that manifests. And this is just something that's wildly.
That'll be the next thing on Twitch, by the way.
If you show up in an
live
emergency
stream
room and your life is at risk, they have to serve you, right?
Right.
That's what they're waiting on.
They have to wait until it's an immediate risk. They have to wait. So the threat of sepsis is not enough. They have to wait until the woman actually goes.
Right?
The
Like
threat of
imagine
them
her in her
parking
car.
should be enough.
The threat of a pregnant woman pulling into a parking lot.
Did you know that the average woman is too fat now for Plan B to be effective? Did you guys know that?
That is something that I learned from Dick. I learned from you on See, this is where Dick and Woody are the most
It's
like
important.
You know how many fat girls you have to raw dog to just know that off the cuff, Dick? Jesus Christ.
The only person I know who hates fat people as much as Woody is Dick.
Yeah,
it's he hates fat. Like someone will be like,
C.
"There's murders happening. Gun
C.
violence is out of control." And Dick's quote tweet will be like, "The average woman's weight is 181 pounds. I don't give a fuck about anything until this is solved."
Stupid.
Holy shit, is that true?
It's something like that, and I know that
it ain't 180, bro. Like,
no, it's like 174.6 or something like that.
Man, that's a big gal.
Yeah.
I bet a lot of them are those UFC
That's who you want around
type,
Trump. You want Lizzo's and her big girls as the Secret Service around Trump, not that little Tinkerbell that they have.
Zach, throw up Shane Gillis' sister. I get a laugh every time I see that shit. You know, I saw some more video today of Trump arriving to the local hospital or whatever to get checked out, and Shane Gillis' sister is outside the car again, and she still can't get her pistol in her holster. She's falling. There she is.
Yeah, I need Lizzo right there. Lizzo and all her big girls.
Oh,
you
shit.
know?
Dude, man, is this the A team we've got here, Kimberly?
I want to reply to that, Kyle. I have a bit of a leftist position on this. So I think we'll find common ground that fucking fatty over there shouldn't be doing that job. So like, let's take that and agree. But I do think those two women in particular have been singled out as if they're the cause of this security breach. Yeah. And I found myself, I didn't hard scope any of the boys to see if they did a good job, but I did hard scope both of the women to see if they belong there. And I judged one maybe and the other no. That was
Zach. I'm sending you the picture of the lady not doing her job.
Okay.
Are you talking about the one that couldn't put the gun in the holster?
I know there's an edited version of that video. I haven't seen the unedited. Like I don't know.
We throw that one up.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that she was having trouble getting it back in the holster.
Yeah, the reason people are pointing out that stuff is because of the head of the Secret Service's previous comments about DEI and trying to get the number of female agents in the agency up to 30% from 24%. And that was a big part of her. I mean, it's a quote. And so then you look and you see a gunman climbing onto a building. There's video of him an hour there before scoping the place out in the background. There's 2 minutes of people going, there's a guy right there. They're on camera. They're filming the sniper. They're like, he's there. He's got a gun. Then they send fucking Andy Griffith up a ladder. Dude points a gun at him and Andy falls off the ladder and hurts himself. During the time Trump was being shot. Yes. During the time Trump is being shot, fucking Barney Fife is laying on the ground with his ankle sprained, having a boo-boo. You know that building that he shot off? You know what was inside of it? Can anyone guess?
Secret Service guy.
A team of Secret Service snipers were inside the building. They asked Kimberly, hey, why wasn't the team like on the building or maybe like pointing out the windows or something? She's like, that roof is so slanted. You know,
was not.
Look at the roof behind Trump. It's a peak. It's like a barn peak. And the guy's up there like a badass. Like those two look like they knew what they were doing. That rifle that guy's got.
Right now? Are you serious
I'm not
that the building
everything
had
I've
Secret Service in it?
Yes.
I've heard that
inside
too.
Of it.
I think that's
either inside
confirmed.
And the only like it's either in the building the guy was on top of, or you can tell they're connected with a very short walkway of maybe 8 feet to another identical building. They may have been in that building. It's one or the other. That's the like 100% truth of the matter.
I want to lay out the point I was getting to, which is everyone, including me, hard scoped these girls to see if they were doing a good job. But I think the actual like place that went wrong was someone above them, like someone who decided that roof didn't need to be taken care of.
That's Iranian death threat upgraded Secret Service protection.
So the person at the very top of this, the person at the very top of the Secret Service, I'm willing to look at her, right? That seems like something went wrong there. She didn't put the right people on the case. And I don't know who was in charge of that day, but we should be looking at that guy or girl.
Wait, wasn't it also the case that the local PD fucked up as well?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But the my argument to that would be like still like going after Kimberly and the Secret Service and them. They've been so incompetent here that it makes it appear to conspiracy theorists that it's set up. And I don't believe in most conspiracy theories because you need too many smart people to keep a lie, and that's so hard to do. It just doesn't work most of the time.
Did you see what came out? They eventually cracked the kid's phone. And they discovered that he was looking up, the FBI Director Wray came out and said he was looking up images of both Biden and Trump. He was looking up event dates for both candidates. And he was also Googling major depressive order, which is like, this is usually the case. So people immediately want to assume that there's some like ideological motive to these things. But when you go back to the Reagan assassination thing, he was trying to impress like Jodie Foster. And it appears that this kid might have been motivated by just a sense of like, just
fame.
wanted to go out banging. Yeah.
Did you see his message on Steam or whatever? It was like, tomorrow is my debut or some shit like that.
Was that confirmed?
It was like,
I heard that was not true.
So
I don't know if
it's
you're wrong
reported
for sure,
widely. I think I'm 100% on this. Super widely. So go back to that picture. That's important stuff. So
what was that?
Exactly. So in the bottom left, that remote control, that's they're saying was a detonator that he was going to use to set off the explosives that supposedly were in his car. It's not like I don't recognize that as a detonator, but that's what it's being used as. It's from some other electronic. It's actually in a Nest.
Is that an
iPhone? I don't know.
I have no idea.
It's a phone. It's his phone.
Maybe a Samsung. It's either Samsung or iPhone.
Can you imagine being the guy to pull that battery out of that thing? Just think, that would be so scary.
Like, oh shit! I hope I don't explode.
Sucks about the whole thing, because if it really was incompetence, did they fuel just the worst conspiracy theories with that? Which is
I don't think it's a setup unless you think the setup was them saying,
Here, Kyle, the gaming thing wasn't true.
Send the B team. Send the B team to Trump. And actually send half the B team. I think that could have been done. I don't think you're going to get a Secret Service agent to do anything other than their fucking job, though. Man, woman, or child.
I saw people saying that
maybe not child.
I saw some people trying to latch on to like Iran doing it. And like, maybe I just have too much faith in Iran as a country, but there is no fucking way Iran sends this retard to shoot a political
2 minutes.
Like there's no way. There's no way.
2 minutes.
It just doesn't make sense.
That seems to be breaking news that now that's not his Steam account. Thank you, Woody.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Zach, I've seen a lot of people call him Retardy Oswald, and I've liked that.
I've got a picture of his headshot, but I don't think we should show that. I sent it to you guys on WhatsApp.
You did, and I couldn't tell if that was...
You didn't like that?
real?
100%.
That was a real picture? I don't like dead people.
There was some really wild stuff that came out where
cool,
it was revealed that Trump had and I'm sure all candidates have databases or whatever.
Got me all bricked
the
up.
Trump campaign had a database of voters where they had profiled voters in like various states, and his dad had a profile, and they had like a numerical scoring system, and this dad apparently scored like 99.5% on this like Republican-o-meter. They gave him strong marks for being a hunter, a gun advocate, and a Republican voter.
He had Trump signs in his front yard.
If this guy's a loser teenager, his dad
It's-
being a hardcore Trump guy makes it seem like he'd like Trump less, doesn't it?
Yeah, he hates his dad, so he's taking it out on the whole country.
There's just no indication that this was politically motivated. There's just
I don't think there is.
Killed a Republican president.
Yeah, but he didn't
probably
mean
a pretty good indicator.
My take on this,
try to kill a
He did do
Republican
that.
presidential nominee.
Dude, they had his
kill Trump. You know,
he did try to kill.
Lots of people hate pedophiles. It might have been that. It might have been his rides on Epstein's plane. It might have been the
You
Epstein
guys don't think it's
call
politically
logs.
motivated again, huh? The guys who hate Trump?
Maybe he doesn't
shocker.
like people who go into the
Again.
backstage of the Miss Teen USA contest and brag about it on Howard
The guys who
Stern.
just tried to kill the Republican president. It might not be politically
There's a lot of
motivated
things
at
to
all.
dislike about
wait,
Trump.
wait,
We don't
again,
know.
the
Anyone
guy-
could know.
the guy
Hey, I
who
know
tried
because
to-
I'm not a retard.
The guy who the guy who tried to kill Reagan did it because he was literally trying to impress Jodie Foster. So
Man,
yes,
I wish I could hear all this.
Man, I would Hutch on this one.
This is so gay.
I'm open. Listen, it could be the fact that he was radicalized to the left and became a progressive in like 7 months or whatever, and then hates his dad or whatever. Maybe, but like there's just no information right now to suggest that.
Look at his arms.
I don't know what that means.
He's got little noodle arms. There's some fucking liberal.
I was with
How
Hutch.
much more evidence do you need?
God damn it!
He was a member
Can't
of a
argue
gun
with that.
club.
Checkmate.
He was a member of a
God
gun
damn it,
club.
Dick, you've done it.
His former classmates describe him as a staunch conservative. I mean, it's just whatever. But I'm not going to sit here and say like
Hutch is right.
it's
You're
motivated by this thing or that thing.
Hutch is right, and I saw that
trying
kid's
to
guidance
kill
counselor.
Political nominees politically motivated.
I saw that kid's
How do
guidance
you
counselor.
know? Again, okay, listen. He was Googling major depressive disorder. This kid was not okay. He was just not okay. And people, when they're in that state, they just do crazy shit sometimes for no discernible reason. He could have just wanted to go out with a bang or whatever. So
Guys, I'm
that's
sucking cocks because I'm depressed, not because I'm gay, right?
You're felching, okay? And nothing makes you feel better than a little felch. Yeah, it's different, and we all support it. I'd be okay with the president.
Don't say a little felch anymore. I don't like that.
You haven't been the same since I told you about figging. While we're on the topic of pedophiles, like we got to shift over to Dr. Disrespect a little bit, because that's somewhere we can all agree, right? That hey, if this had happened in the UK, it'd be perfectly legal. So what's the big stink? Am I right?
It happened in California where it's illegal, and I didn't like him to begin with. So.
I said if you biased.
Wait, do we know the age?
Dr. Disrespect could have gotten a fucking parking ticket, and Woody would have been like, "Yeah, piece of shit, hate him, worst guy."
Right. He double parks. I'm like, you wait long enough, and you see your enemy's bodies float down the river.
I had people in my chat telling me that you called this like years ago or something.
What's that?
I had people in my chat saying like, Woody called this like years ago. Like, I had no idea that you had a.
I hope that's true. I don't remember calling.
You did. Whenever the ban happened, you were the one who was wanting to be like, who knows? He could have killed somebody. He could have raped a baby, or
here's what I definitely did call. I know this. I said that because he was also. I was like, he did something over text. That's why Discord got rid of him too.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that wild? That's a whole nother level of like dirty talk we don't even know about, because the shit we know about is Twitch whispers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah, we don't know what happened on Discord, if anything.
Yeah, that's great.
No,
that's
I think
great.
the reporting from Slasher was that the Discord ban happened because people from Twitch had a relationship with Discord, and then they shared the information. I think that's what Slasher's reporting said.
Okay. That makes.
We don't know what
sense.
they said on Discord. Still is true.
Betty said some. He said dirty stuff on Discord too.
Right. I want to see the texting. Twitch Whispers is the only medium in which he was trying to find women to bang.
Well,
guys got to use Signal.
I don't think
man.
we're ever true, but I don't think we're ever going to see those whispers. It was involved a minor, and there's it's the internet, like you could type one sentence and people can figure out who you are and where you live, and so there's all kinds of reasons why we'd never see the whispers. But yeah, the whole thing, like the thing the next day when he put the message out, and then he edited out minor.
Ooh,
yes,
and then put it back in was just like, this is so surreal. Like this,
dude. If you take minor out, you got to stick with that decision. You can't drive that back into the message.
He was hoping that there wouldn't be a notation anymore. It was becoming a secondary story that a minor. Well, I mean, she was, but probably doesn't sound good. You just know he wrote that out, and somebody came over his shoulder and was like, "Oh, minor." Let's find a colorful way. Are there any euphemisms coming to mind? Let's work around. And then he saw that it says, "Oh, you've edited this and removed the word minor." He's like, shit! I told you. My honesty first, honey. And
I spoke to a time insufficient person.
He was doing damage control, most likely with like trembly fingers and butterflies in his belly.
Oh, that's
just like, how can I fucking minimize this? And he types out this tweet trying to admit to like 10% of the shit he did. And then it's like, oh, that was still too much. I guess inappropriate sexting with children is not cool. So he removed the minor part. and then is like, oh, now I'm busted. I should have Googled to see what this would be. And this guy is just so fucked. It's not good to fuck children.
The most bizarre
Yeah,
thing
it is
from
not
all of that.
and,
Bold stance, I know.
It was the juxtaposition when he got the text. Well, we assume it was the text from the gaming studio or whatever, when he was playing Elden Ring. Like the moment when he looks down at his phone.
Oh my God, yes.
And the Elden Ring music in the background, which is somber and like, and then he gets on his what's the horse called in Elden Ring again? I can't remember, but he gets on his horse and then he's literally just. No, that was he gets on his horse and he starts running in circles aimlessly. I thought that was such a fascinating look into the psychology of somebody who's having like a horrible moment, like live.
The world is collapsing.
Yes. Yes, that was crazy. I know exactly what you're talking about. I didn't see the part where he was going in circles, but I did see like the moment he starts reading it, and you can see he's like, it almost seems like he's playing it up. He's twitching. He starts twitching. His mustache starts twitching around, and he's just like, he's got those mirrored glasses. Thank God. Like it must be great to hide behind those all the time, and just especially in a moment like that. But Jesus.
I know
his
wife stuck with him through the cheating. I wonder if she knew about the intended pedophile motives. Like, did she also forgive that?
That word, Woody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I making Dr. Disrespect look bad?
Do you think it was a girl or a little boy?
We think it was both. My vote is both.
The trans, what's the worst thing it could be? Oh, there was a trans.
Kyle's opinion is that he is technically a bebophile or whatever, and thus it's okay.
A hebophile. Get it right.
A hebophile, someone who loves
like
Jews.
Nuance there. I think there's nuance there,
me.
but that's never an argument that's going to be compelling to people on the internet. Like nobody cares about that distinction. You know what I mean? So
I love all the right wing guys.
We've gone through Dr. Disrespect a bit and multiple times. I don't know how much more new stuff has come out, but we have Dick on the show right now. And if you guys recall, last time Dick was on. And the boogie news about cancer came up.
Oh,
Dick threw a borderline parade where he's like, "Good, fuck it, die, you fat piece of shit." It turned out I was
right. He was faking it the whole time. Now the joke's on me because I want him to have cancer. He got away with it. He fucking got away with it. Boogie did.
That's that piece of shit.
Now he's gonna live to the ripe old age of 59 with that hot piece of ass he's got. Die of a heart attack like a real American. Are you up to speed
on this?
Yeah, they did another stream last night with him and Keem and Destiny, where Destiny was like pressing him even more, and it was just brutal.
Destiny did a stream in the midst of all this about. Wait, hold on. Destiny in the midst of calling for violence or whatever the fuck against. Like,
when he goes into his edgelord thing, he doesn't give a fuck. Like he just full sends that he has done this many times. He's not going to just not go.
I am so impressed by Destiny's talent. If I gave him an hour and a half and said we were going to do a debate on fucking how to I don't know what it's called when you make horse hooves smaller, he would be a subject. What fairing? Yeah. He'd be a subject matter expert by the time we rolled around. He'd be talking about pus and admits and whatever. This guy can come up to speed on anything and win a debate. I can't do that. It has to be in my wheelhouse. Anyway, so I saw him debunk his cancer claims of like elevated blood cell levels or whatever, and I'm like, what? Now he's a doctor. Is there anything you can't come up to speed on?
He's like
Batman. It felt like you were watching a prosecutor. It felt like you were watching like a really prepared prosecutor like, during that.
Yeah. So was Destiny? I saw a still of Boogie. It was just Boogie holding a knife, and someone was like, "Boogie's threatening to kill himself on a stream." And so I guess he was talking to Keem and Destiny at that point.
He was talking to Keem and Destiny kept on pressing him more. And every time Boogie would try to do something, Destiny would just like completely dismantle what he was saying and explain why it made no sense. He was talking about the specific medical condition, so obviously he spent some time researching it.
Wild.
But yeah, I think Woody's right. Like people.
Wait, but he's not a doctor. Like Destiny doesn't know what he's talking about with this polycytothermia.
He sounded like one.
Dude, he sounds like one. He sounds like one.
He's not a doctor, though.
Yeah, but Boogie's,
yeah, but Dick, he read 5 paragraphs on Wikipedia and he parodied it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But
hold on. Wait a second. The allegation that Destiny only reads Wikipedia articles is nonsense. You guys realize that, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Is that an allegation against him?
Yes,
it
they
would
often
be.
call him a
Because his
Wikipedia
research is
bro.
incredibly in depth. I've seen him research. I've seen him show his notes and like what he's gone through. And I'm serious. It's like he's writing a dissertation for his or some essay or something because
it just says I hate firefighters over and over 100 pages.
Yeah, I mean the allegation is that he doesn't have a deeper understanding of the subject matter.
And he does, though.
I mean,
like,
he's a master,
and it blows
he's a
me
master
away. Some will,
debater.
like just
No, I'm
some
not
will
using
just
Destiny
break,
to
like,
diagnose
Supreme,
my health.
the Chevron decision, right? I saw him doing a debate on it, and they're like, have you read the Chevron decision? He's like, well, it's 900 pages. I'm halfway through. And then he starts accurately recalling all. I read the Mueller report. If you quiz me on it, I hope I could get a D.
So
like I'm not Destiny. I don't have this.
You'd
He
pass,
also got on
D-passes.
Vyvanse in the last couple of years, which is like ADHD medication. And so he used to do this thing where he would like play video games and kind of talk at the same time. And now like all of his attention and focus is on Woody's right. When he when he wants to learn about stuff, like he will spend hours and 10-hour streams just researching stuff. And it's definitely not just Wikipedia.
Oh, it's wild. He reads the source material, and this means like Supreme Court decisions, things like the Mueller report or whatever drops. That thing where they said Joe Biden was a sympathetic old man, so they weren't going to charge him. He read that, the whole thing.
The Her report.
What was his take on that?
You.
Because sounds bad.
I don't remember.
I mean, obviously Biden's immune for anything he did ever, right?
The Her report. The thing
although
that made
I think some of that goes back to when he was in the Senate, that he had some classified documents from there. So
the thing that made headlines when it came to the Her report was that he one of the reasons why he declined to prosecute is because he felt like the Biden could reasonably invoke a defense that would portray him as a well-meaning elderly old man who forgets stuff. Ooh. But there were also there were so many other details of that report, like the fact that he had these documents in his basement, like half open next to like a broken lamp in a dog kennel. He thought that was that could convince a jury that he himself didn't know that those documents were had the classified markings. There were also he could make a credible claim that his aides had taken these boxes out of the Senate building or whatever, and then put it in it wasn't just like the elderly thing. That's obviously the thing that made the headlines, but there were like 4 or 5 other things.
It was so interesting to see such a tit for tat simultaneously, that they had both done the exact same thing, but one was a tottering old man who can't his memory can't be counted on. He's the president.
They did not
and
do
the
the
other
same thing. They did not do the same thing because Biden's own lawyers found those. After the thing with the stuff with Trump came out, Biden's lawyers went to his various properties and combed through all of his shit. They found the stuff. They presented it to the FBI. He cooperated with the special counsel at every turn. He sat down, gave him an hours-long interview. Donald Trump did not do that on the classified documents case.
I don't know how the offense is any different just because he came forward.
The offense is that Trump was obstructing the case. He asked his lawyers to lie to the FBI.
Charge.
He asked his underlings to destroy evidence. He lied about what documents he still had in his possession. And Nara and the FBI were trying to work with the Trump camp for like a year and a half. They gave him so much leniency. And when they had firm evidence from witnesses that he still kept onto deliberately classified information at Mar-a-Lago, that's when they did the raid. So it's just nothing like.
I hope they don't throw the whole case out.
True.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, they're going to appeal that to the 11th Circuit, which is.
Is there anything that Trump didn't do illegally? I just want to know that, like, he's keeping illegal boxes in his house and guys are pretending to be electors illegally. That's Trump's. Is there anything he did that's not illegal?
I mean, you're making a strong case for why Trump would be a bad president, or at least an immoral one. I'm kind of agreeing.
The economy disagreed with you while he was president. Does that matter, or was that illegal too?
Did it? So I kind of remember there being fewer jobs at the end of his term than the start.
Oh, well, Woody, this fake disease that went all over.
You walked into my trap. So here's the thing. Everyone's
you activated my trap card. Yeah. Do you think that like COVID is some COVID destroyed? They locked the economy down. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people lost their jobs because of the COVID shit.
Okay, so I'll respond. People give Biden a hard time about inflation, right? And the deal is, coming into his term, there was a supply chain problem. So we all know supply and demand sets prices. When the supply crashed, because of all these things, there weren't enough container ships. There weren't enough containers themselves. There wasn't enough plastic to make whatever. All these hiccups in the supply chain, demand stayed the same, but supply dropped and prices went up. But no one gives Biden a pass for the COVID-related inflation that happened from the supply chain hiccups. Yeah. They say that's Biden's fault. But everybody gives Trump a pass for the jobs lost under his thing. If it's Trump, then it doesn't matter. It's COVID. It's an act of God. It's not his fault. If it's Trump, Biden, he fouled up.
And Trump signed 2 stimulus packages into law during his presidency, which helped Americans across the board. On average, Americans save money during COVID. Of course, you can find individual instances where this didn't happen, but on average, Americans actually saved money during the. You can look it up. They on
free
average,
COVID money was good for America. Wealth, you're saying?
No. I'm saying that it was not just Biden's stimulus. The reason why supply chains got rocked when they did, when the country reopened after the vaccine was being distributed, is because Americans had more net wealth than they did before, on average, than before the pandemic. So if you're going to blame Biden for inflation, which contributed to this exceeding demand, which the supply chains couldn't meet, obviously you would have to paint some of the blame at Trump as well for adding to that stimulus.
But this idea that like all the inflation, the idea that all the inflation is like supply chain related is untrue. A huge amount of it had to do with these stimulus bills that printed trillions of dollars, and then we support. Then we add a couple more forever wars onto the end of it. Support those, just print more money. Like
macroeconomics aside,
supply chain relation. If it were solely supply chain related, we would have seen a short-term influx in pricing and then a return to average prior to the event. That's not what we saw because it wasn't supply chain solely supply chain.
No, you're off target. That supply chain problem lasted for a year or two. It kept going and dragging on. You act like it was a little hiccup. No.
Like supply for oil,
what's being blamed on that? Inflation?
Inflation. I'm trying to explain inflation because everyone is giving Trump a pass.
It's not just printing money.
For the deaths, for the unemployment. But no one gives Biden a pass for when people had money in their pocket and the supply chain couldn't meet it.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are talking about like magical mysticism stuff.
No,
the inflation is printing money.
That is the problem, right? Like if it's not the simplest of things to understand, then people are just like, I don't know. I don't think so. I disagree. And then I can't win this debate unless I somehow get you to agree with me, which you just can choose not to. The Trump was in that position earlier tonight, right? Where you're like, it's because I'm not retarded. And what he has to get you to start lining up. Like it's an impossible situation.
Demand for oil plummeted.
COVID destroyed the COVID and the subsequent lockdowns destroyed our economy.
Yeah,
destroyed it. Millions of people lost their jobs.
No, I'm not.
You're saying that's not true?
Well, when we talk about lockdowns, like in California, for example, the lockdown was like 3 weeks, and then the
lockdown was fucked.
Oh, dude, come on.
In California, I live in LA, bro. The lockdown was totally fucked. Are you insane?
They shuttered businesses so they weren't operating at the same level that they were before, but it was within like 2 or 3 months that you could go to like outdoor restaurants or whatever. So it's not like literally the entire economy shut down, but we were also in the middle of an once in a generation pandemic that killed 1 million people. Like, so what, and people at the time, like the CDC or whoever that was setting these standards, all they're trying to do in that
around
moment
all over the place. Businesses were locked down.
I'm sorry if you can't.
They were locked down all over.
What I'm saying, I don't think I'm rambling at all. The issue here with the inflation is that it is just a plain fact that Donald Trump signed a stimulus package with a PPP protection program, which added $600 per week every month on top of existing unemployment benefits, and Americans broadly were able to save money. So by the time these industries opened back up, demand was insane because people had all this money to spend. In 3 weeks? No, we're talking about
California lockdown was 3 weeks, right? And then we could go eat outside in a park or something.
The literal shelter in place was, I think, like 3 weeks, right? Are you disagreeing with that? Should we just look it up?
Dude, the economy was
this goes back to like
don't
me
let
not
you
being
look things up. They
retarded.
never do.
The California lockdown lasted forever. There was working. Everyone was working from home. Restaurants and businesses.
As well. If you want to get dinner sometime, we can do that. But like,
yeah, we can go to a nice outdoor restaurant. Like restaurants are permanently outside now. Are you saying this lie to people that California was not locked down?
No,
Wait,
I'm
you
saying-
can't eat
the fuck
inside anymore,
down.
Nick?
I'm saying the rhetoric that we use sometimes, I think, exaggerates what happened. It's no question that the ordinances that were put into place, businesses had to operate at like a limited function. But when we talk about lockdown, the actual shelter in place, I don't think that lasted longer than like 2 or 3 weeks. And I just feel like people
Totally
blow
wrong. People
Okay,
left the state. It still hasn't recovered from COVID. LA specifically and California has not recovered from COVID.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, I think your
go out to
life
dinner all
before
the time.
COVID was sitting in your room if you think it's recovered. It hasn't. LA's totally destroyed still.
I can't speak for LA,
How do you?
but the nation has recovered. Jobs.
Hold on, let's let Dick.
No,
and
hold
Hutch
on.
go.
I get a chance to. The
Yeah, go for it.
unemployment has
Well,
been
no.
below 4% for like a record number of months or quarters, whatever that is now. The stock market passed 40,000. If this was Trump, he'd be taking credit for this economy. I just went to Charlotte. The roads were busy with people coming home from work. I could hardly get a reservation at the restaurants. We were down to our third and fourth choices. The hotel, the valet wait was like an hour to get our car. Business is booming. Cities are packed. People are working. This idea that the economy isn't doing well is just a thing that the Republicans keep saying in an effort to win an election.
Dude, do
I
you,
get
do
the
you
strategy.
go to grocery stores? Do you buy groceries? It's so fucking expensive
fucked.
that people
It's-
like me are price
Yeah.
sensitive now. Meat
But
is
again-
so much more expensive than it was 5 years ago. Commodities are
printed
so
money.
much more
Woody's
expensive than it was 5 years
point.
ago.
Woody's point is that if you're going to blame inflation on Biden, then yeah, we get to blame job losses on Trump because some
there are
level of
job
infl-
losses.
Some, of course,
There were
Nobody
job
said
losses
that- no-
under Trump. That's what I
nobody
was
said that-
saying. And you
They're
guys
recovered
say
now.
those aren't real job losses because they're COVID. Well, then this isn't real inflation because of COVID.
No,
But it
they're both
exists. You can-
real. They're both real things. The difference is like I dislike how Trump handled that. He shouldn't
Yeah.
have played into the lockdown. It destroyed our economy. It's a
He
it's a
didn't play
huge
into the
negative thing.
lockdown. He didn't even do that for the record. I mean, for like 2 weeks he pretended to be like strict about the stuff, and after like 3 weeks he was saying it's going to
Dude,
be
he was
over by
taking
Easter.
credit for the vaccine.
It's going to be over by
He was
Easter.
taking
It's
credit
gonna-
for the vaccine.
He
As
did.
he
He
should.
he
As
does
he
the Trump
should.
two-step, right, where he says both things, and then you can hear whatever you want. He was telling people that they can't wear masks purely because he thought that if people wore masks, it would hurt him in the election. And he's also telling people that this vaccine is God's gift and he's responsible for it. Trump talks on both sides all the time, and it's infuriating.
But the masks were
agree?
dumb, right?
Do you
don't
two
know.
agree? Like Taylor,
You don't
and,
know? A piece of cloth over your face was
Biden
did
doesn't wear
nothing?
one. Did you see
Taylor and
Biden
Dick,
getting
Taylor
on Air
and Dick.
Force One? He's got no mask. None of the Secret Service have masks. Like, what
Do you
happened?
guys-
That's interesting.
Do you guys
That's
agree?
interesting.
Do you guys agree
COVID
that Donald
conspiracy.
Trump? Do you guys agree that Donald Trump signed 2 stimulus packages into law?
Hated it. Yeah.
Right. So, do you understand that he had to have contributed to part of that inflation?
Yes,
Yeah, of
yes,
course.
a
Yeah.
huge
Okay.
amount. Like I'm
So-
not all about. I'm not the
COVID
biggest
ruined
Trump
the
fan.
economy,
I see Trump as a better alternative to the other side. I'm not a big Trump fanboy. I think he does a bunch of fucking retarded shit. I don't
Yeah.
like his constant promotion of funding Israel forever and ever. Like he does a bunch of shit I don't like. And so
How do you
this
feel
idea
about-
that like it has to be president versus president. No, the way they both handled it was bad, and it was a net negative for American people.
Here's what I struggle with, and maybe you guys can help me figure this out. Like, how
I'm
do you
here.
feel generally speaking about January 6th?
It's funny.
It's funny. Okay.
It was
It was an
hilarious,
act
yeah.
of. I feel like
Taylor-
whenever I call it treason, they're like, technically it's not treason. Treason has to do with being in war. But it was the least patriotic thing a human can do. He tried to keep himself in power illegally, immorally. Everything bad about a president can't happen that day. He watched people violently break into the Capitol building and stood down. And now he lies about it and says, oh, it's really Pelosi's fault or whatever that bullshit is.
Wait, that's true though.
No, it's
He
not.
asked for.
See,
he
that's
asked
one of the
for
problems
cops.
with that is
No.
not true. Actually,
It's
he
not true.
says it all the time, but it didn't happen. Go Google
She
it.
didn't
Go
say no?
fact check it.
Listen,
Right?
DC,
he didn't
DC,
ask her.
DC
it
is a
wasn't.
federal district. DC is a federal district. Who's the head of the federal government? The commander in chief.
Did she say no or not?
Just
She-
Google
the
who
conversation
was in charge
never
of the National
happened.
Guard. Just Google who was in charge of the
Yeah.
National Guard.
So the conversation didn't happen.
Well, that
that
was
whole thing is
cops.
false. And so hold on. This is one of my frustrations with Trump. He tells, I'll make it up, a lie a minute, right? And then a lot of his listeners say, aha, yeah, but I know which ones are lies and which ones aren't. And here we have Dick actually believing Nancy Pelosi turned down the National Guard. People
no,
don't
not National
know.
Guard. She turned down something. I don't know what. I don't know who it was.
People don't know which ones are truth and which one are lies. It's sometimes hard to tell. And he'll stick with a lie again and again and again. So when you hear it enough, you're like, maybe it is true. Maybe there's something truthy about it. If I tell you I caught a 2.5-foot fish, you might think that fish was at least 2 foot. If Trump tells you he caught a 2.5-foot fish, he never went fishing.
I've never heard an innocent. I want to ask you guys this question. I've never heard an innocent explanation for this. So we have a firm timeline that nobody, not even Trump, disputes of what happened that day. We know that Trump gave his speech at the Ellipse and he went back to the White House at 1:20 and he was in the White House dining room at 1:25. We know this. Dozens, hundreds of witnesses attested to this. We know that he sat in the White House dining room and watched on live television cops brutalized and mutilated, literally mutilated. There were dozens of cops were mutilated that day.
Wait, when?
How are they mutilated?
On January 6th.
How are they mutilated?
Did they take years?
No.
I'm going to continue what I'm saying. So at 4:17, nearly 3 hours later, is when he
hold
finally
on.
asked
Like
them to go home.
Cops were mutilated.
They were literally mutilated. People stole their batons from them and beat them with their own batons. You had people crushed in a doorway because his Trump supporters were violently.
Didn't see that footage?
How did you not see this footage?
It's so everywhere.
I understand information silos. You can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you want. But we know
it's
for
the word, and I'm just
it's the word mutilated is ridiculous.
It's because
like,
when
what,
we ask, you start freaking out. Like this will undermine your little speech. Like their cops
if you back off mutilated
there
and make
were
it attack,
there
then
were
we all agree.
lacerations. There were broken bones. A guy named Brian Sicknick had a stroke. He died the next day. The coroner's report, the chief medical examiner.
Did Trump cause the stroke with like a stroke gun?
The coroner's report. The coroner's report. The chief medical examiner said all the events of what happened that day contributed to his condition. So we know that Donald Trump watched it live, and waited 3 hours to ask them to leave. How do you explain that?
Well, first of all, cops
got a stroke because he got too excited, and that's our fault.
Do you know more than a chief medical examiner?
I mean, if he's saying a cop shouldn't have had a stroke for being a cop, I guess. A cop
I'm a doctor.
To work
the
and
stroke
it's
was
like
caused by
he gets
the
too
events of that
stressed
day.
out and has a stroke, and that's what's his job then?
You know, the whole thing about the January 6th stuff for me, I always hear about like hours of tape that they won't give up, and I hear about that question they asked how many FBI agents were in the crowd, and they're like, we don't discuss personnel usage and placement. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Well, how many? I don't think of it as cope. I just want to know why there's any stink around this. And then I see video, and I don't think that's cope, of them being like ushered in some cases. I also see video of people breaking windows. And on top of all that, the other thing I don't care for, and Woody will say fuck around and find out, and touche, I guess she did fuck around and she did find out. But that crazy woman who tried to climb through the barricade.
Ashley Babbitt.
If you watch the video, there's like 2 or 3 SWAT guys behind her, and she's trying to climb through this like reinforced glass like window that's within the center of a doorway, and it's like they kill her.
You're not addressing my question at all.
Because you're so agitated about this narrative that you're trying to get across. It's nuts.
Well, just explain it to me. How do you explain Donald Trump watching cops get brutalized for 3 hours and before finally asking them to go home?
The cops?
Trump asked them 3 hours.
Oh my gosh. Do you really think you... Stop it, Dick.
Trump said go peacefully, no violence. And then he got banned from Twitter.
And then he watched the violence unfold live on television for 3 hours. His family begged him to ask those protesters to leave. His staff begged him to ask those protesters to leave, and it took 3 hours. So how do you explain
this? With a bullhorn? What do you mean? He said go peacefully to whatever we're doing next. Don't do any violence.
You're not
what more do you want to pin on him? Mutilated
of
police?
my question at all. You're not.
What you're asking is insane. What you're asking is why did Trump wait 3 hours to stop violence? I don't know, man. Does he have a magical anti-violence wand that he can wave?
Number one, he could have put out a message as soon as violence broke out. asking his supporters to leave.
They were fighting. They weren't tweeting.
Number two, he could have.
They had cops to mutilate. They're not on their phones.
He could have called in the National Guard immediately. He had complete authority to call in the National Guard immediately. That call had to come from Pence. He never even made that call. So
Hutch,
how do you explain that?
The reason that Trump didn't do anything for 3 hours is he was hoping the insurrection would work.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
How would it work?
He was trying to pressure Pence to reject those electors and send it back to the states so he could further litigate his claims that had already been adjudicated and settled.
So using the legal system was his
Pence
plan?
to see the writing was on the wall, and I'm surprised Pence stood by there, because like there was probably, you know how like telephone games work. I'm sure there was a moment where his Secret Service was told like they've taken the Capitol, and it's like, wait, what?
He was happy. It's
the castle has fallen.
Down there,
the castle has fallen.
He didn't give a fuck.
Wait, Hutch, you're not right. He did care. He was happy. This was what he hoped for. He said, "March down to the Capitol and fight." Right?
You guys are in a cult together.
He said
he
said to go.
Yeah,
he said to go peacefully.
You don't
He also
answer
said to
questions. You dodge questions.
It's
you
the Trump
that, right?
Hutch, you're asking loaded questions. Like you say what happened and then say, well, how do you explain what I hallucinated happened? What you're saying is totally insane about cops getting fucking mutilated, dude. Like 3 cops out of natural fucking causes. You can grab your head like you're Jesse Pinkman over and over. It doesn't make it right.
Give me the innocent explanation.
Trump said go down. Trump said go down, and we're gonna have a big rally about freedom, and we're gonna.
And then he watched cops.
Hey, you fucking interrupting jackass! I'm trying to fucking explain it to you.
You're not answering the question. You are not
Trump
answering the question.
said the beneficial.
You're not even trying to answer the question.
The generous explanation is that he said, "Hey, everybody, go down peacefully and assemble, and we're gonna have another big rally. All we do is rallies, and things got out of hand because you got a bunch of agitators in the crowd." His own some guys who are nuts, Antifa guys, and the FBI, and they're all trying to agitate everybody. Right, the FBI tried to kidnap Whitner. You smug fucks! What the fuck are you talking about? They don't do this shit.
Sure. I'm gonna ask the question again. He watched it for 3 hours. Why did he wait 3 hours to ask them to leave?
Ask who to leave? Everybody? Hey everybody! Hey everybody, leave! Hey everybody, leave!
It's not that
what do you want him to do?
Entrenched. You're just dumb. You're not answering this question, and I think it's obvious why.
What do you want him to do? What exactly did you want him to do?
Tell them to leave.
Where?
Soon.
Where?
What do you mean where? What kind of
Twitter.
Tell them! Who the fuck is them, Hutch, you jackass? Where? What do you get his fucking tin can phone? How? Where? Say it where. Say where. Where? Tell them where.
He posted at 4:17. He asked them to leave, and they left. Do you realize that?
On Twitter?
Yes.
Yes!
So you think Trump saying on Twitter, hey, everybody leave, and they all just go, well, we're out of here. See ya.
It literally
we're going.
happened. It literally happened. I
guess if it happened at the same time, then one must have caused the other. How do you get this far without I guess that's your whole platform, right? Okay. Correlation is causation. Okay. It happened at the same time, so it must have caused it. They didn't just get tired and go home. Trump, hey everybody, Trump said to go. We got to go. Let me get this lectern. Let's get out of here. Okay. Is that what you think happened? Is that what you think happened?
It literally
And Trump caused it. Trump caused it.
Yes. Why did he wait 3 hours? Have you tried to answer that question? Why?
Why did he wait 3 hours to tweet?
Yeah.
I don't know. He's probably figuring it out. What feed was he getting? Did he try to go there himself and stop it?
We know he was watching it live on TV. We know this for a fact.
So you wanted him live tweeting it?
I wanted him the second they started breaching the Capitol and attacking cops to tell them to go home. Yes.
Everybody? He doesn't think like cops have this under control?
Let's leave half of them in the Capitol. Yeah, let's just leave half of them. Of course.
Well, you guys have done that multiple times. You guys
just the ones that were
protests in the fucking Capitol all the time. So it's not really that. It's not that strange for this big of a deal.
Okay.
Do you or do you not protest in the Capitol? Have liberals ever done that?
There's a slight difference between what we've seen in the past and what we saw on
you
January
did it.
6th.
That's the difference. You guys did it, so it's fine. Yeah.
There were people, for example, that protested the Kavanaugh hearings. They got arrested. They engaged in a form of civil disobedience. People take those risks and they break the law, and they should be thrown in jail. Yes.
So your big problem with January 6th is that Trump didn't tweet it right away and say go home. That's it.
He incited a mob to storm the Capitol in an effort to pressure Pence to not certify the results of those elections.
What a story.
It's not a story. It literally happened.
Oh, man. Look at all this stuff that he did. I know because I can read his fucking mind.
And then, I don't know.
Trump, this is Trump's elaborate plan. By the way, he's a jackass and he's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's doing. But here's his elaborate scheme to somehow pressure people into using the legislative systems back in their home states. Wow, what a fucking monster.
Yes.
Thank God he didn't get away with using the system.
Yes. You still have not even tried to touch the question of why
he didn't tweet right away? I don't fucking know. Because he thought it would make it worse? Because he thought other people were just... Because he thought the Capitol Police should be there doing their job?
You're saying he thought he would make it worse by asking them to leave?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't pretend to know what's in Trump's head. He said gather peacefully. What more do you want?
Okay. Did that happen?
I mean, for the most part, yeah. Most people, the people staying in the red velvet rope, walking around the Capitol, were doing it peacefully. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I'm not, like, you're not answering the question at all.
I said I don't know why Trump didn't immediately tweet, hey, everybody disperse, everybody leave. Don't you think that'd be kind of weird?
Just try to give an innocent explanation. Try.
I just did. He's getting information and he doesn't know what to do. He figured the Capitol Police would take care of it. He figured that the fucking locks on the door would work.
No. You're speculating when we don't need to. We know he was watching it live on TV for 3 hours.
So you're saying why didn't Trump stop Ashley Babbitt from climbing in that window? Is that what you're asking? Like he should have been right there. No, I'm the hand of God. Don't do what you're about to do.
Why did he not ask them to leave?
I don't know. Because he thought the Capitol Police would figure it out. Maybe he was trying to do other things.
Okay.
No. I understand that the only reasonable explanation is that he was trying to stage a fucking coup using Cracker Barrel grandmas, right? That's the only reasonable explanation. All right, everybody, get in there and walk through the velvet ropes and go in Nancy Pelosi's office and kick your feet up. That'll really strike fear into their hearts, right? Maybe the answer's on the floor, Hutch. Okay.
Sure.
Is that? Oh yeah. So
the
am I your? Do you see your dad when you answer me like that?
What?
You have this smug, like sarcastic attitude with them.
Listen, I would encourage everybody who's listening to this right now.
Me too.
I would encourage everybody who's listening to this right now. The New York Times compiled a 40-minute compilation of videos that was assembled from footage from hundreds of people that day, and it documents in detail the hours of brutal violence. It was not just
mutilated.
It was not just QAnon grandma walking around the Capitol. You know that it's not true.
I mean, there's tons of people there. I'm sure there's a bunch of assholes too. The FBI's there. I don't like them.
Why would you focus on the grandma who was walking around the Capitol and not the people who were taking American flags and beating cops with them? That you guys are the guys that are the ones that normally say the thin
cops
blue line,
weren't fucking
back to
beaten,
blue, et cetera, and now all of you think that these cops were like fucking deep state in on some Fed conspiracy.
Why were the doors open?
No, not the cops. Not the cops for sure. They got
FBI.
Their asses whooped. I think there was FBI in that crowd, essentially entrapping people by being like, yeah, come on, do it. If you've ever been in like a group fight of teenagers, there's one guy who's like, yeah, you should go get him. You fuck him up. You're a legend of the dots.
Why would the FBI incite a mob?
To do their job of arresting people. The FBI's job is to arrest terrorists, so they're going to cause terrorism. I mean, this is basic stuff. They do it all the time.
Well,
yeah,
that's all fascinating.
This feels a lot like that
certainly-
time when they
that's
said it
certainly a
wasn't really Trump supporters there. It was all Antifa, right?
Mhm.
We would never do the January 6th thing. That was Antifa. It's grasping at straws to not take responsibility for this.
Who, me? I didn't
I
do
wasn't
it.
there.
Yes.
The people that were there.
I was at BLM, and there were Antifa guys there.
All right.
100%.
Credit to you.
Doing bad shit.
Funny. I didn't mean to say you personally, but I'm obviously talking about the protesters that were there. And they're trying to say that wasn't Trump's people. Those were Antifa people. But we all know that's stupid, right? We do.
I mean, I'm sure it was both being bad guys. Like, I don't know. There's just
bad on both sides.
Is Antifa here with us now?
Okay.
Yes. They're all over.
All right.
What do you?
I've
been violently assaulted by
Antifa
guys. What are you talking about? A self-identifying Antifa guy threw me into a concrete bunker in front of Netflix.
I was seeing people say Antifa shot Trump, whatever it was, last weekend, and I'm like, my gosh, everything's Antifa. Antifa's everywhere. It's the go-to boogeyman for the right.
Al Qaeda.
I would rather you just say. The left poses. I believe the left poses such a serious threat that I'm okay with Donald Trump taking whatever steps he felt was necessary to stay in power. I would just much rather you just be honest about it instead of trying to come up with these bullshit excuses.
See, this is why everything you say is so loaded. It's like, I want you to say, and then you give your insane opinion that I don't think, and then you act like a smug prick when I don't agree with it. I just wish you would say you want to kill liberals. Why won't you admit it?
I'm not saying you want to kill liberals. I'm saying that people broadly on the right view the left as this deranged mob of people that want to mutilate and sexually abuse kids and destroy democracy, replace capitalism with communism, replace God with Satan. And they're ready for someone like Trump to come in who openly floated suspending the Constitution. You know, like he just openly said it. And so I just don't understand this idea that you have to like jump through hoops. Just fucking say, you know what? I'm ready for a king. I am ready for this American democratic project to end, and I'm ready for a strong man to come in and protect the country from these godless liberals. We all know that's what you think.
This really plays to your audience who sees all conservatives as one person. But this might shock you, but we're all individuals who think that Trump had different reasons for doing what he did. A lot of us don't think that election was valid. A lot of us think
based on nothing.
But wait, this goes into the question that Trump was trying to get to. Like, why did Trump wait 3 hours? I think Dick is like, I'm okay with it because I think that election was shady.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I don't know what Trump tried to do in those 3 hours to stop it.
Nothing.
And
what do you mean you don't know? What do you mean you don't know? We have a historical record of what happened that day. He tweeted 2 times and said remain peaceful during a riot, and then 3 hours finally asked them to leave. We know this. This is not like, well, I don't know. Well, go back and look at what happened. This is not
it's such a weird thing to focus on when the J6 thing didn't do anything. It was mostly people walking around.
They had to evacuate the Senate chambers. They had to delay the certification of the elect. They literally had to stop what they were doing and evacuate
Holy shit, a whole
senators.
day? Oh my God. Did they still manage to spend all of our money in that day? I hope so.
What bothers me is their goal wasn't to delay it for a day. Their goal was to stop this, what is it called? Ratification of the votes of the Electoral College and slip in the fake Electoral College that Trump had handpicked who would ignore the will of the voters and choose him instead. That was the
Not all of them though, right? You don't think everyone there that day had that in mind, do you?
No, but I think they were following Trump's instructions. I think
Trump's instructions were to be peaceful.
He said both things. This is the Trump two-step. You're not on the show every week, but it's a thing I say a lot where I give these examples of Trump who says one thing and the other, and people say, oh, but wait, he said the other. But he said both. He said good. Yeah. I'm sorry. But Trump did say, you're going to lose your country if you don't fight. And he also said, but peaceful. And now both sides get to hear what they want.
But you can't say fight means violent, though. Like, that's like political rhetoric.
You know, I hear you. All right. And I ask myself if I would make that same argument if it was my guy. But he's made a lot of violent requests, you know, and
it's the same as the fucking bullseye shit. Like they're trying to pin. The way I see fight politically is the same way I see bullseye. I remember when they did it to Sarah Palin. I know now they're doing it to Biden, where they're like, "Oh, he said put a bullseye on him," and it's like, yeah, that's stupid rhetoric, meaning we need to target this person and try and shut him down. The same way fight means go there, rally, do what you need, like fucking cheer and rah rah shish boom bah your shit, but do it peacefully.
Well,
he likes them in there delaying. There was a procedure where he was about to be officially the loser of the election. And I think he really liked that it wasn't happening. I think he liked that they were in there preventing Congress from doing his job.
Well, let me just ask you guys a question. If it was true that Joe Biden And the Democratic Party apparatus engaged in massive fraud all over the country and literally stole the election, as Trump was alleging. Would January 6th have been justified?
More than January 6th.
If they actually did, 100%.
Exactly.
No, it's still a crime.
Exactly. They would have been justified. If Biden actually did this coup, it would have been justified. And what did
But that's
Trump
a hindsight thing.
Yeah, but what would have been justified? Doing a parade? Illegal parading?
No, I'm saying it would have been justified. And what did
What would have
Trump
been
do?
justified?
The thing that
Invading
happened.
the Capitol, trying to do a coup.
Yeah.
We would applaud it if it happened in
That
like a
wasn't
Central American
that wasn't
country.
a coup, though. It's just
I
a
mean, it
bunch
doesn't
of old
seem
people
like a
walking around.
But
genuine
this is the context.
It doesn't
This is
seem
the
like
context.
nobody brought guns.
Yeah.
Nobody was
That's
fucking
not true.
being
That's
like
not true.
shooting.
There were multiple
trying-
people. That's not true. There were multiple people that.
How
that
many
were arrested
people
on
were
gun
shot
charges
on
that day.
January 6th?
Somebody-
Yeah,
Other than
people.
Ashley Babbitt, how many
got
people?
that.
Hold
Hold on. How many people other than Ashley Babbitt were shot on January 6th?
Nobody. But you said there was no guns that day. But
Who were they going to shoot, Taylor? They were all on
Okay,
the same
so I guess
side.
the
Hold on.
FBI had guns.
Hold on. What happened that day is Donald Trump went to that ellipse and he gave that preliminary speech to his rally to his supporters, and he told them they stole this election. There was massive fraud. Mike Pence needs to do the right thing and save the country from the people that are stealing. So he implanted this thought in their minds that was based on nothing, absolutely nothing. No court case validated anything he was saying. He was
Not until
purposefully
after.
choosing. Not ever.
Yeah,
And
after
so
it
he
did.
implanted this thing in their head, and then what did they do? They went and they fought like hell for their country. So if you can't say that he bears at least some responsibility, me and Woody would probably argue it's like 99% his fault. But if you can't acknowledge that some of the
You
responsibility
guys give
that day,
1%? Wow, that's generous of you two.
would that have happened if he didn't ask his supporters to come to January 6th that day?
Right. I mean, the short answer, it was because of that. I mean, I was hearing about January 6th and the plans for this on my Facebook feed from the crazies I engaged with at the time. It was an open thing.
Then why aren't there more Capitol Police there?
There was there were interesting revelations.
Why weren't there more Secret Service at the rally?
Exactly.
I think
it's run by a woman.
Might be the same. thing.
Apparently, Secret Service would have just watched and been like, all these weird Corinthian columns. We can't find these. No,
there is an answer to this. There were people in the administration, and there were people in the what do you call the military Joint Chiefs of Staff? There were people in the sort of like defense apparatus that were concerned about the optics of a military presence there during a rally. And that obviously was stupid. But we have an answer to that question. It's not because of whatever it is you guys are alleging. They just
Capitol Police, not military.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think. Well, I think it goes both ways. I think
so. They didn't want military presence, and then they put up barbed walls right after. And they're fine with that?
They could, again, Donald Trump literally could have called in the National Guard within 5 minutes of the violence.
Why is it his job, though? He's not doing,
Why is he's the commander-in-chief, bro? What do you mean?
The commander-in-chief of the Army. The Army doesn't fight Americans, bro. Did you forget that?
The National Guard, you absolutely can deploy the National Guard to quell an insurrection.
And you expect him to have done that in like a couple minutes after people are... An insurrection isn't a bunch of Cracker Barrel grandmas going through open doors. Yes, it is. An insurrection is like a fucking militia storming shit. Not a bunch of feds opening the door for a parade.
Listen, like information silos exist, and at this point, I'm just fully convinced that you have somehow just I don't know how you've somehow managed to avoid the fucking hours of footage
that you're saying from
clashes.
inside your fucking silo. No, I get it completely. It's amazing that this plan totally worked. They stormed the Capitol, and yet he immediately wasn't president. What a dumb plan.
I don't know what you're saying. Like sometimes insurrections fail. Sometimes insurrections fail. They don't work.
Do you
like
Hutch? Do you really?
Failed coup.
Hold on, I'm interested. Like, Hutch, do you really think all these largely Facebook boomers showing up unarmed, and most of them, the vast majority, parading around like retards with their sunglasses profile pics on Twitter, like, do you think that was a sincere, honest to God coup?
Your memory of that day is
here comes the
spotty,
bullshit.
I will say. You keep talking about QAnon grandma, people walking around and putting their foot up.
Do you think what I just described, which is realistic, is a honest to God coup, or do you think a coup is more like what we see in, the Khmer Rouge and things like that?
I think what is more likely that happened that day is you had Trump supporters show up and were whipped up by his speech at the Ellipse. They took him at his word that the country was being stolen. And a lot of them, I would assume most of them, got caught up in the moment. But I think you're making the mistake of isolating the events of January 6th and ignoring the previous 2 months where Trump was behind the scenes pressuring election officials, state officials, state legislatures in several states to disenfranchise millions of voters. That's what he did. This is not
again,
disputed.
Do you think that a bunch of largely boomers showing up, the most armed populace on earth, by the way, by density, the most armed populace on earth, showed up without guns and largely marched around like retards? Do you think that was like an honest to God coup, the way you'd see a coup in France?
First of all, when you say largely marched around with retards, did you see the footage of the brutality that day?
Yeah. I saw
So
footage of people fighting, and I also saw footage of hundreds of people being opened like it was a fucking Disney Epcot exhibit.
If you were watching what happened that day, you would understand that the police had lines. And they had these individual lines, and the lines kept being broken. They kept being pushed back closer and closer and closer to the point where they were totally overwhelmed and they had to fall back into the Capitol. They had nowhere near the amount of staff. You can't hear me. They had nowhere near the amount of law enforcement officers that was needed in that moment to quell the riots. And so they had to fall back. There was nothing else. They were totally overrun. But I just conceded to you a moment ago. I don't think most of the people that did that day showed up thinking like, oh, I'm going to try to like stop the certification. I think they got caught up in the moment. I think they believed Trump when he said that Biden stole the election. And I think they took steps in that moment that they felt was necessary to stop him from certifying the election. Otherwise, the libs are going to steal the country and blah, blah, blah. But the context here is also 2 months of Donald Trump phone calls like his call to Georgia. I need you to find me 11,837 votes, which is one more. That's just one part of this equation. I mean, he assembled false slates of electors. He had no legal right to do that whatsoever. Conservatives always will defer to this thing that happened in 1960 where Hawaii, the Democratic Party in Hawaii presented an alternative slate of electors. They leave out the fact that was during an ongoing recount and they were ordered to do that by a judge. None of these false slates of electors that were happening in the swing states all over the country were ordered to do this. They just took it upon themselves to do this. So there was a plan.
Oh, the humanity.
Hutch, you beat him so bad he disconnected. Let everybody who's here know that what just happened had nothing to do with Taylor's internet connectivity. He was so shamed, so dominated, so alphaed by Hutch, and with Hutch's perfect argument that he had to leave in shame. Let me do the goddamn advertisements. This episode of PK is brought to you by today's sponsor, BetterHelp. So let's hear a little bit about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental got to take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here at PKA and maintaining a healthy physique, but mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in those mental reps with help from a professional over at BetterHelp. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely, online, available to people all over the world. Invest in your mental health, mental well-being now, and get started with your partner, with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've got a special offer for our listeners. You're saving 10% off your first month over at BetterHelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at BetterHelp.com/PKA. And of course, as always, brought to you by Lock and Load. Look, you know that's what this product does. It's simple. You take 9 pills a day for 2 to 3 weeks, and you're going to start shooting massive loads, okay? Not only is this the real deal, and I'm telling you, I've tried all the other products out there. I'm not going to give them any free advertisement, but this handmade, hand-bottled, self-formulated, Taylor's not here, so I'm taking all the credit. I mean, I really put my heart and soul in this. I was measuring my seminal output for weeks at a time, drawing loads out of used condoms with syringes. Do you know what my fucking coffee table looked like during that time? Disgusting. It looked like the bottle itself, which is a patchwork of cum stains and and silly jokes. So
I was doing shit that would make Destiny blush.
Disgusting. So much felching all day, air day. So buy our cum pills. I promise you they will work. And hey, maybe you're not into massive loads. Maybe you're a lady, but maybe you know someone who would like a bigger load. Your father, your uncle, a close relative of some kind. And I will say it makes an awesome gag gift too. If you're just into that sort of thing, it's kind of a ridiculous product and it works. That's the main benefit. And of course, our brand new merch down at the bottom. Click that link, use our code, save 10% off, I believe. Got a lot of really cool merch. I think there's some RSK stuff. I haven't received any, like always. I get the shit end of the stick when it comes to sponsors, any kind of gear, any swag. I used to pile it up for me. Not anymore. No, sir. I can't even get a goddamn energy drink over here. But I'm telling you, I've seen Taylor. He's got some cool swag. He's been wearing it around. He's been flexing how he's got the in. I thought I was a partner here, but no, I can't get a goddamn ski cap. Not even a fucking like t-shirt. No socks. They won't. I asked for a sticker. I said I'd pay for the postage. No, they said no. They spat at me. They sent a spit emoji on the messenger.
I told them not to send it to you.
They told me that. You know, you're the boss.
You don't get the merch we do. Yeah. I got the car, and I'm like, this is the cheap Corvette. Jesus Christ.
I don't get anything.
I sent it back,
but
I got two Corvettes. Did you not get
yours? Maybe you got Kyle's.
You got mine.
Yeah, I missed that.
So yeah, check out our merch down below. It really is pretty cool, pretty nifty. And make sure you use the code. It's been very interesting to see how many of you just throw away the 10%. It's not like a scam or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Like just I mean, we'll take the extra 10% commission. Like we're all like, all right, but it's like use the code.
Yeah. Use code PKA10 because based on
and
our
as always
metrics, only like 8% of you are.
As always, every bottle of Lock and Load and every purchase of a piece of merchandise valued at $10 or more, we take $1 of that money and we donate it to a victim of Dr. Disrespect. So it's we also try to hook. We've been arranging BetterHelp to help with the mental health of them as well. We're really partnering a lot with that charity and trying to all the victims. How many were there, Woody? It's incalculable. You lost count. You couldn't. That's a great way of phrasing it. Thank you. So yeah, links down below. As there's all sorts of stuff. It's fun to look down there. Yeah.
It's not fun to be Dr. Disrespect's victim, though.
Man, I had so much fun listening to 30 to 45% of Dick and Hutch going at it. That was great. I would just as it was starting to get interesting, I'd hear Hutch be like, "Oh yeah, well,
gotta catch up on the VOD now."
Hutch, man,
you need a new camera, man. You look like a creep, Taylor, from that angle.
Camera's working fine.
It's the curtains. It's those fucking curtains. Yeah. It looks like he's in Wing's back room or something. This is ridiculous. He's vacationing in Conway, South Carolina at a very classy establishment.
He's got the Bud Dwyer filter on.
My God. Any minute, some fucking...
I'm at Wing's house, if you must know.
See?
Why don't you try turning off the video so it's just the audio so there's less of a chance of it fucking up?
Oh, he wants to bless us with this image. Oh, and lose this? What are you
I actually like the image so much. I'm getting it.
This is the podcast, Hutch. We need that still image of Taylor with the green curtains.
What's wrong with it? Why do you like this?
I want to ask how you guys.
Because I'm on vacation.
When did you guys start this podcast? 2010.
Like 12 years ago or some shit.
I don't know.
What
is 52 divided 709?
I mean, who doesn't have 5 hours to spare every week for the rest of your life?
Has it been tough at any point, or have you guys enjoyed it like literally the whole time?
Literally the whole time. It's always a goddamn blast. I like hanging out with these guys. I like sharing my stupid opinions. I think about, I think during the week I'm watching the news like an old man. And I'm just, fuck you. I'd say this and that if I were there, but then I get to come on here and I get to say it and it's fun. So yeah, love. Yeah, hanging out with our buddies and still staying connected with like a bunch of people via the show is interesting. Like whether it's Harley or Drifter or somebody like that or somebody like Hex, like and you obviously of course you like it's we probably wouldn't interact too much if it weren't for this show. It's cool to hear from you every now and then.
I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm sorry. I genuinely apologize. This podcast exists because of Hutch's podcast. Like it is definitely was. What was it called? Your original you had it with CNNers and
Host Migration. I think it was called.
Host Migration.
12 episodes. We only did like I don't even know if we got 10
that's a
episodes.
way
This is a
better name.
copycat podcast of yours. That's all we are.
Well, dude, Rogan is the reason why I got into YouTubing. So you can thank him. So
And you know why Rogan got into YouTubing? Opie and Anthony.
Is that right?
Credits, Rogan credits all of his podcasting to Opie and Anthony getting into that in the mid 2000s. And so, I love doing the show. When like a week goes by and I have to miss it, I'm always like, oh man, I haven't got to be a retard online in like a week. I would love to do that again because it's just fun, just shooting the shit, making. Usually it's not as political as it's been tonight. Usually it's like, hey, I'm gonna do Indian guy, at a Baskin Robbins, and then everyone enjoys that, and it's fun.
Well, listen, put Dick and me in the same room, we're gonna probably find a way to go at it one way or the other.
Felcher.
Are you coming on to me?
I literally.
What the hell does that?
I'm not coming on to you. You are.
Earlier this week, literally, I was like, because anytime I'm out of town, and this time for good reason, I'm always paranoid that my connection's going to drop and I'm going to not be able to participate. And I heard like Hutch is on, and then maybe an hour after that, I saw you guys going at it on Twitter a bit, and I was like, Chiz, please book Dick for the same episode. Because even if I drop entirely, Dick and Hutch are going to be very entertaining.
You ambushed me. I had to get in a fucking mode.
That wasn't intentional.
That's what Chiz does. He did the same thing to me.
Okay. Wait. I have a thing to say. First of all, Dick is right. That did happen a couple years ago. Second, this time I didn't think Dick was coming. There was something about he was not sure if you were able to make it. I saw.
Yeah,
Dick
you were confirmed.
Oh yeah, I was at Santa Barbara. What day is it? For a couple days, and I didn't.
The last
really
I heard,
leave.
you couldn't make it. Like that was the message I got.
So we would have told
to
Hutch had we known you were going to be here. And when you joined, I was like, "Wait, does Hutch know that he was going to be on here?" And it was like, "No." It's like,
no.
So we didn't think you were joining the call, but we're glad you were able to make it. We were all surprised.
I don't think I lied to Chiz. Why would I do that?
No.
Chiz is
Chiz is a bit of a backdoor machinations guy. He's trying to make things happen, but we never want to surprise someone. We never want to surprise someone with a guest.
Well, he wanted me to ambush Blame Truth, and I was like, no, if he's cool with it, I'm down. But he wanted me to like surprise him.
Dude, can you imagine how much milder that would have been? You and Blame Truth being like, I don't like skill-based matchmaking. Yeah, well, I do.
I'm not entirely sure that would have been milder.
I have the conversation. It's a picture of Discord. Dick wrote, "Fuck, I don't think I'll make it back by that time. I'll only know by Thursday."
Like 3 days ago.
That's my latest update.
Oh no, I said. You think? Yeah, I said I can come in for today at like 10:30. I said I can come in for a bit. I thought I'd be stuck in Santa Barbara, but I got out of there.
Well, we appreciate it, Dick and Hutch. Thank you very much.
Genuinely.
You guys fighting, man. If the other 65% of it were as entertaining as the 35% I heard, then we're in for a good episode.
Oh, we had a good time.
Because I would pop back in to clarity, and it was both of you like forehead vein mode, like, yeah, well, you are a fucking loser, and I don't believe you. And
somebody's just got to set these liberals in the to the truth.
Dick, your debate technique is really challenging, and I've been on
such
the other
a fucking
side
good
of
troll.
it. I need to say this.
It's so funny to watch him bite. Because you can see that Dick's not arguing in good faith. He's just fucking.
No.
Checks and balances, man. We need to be kept in check. It's true.
Yeah, see, Dick isn't arguing in good faith. He's somehow engineered the debate to be change my mind, which is impossible to win. And he's just like, I don't think so. I know because I'm not retarded. And like every debate today has been him guiding us into that, where he gets to just be like, nah.
Yeah,
you
can't let liberals control the terms,
You're like a physical manifestation of my all my Twitter arguments for the last like 7 years.
He's got a lot of accounts. He's got a lot of accounts.
Yeah, that's what I try to be.
Hutch, you mentioned a couple times ago you were on that you were like, this politics stuff online, it's really negative for my life. I'm trying to step away from it. How's that going? Have you done that or not too much?
No, I'm like fully back into the politics thing, and it's like going pretty well. Obviously there's like more interest in politics now, I think during the Biden years, it was like especially grating for me because I shifted all my attention away from the MAGA people because they just didn't have power, and so they just weren't a concern for me. And so then it shifted all to like leftists who I don't get along with at all. Like I have like strong disagreements with them just in the same way as like the MAGA people. And that stuff in some ways was like even more like infuriating, some of the crazy shit that we're saying. So
like,
no,
like real deal communist kind of people.
Yeah.
When we've got a guy in our Patreon who's an Israeli tank commander. He messaged me earlier, Woody. If he said he could come on the show. He's been in action, and I think like a big part of like what's going on in the war. And he said he has all sorts of like fun war stories that he could tell about going into
rocks at us, very dangerous rocks.
I'm a piercing rocks.
I'm a piercing rocks.
Kyle, we should have him on.
I didn't know that the Israeli accent
maybe
was
a small
so similar
segment.
to the French accent.
Yeah, we should like target amount of time, 60 minutes, 90 minutes. And if it runs long, it runs long. But if he runs dry,
I'll write back and tell him. No, I find that shit fascinating. I don't know how you two fall on the Palestinian Israeli conflict thing. I've gone back and forth. The more research I do, like I'll go back the other way. I think I've gone back and forth 3 fucking times, and I'm back on the Israeli side. Although the other day I heard the Israelis were using dogs to rape Palestinians, to torture them, and I was like, damn, that's a bit strong, isn't it?
Is there any post canine felching involved?
Dude, when you hear anything that evil, like the 40 beheaded babies, like when I hear something so over the top evil, my gut reaction is like,
Woody's denying dead babies.
This sounds like the other side has a vested interest in pushing this.
I'm denying dead babies because Dr. Disrespect's victims were most likely in their teens.
Jesus fucking Christ, he didn't kill anybody. We're not suggesting he did. He just broke a lot of teen hearts. That's all.
Well, I don't know.
I know for a fact I wouldn't give a fuck about Israel whatsoever if they didn't clearly have so much hold over our politics. Like I don't care what Israel and the Middle East are up to. I couldn't care. Same way with Ukraine. I don't give a fuck about Ukraine and Russia. I don't care about Israel and Palestine. Why do we have to hear about it here in the United States? We got enough problems. Stop.
Well, I don't know how plugged in you guys are with like left-wing politics, but the Israel-Palestine thing was incendiary for like online spaces, and it was crazy. Like my take is like it's a little bit of nuance where it's like I feel like Israel is completely justified in trying to eliminate Hamas. Like I don't understand why they would tolerate that like right next to them. And then I also think that Netanyahu and Israel could be doing more to protect
so a potentially violent group on their border justifies action, and Ukraine joining NATO and putting military bases in there. You don't like that though.
Well, the difference is that
commie traitor to our country. I don't want to hear that shit, Taylor. I don't want to hear that.
I don't even pointed well. I'm not sure I did it.
Which way? That way, commie.
Wait, that's me.
You're
pointing at Woody, you fucking retard.
I believe you,
fucking idiot.
Right the first time, and I thought Woody was correcting me, but I think he was just complimenting me on my pointing skills. Commie.
Yeah.
Commie traitor to our country. All right. Oh, you want us to be our little isolationist island? The biggest fucking island of scaredy cats in the world. What are we going to make then? We're the best weapons manufacturers that have ever existed. You want to stop that? You want to stop when business is a booming? There's folks that need killing, Taylor, and we make killing tools.
There's no reason for us to be there. No reason.
Oh, I've got billions of reasons. How is Hunter Biden going to get his next paycheck if Ukraine falls? He needs to get plugged back in.
I think Taylor's like political profile is probably in like 0.001% of the country, where you have like a libertarian isolationist who believes in universal healthcare and is pro-life. Like that is such an interesting constellation of.
I'm not even I wouldn't even say it's libertarian. Like I'm very nationalistic in a lot of my views, in that like I want America for Americans, promoting things that help American citizens. Like So I guess that's
sounds like
nationalism, right? Like
that sounds more like isolationism or nativism, but like nationalism necessarily has a bad so like the definition of nationalism is like extreme patriotism and focus on like a national identity to the detriment of other countries. That's like
well then like if like yeah
like
if
that.
other countries have to like do a little worse so Americans can do better, I'm cool with that. Like
no,
they
I mean,
already
like,
do.
more
That's
like
the way.
we
more like trying to invade Mexico.
like if your
or Canada,
government
you know,
doesn't
I'm all right. Not
well, I wouldn't
Canada,
wanna-
but
those countries
Mexico.
are worthless. But if like your country
talking
has
about?
to fight on behalf of you as a citizen, if your government isn't fighting on behalf of you as a citizen, your government has failed. Like it has to represent us. It has to.
I would take
Like-
a good bit of Mexico away. I don't see why we build the wall on our side. Like they're causing a problem. I'm going to put the fence on their side.
I only want to
least
steal the
take
good
Baja.
part.
The wall can be so much shorter if we just go a little lower below California.
You want Baja?
Yeah.
Done.
Thank you, Kyle. For
You know what I
president.
want? I want Toronto, Vancouver, Ottawa. I want to make sure
These are
that
all hockey cities.
I want to make sure that Canada doesn't even have an NHL team. Get fucked. Like, we have
That's-
all. Of them
That's
now,
more of an
dude.
NHL decision. You really don't need the whole country in a global war. Yeah,
I do want to
Damn,
say this.
Usually my takes are so serious.
Hutch was talking about Taylor's positions, and while I don't agree with all of them, I really like the way Taylor arrived at them. What I don't love is when someone just happens to agree with everything that their side does. You know,
Yeah.
like I'm pro-gun, but
Mhm.
mostly vote blue. And Taylor has a lot of positions like that too. Like he's pro-national health care, but Republicans
Yeah.
generally aren't.
I'm pro drugs.
Like I hate Republicans. They are fucking losers. They're embarrassing losers.
that's okay, Taylor, because we love you.
They're the worst.
You
but,
big strong
you know,
son bitch.
They seem slightly better than the Democrats to me, and some of my core issues, which is no more forever wars, close the border, and universal healthcare isn't going to get got by fucking either party. But that is definitely
War
up
is
there.
what we fucking do. Why do people not like
I
our
don't
war?
want us to
They're
because our
fucking
wars
sick.
Because we lose.
They're fucking sick.
they
We
cost money,
never
they cost
lose.
American
Dude,
lives.
what game
Those
mode
are ties.
all the
playing?
time.
What mode are you playing? Play a TDM. We always win. We wipe the fucking floor with them.
Dude,
you ever
we
see those
lost
pictures?
Vietnam.
Excuse me, just one moment.
We
Have
won
you ever
Vietnam and
seen-
TDM.
Have you ever seen those photos
In
of the U.S. Army with those piles of gold bullion? Where did that end up? Like, I swear, we win all of these wars, and it's a good fucking time. And all of our big companies, it's a good fucking time. Dude, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 would not have had the AC-130 if George Bush hadn't done the right thing and invaded Iraq, okay? That's
it's
what that
pretty
footage was based
fascinating.
on.
It's a
Dude,
pretty
honestly,
fascinating time
Kyle
in
is
Republican
more
shittier game.
nationalistic. Kyle's more nationalistic than me in regard to the military because anything the
no
American
idea.
military does anywhere on earth, he's like, badass, keep doing it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I want
Every time
more
we
of
say
it.
that,
I
I'm
want
like,
more
what
of
the
it.
fuck?
You not
I want
realize
more
the
of it.
cost of that on the American public? And you're like,
Who
nah,
are you talking about? What public? Were they mutilated?
they were mutilated.
Who?
I
The
was
people-
mutilated when I had to pay my taxes this year, Kyle.
Oh, please! Like that money came from your taxes. They just print as much as they need. The 3 trillion went missing
If
from the
it didn't
Pentagon.
come from my
Watch out
taxes,
for
why did I have
8.
to cut that check?
No, it doesn't matter how much it costs. It's what we fucking do, and we print the money so it doesn't matter how much it fucking
Yeah,
costs.
what we do is lose every war.
make
since
the
World
best
War II.
killing. Okay, by your terms maybe, but I just
But who
strongly.
has
What was
land
the victory
afterwards?
condition in
Maybe.
Vietnam? And
I
did
don't
we
know why
win?
we don't conquer places. And when Trump said it, everybody acted like he was out of his mind. He was blaming
Just
George
take the
Bush for
oil.
Iraq.
Just take the
Take
oil.
the oil, take it all. He was blaming
the
George
oil,
Bush for Iraq
take it,
and how it was
get
this
it.
huge mistake because the weapons of mass destruction weren't really there. He was shouting all this, and he said we didn't even keep it. And I was like, did he think that was a possibility that we just kept it? And I was like, damn, why didn't we just keep it?
They turned around
Honestly,
and
the
started selling
wars
their
for
oil
oil
to
thing
China.
was never the wars for oil thing was never salient to me as far as reasons to go in the Middle East because like it was basically an argument like, oh, what if I spend $1 trillion to break into Woody's house and then steal his projector? It's like, well, you can buy that projector for $1,500. That's
It also
exactly the
just didn't-
situation in the Middle East. Like we spent trillions of dollars to purportedly secure oil reserves that we still don't have in order to what? Like not buy them at cheaper than the war would have been? We already have Saudi Arabia in our pocket. They're our little bitch.
Are we talking about Iraq right now? Are we talking about Iraq 2? Because that Iraq 2 is literally to avenge the plot on George Bush's father. Plain and simple. That's all it is.
So Kyle, I've heard that, and I'm not sure it's wrong. We might both be right, because I keep hearing that a lot of these oil wars are about keeping USD to be the global currency.
Sick.
That like,
like
they saber rattle about switching to the euro or something else.
We topple them.
And we, we got to do a little killing.
Dude, I love that shit. I love that shit. We've won 1,000 little wars that you've never heard of. Because it would make a fucking good Tom Cruise movie, dude. That's why. Because it's entertaining. Because I don't care.
Republican.
I think
it's Taylor.
You're a Reagan Republican, a shining city on the hill with missiles pointed at everybody else.
Dude, Reagan sucked, and I don't like him.
Like safety through strength. Yeah, like we need one of them laser space programs to shoot down nukes. We need to do something about those Russian subs off our coast. But otherwise, we just need to keep fucking shit up. We're like, you're acting like there's another way. Like we're not the Spartans of this era in the world. Like when they look back to this time, 1,000 years from now,
we're all fat as fuck, dude.
What are you, my friend?
Have you not seen Kyle's Tinder profile? He's not fat.
The people, the guys we send aren't fat.
And you would
and you don't need to be skinny and svelte to operate a Predator drone from fucking Nevada. Like you know what I mean? Like it's a different game now. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but why the
fat.
constant approval of U.S. interventionism and other like I'm not even isolationist as much
because
as I am
people with more information than me, because people with more information than me and that are smarter than me deem it to be in the best interest of the United States because they think so. I back that blindly because our system is made for me to do so.
Retarded.
It's supposed to be the best of the best.
Retarded? You should hear my reason. Global intervention is how I learn about geography.
Dude, that's true. I had no idea how big Ukraine was.
You think I knew where Ukraine was? I know it was in Europe.
I didn't know where Kiev was for sure. I didn't know about that river. I didn't know exactly where the nuclear disaster was. I've got a little bit of European geography down now.
The first thing I did when that broke out was I fired up Microsoft Flight Simulator on my 32x9 OLED monitor and
holy
I just flew around
shit.
Ukraine. But
did
you really
find anything
fascinating? Well, I mean, it's pretty beautiful, but like it's a really fascinating moment right now for the Republican Party because like Merle Haggard was performing at the RNC, I think, yesterday, and he's singing a song, and the lyrics are "Let's get out of Iraq and get this country back on track." And it's like as somebody who became an adult during the Bush era, conservative jingoism of like the post September 11th era, I'm like my mind is spinning. I'm like, what is like how these are the people that were calling people like me traitors for like opposing the war as like a little college hippie, and now they're singing this tune. But
what do you make of a lot of black?
They were wrong for promoting those bullshit forever wars that went on for 20 years. You were right. Stay out of this. There's no reason. There's no benefit to the American public to be involved in wars in Iraq or Afghanistan.
Our weapons are getting better. It's so much great weapon testing. Like we're just getting better and better at blowing things up and killing stuff, and that's what we do.
You think that's worth like a million Iraqi lives?
You know any Iraqis?
As a kid,
what are you? Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Is this right?
Yes,
way?
You're doing well.
Look at this guy. Loves the Iraqis. Oh, look at him. Oh, Iraqi flag. I love you.
How can you not point independent of someone else telling you what way to point? You fucking retard.
Because it's different on my screen, silly. It's different on my screen. You see, Taylor. Sometimes it's all about perspective. You're a goober smooching Iraq lover, and I'm an American patriot. Rock flag eagle.
Rock flag eagle. Love
well,
that.
like I'm sure like we can broadly agree that some American interventions have been bad, but like how do you, for example, like if we have a strategic partnership with like the Somali government and they ask for our help. Fighting, they have a terrorist problem over there, and they say, hey, like, can you help us like deal with that? Like, how do you evaluate whether or not to do that? I mean, I used to be kind of very skeptical of like the American hegemon, the global like hegemon, but at this point, like, I feel like I'm kind of grateful that we're the world superpower and not China. Like, I would much rather prefer that it would be us.
We are for now, like, and that's something that I think I differ from maybe Woody and Kyle from is. I don't think our position on the world stage as the global hegemon is as long lasting as them. Like I don't think we're going.
You know who runs the government
now?
right?
50 years from now, 100 years from now, I don't think we're going to be the global hegemon. Like we're just not set up.
Taylor,
China is a very
really
serious country. A very serious country.
Their economy is not doing great right now, though.
Their population is shrinking, which crushes the economy. Which is,
and we've talked about this before. Manufacturing is leaving China for Indonesia and other Asian markets because they're not. They were always crappy quality, but they were cheap, and now that's going away, and now they can't fulfill orders. I'm not worried about big China. Not worried about the Kung flu. Okay, we'll see how quickly Genocide Joe recovers from the virus. That's what I want to see. Like we talked about how deadly this goddamn virus was. Joe must have had 6 fucking boosters. Let's see how well he handles it. Like I think that'll be a little bit telling.
He doesn't have COVID, dude. He probably
he doesn't
want to go out. Like they
yeah.
Who's
Taylor knows
testing for COVID anymore? Who really is? He has 7 boosters. And if he has the best doctors on earth, he's got 10 boosters for it, right? What's the timeline?
With the president who's 81 years old, I guarantee the White House does probably regular COVID testing. I would assume.
Well, he was feeling down and jet lagged after that 2-week flight.
Yeah, 10 days later, he was still jet lagged. Yeah,
happens to the best of us. That could have been anyone.
I don't care whether or not he has COVID. I disagree so strongly with Kyle's imperialist, I'll put it, position that we need to have military in every corner of the world. And
I kind of want an empire, if I'm being real. Like I want to keep the same system, but I want like a figurehead up there who's got how the UK does it. How you've got a prime minister, we have fair elections, all that, but there's a king, and the king's got a little bit of say, and he's not going anywhere. Like I kind of like, he's not going to invade anywhere. The king can't invade. The king can't send a predator strike, but he's got some sway with the government and with the people, and he's up there to be beloved, to be, shall I say, worshipped, just a little bit. And I can think of no better man to be the king of America than Donald J. Trump.
Nah, I like my presidents who don't get shot.
I like Elon.
He's in a very small group of presidents who got shot and lived through it.
Yeah, but he did it like a pussy, right? Theodore Roosevelt sat there and did 2 hours of speech.
Yeah.
President Bunker Boy immediately hit the floor. He's like, oh no, they pierced my ear. An operation that 9-year-old girls don't even blink at. And then he grabs his high heels and leaves the stage. That's not impressive.
It was a cigarette.
Wasn't President Bunker Boy Biden for hanging out?
Or maybe folded papers in one case too. There's been a couple of weird. And you look Archduke Ferdinand, they threw a grenade at that guy first, and the grenade didn't work. And then it was like, oh, that was silly, an assassination attempt. I'm peckish.
That was pretty close.
And they stop at the sandwich shop where the assassin's buddy is. Yeah. I'm glad that didn't happen. Can you imagine,
hopefully there's no more assassination attempt. Do you guys think another attempt is going to happen on Trump's life?
No.
There's got to be.
Or no?
Oh, really? I think they're going to get security going forward.
Yeah, they're going to triple his security.
I'm just making it up.
Woody.
Have you ever seen
big
girls
fuck something up twice? I have.
Yeah.
It's interesting to talk about. A lot of people talk about the world like how Taylor's talking about, where it's like people describe things as sort of like the world being on fire. And in a historical context, there has never been a better time to be alive. Like there's like that in terms of like world peace, like obviously you have certain situations in, Congo and Ukraine and Israel, but our generation can't even imagine World War I, World War II, and all the previous centuries of empire and conquest and blah, blah, blah. It's just,
dude, it would be so terrifying.
Pretty fucking good right now.
I agree with what Hutch is saying.
Largely technologically driven instead of politically driven, though. Like we have excellent quality of life because our technology is so much further ahead than these other groups in the past. Like I don't think it's necessarily that our political circumstances so much infinitely better that it's better for the.
No, it was
if you were to listen to the news, you would think that Boeings are falling out of the sky every day. I think we're currently setting a record every day for the amount of time between airliner crashes. Like these things are doing better than they ever have. And all I hear about is how Boeing's killing whistleblowers to hide their terrible planes, which might be true, but they're not fault. No one's crashing.
Yeah.
It was the advent of nuclear weaponry that I think directly led to this like period of peace that we have. I mean, of course, we had like a Cold War with all these proxy wars with the Soviet Empire for decades.
I love those. You can make a Rambo for everyone.
There's like
we know
if
you
nukes didn't exist, we would have had another World War III by then, by now. But
Taylor, you never went to war. What are you talking about? Didn't your buddy who went to war like love it? If he were here, wouldn't he be like, you know, Kyle, you make it a lot of sense. War is fucking sick. This one time his magic come at me, I cut him in half.
I've got multiple good friends who are Marines, or were Marines rather.
They didn't all lig on it.
And I can think of one who was like, oh, it's pretty tight. Ukraine and Russia are fighting. And then the other ones were like, oh, this is bad. Like there's no reason. If they're gonna do this shit, there's no reason for us to be in it. Like their point was like, I don't want to see U.S. Marines dying in a Ukrainian field.
That's why we need to support them, Taylor, so that U.S. Marines don't have.
We already fucking do. They have $100 billion of your tax money.
So far.
Yeah, but the bootses.
They just love the attention.
Yeah, the boots on the ground. I think the real thing is, I'm so much less afraid of Russia than like the average liberal. I think like Russia can barely push back Ukraine with American assistance. You think they have the manpower to push on a NATO country? Get real.
They never quit.
Russia knows that if they pushed in on Poland, they would get butt fucked from every direction. They have 0% chance of victory. They have no shot. Nothing.
So Taylor, hold up. I think there's a real chance. I think there's a real chance that if Russia did invade Poland, Trump would be like, you know what? NATO's kind of bullshit. Poland, I never knew that person in the first place. I've forgotten all about Poland.
How many Polacks does it take to defend an invasion?
No, I mean, number one, Poland has a much more robust military structure than Ukraine, and so they could defend themselves better. But number two, like all the other European nations, like they're in NATO. It's in Article 5. They would defend, and the U.S., who is basically
NATO.
Yeah. He threatened to if they didn't pay their fair share.
I'd be fine with that.
Which is something you think the left would agree with.
But your argument
why should we have
that,
to fight European wars for them?
I don't know. It seemed like you went from, hey, it's in Article 5, there's no doubt, to, yeah, I'm fine with pulling out of NATO entirely pretty quickly.
Stability in Europe directly benefits America too, by the way. Like if Europe actually broke out in war and like you have these like strongmen doing these land grabs, the impact in the economy would be felt worldwide. Like, so it's not just we don't just do these things out of the kindness of our hearts because it's the right thing to do. We do that. We do stuff like send Ukraine money because it benefits us.
They should stop importing
I see it as largely
if stability is important.
What's that?
They should stop importing all those immigrants into Europe if stability is important.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure who Hutch asked what's that to.
Go ahead, Taylor. Go for it.
I'm sorry. I was saying I think that it largely benefits defense contractors, not all my beliefs politically have to do with what I believe would help the American public and the average American person. Wars in Ukraine do not help the average American citizen. Wars in the Middle East and promoting them and funding proxy wars does not benefit the average American citizen. We have enough problems on our plate domestically with our border and insert whatever, the opioid crisis, grocery, like whatever you want to put in there. The issue is that our government seemingly has no thought in their head that they should be prioritizing how American people live and what benefits them. And any sort of government that is worth its salt should be entirely and totally dedicated to the increase of life quality of their citizenry.
Well,
if it's not populist, not a valid government.
You're engaged in this populist rhetoric that's become like really common in right-wing circles now. And I hear this argument a lot where it's like, we shouldn't give Ukraine aid when we have homeless veterans. And yet when you see legislation like the PACT Act go up, you see which expanded healthcare access to veterans that was signed into law under Joe Biden. And you see every Republican voting against it. So like, how do you reconcile, like what programs would you like to see enabled in lieu of money sent to Ukraine?
None.
Universal healthcare. I would like to see universal healthcare and our borders be stringently guarded and illegals deported. Like we need that sort of thing. to take care of our citizenry, the United States. Like that. That's the only thing our government should be caring about.
You're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar. I mean, I agree with you. I would love to see an NHS type system in the United States. Fully on board with that. It's interesting hearing that from a Republican, which again is like you're just an interesting.
Yeah, I'm not even a Republican. I've only ever voted for Trump.
Right, or like someone who's like conservative make the argument, but you know, it just seems like populist Republicans like Gates and Boebert and all them and Marjorie Taylor Greene, they always engage in this rhetoric, and then when it comes time to pass some kind of like social safety net program for that directly benefits Americans, they always oppose it, and so it just rings so hollow to me to hear it from them.
Yeah, Republicans are gay, and I don't like them. They're the worst. Like Republicans and at least Democrats know how to play the politics game. Republicans are retards. They're fucking idiots.
Taylor.
They can Republicans can take an attempted assassination against their elected official and spin it into nonsense in 2 days. Like that's how bad at politics Republicans are.
When you're on the blue side, Taylor, it feels like the inverse of that. Like, oh my gosh, you know, like Democrats can never seem to get their messaging right. Democrats can never seem to have their act together. How do these Republicans go up there in lockstep and all agree? And Democrats can't do the messaging as well. That's how it feels looking from my side. And then earlier in the show, Taylor was saying that a certain percentage of Republicans were retarded, and that very much frustrated him. That's how I feel about Democrats. Like I swear, if the Democratic Party aligned with most of my views, which is like, you know what, lighten up on the gun thing, that whole DEI thing, ditch that platform, let that go. That's just hurting you. It's racism on the other side. Then we would not be losing the culture wars like we do.
But wait, I feel like this is like a Fifi's over facts situation here because
Fifis?
Like feelings, because like in reality, the Republican Party, I mean, listen, the Democrats right now are in disarray. There's like a meme like Dems in disarray, and it's always like,
okay, but
right now it's literally happening right now. There's some chaos right now for sure. There's infighting, there's uncertainty. It's like scary to be a Democrat. No. I'm saying it feels like Republicans always get everything they want and Democrats are always fighting. It's actually been the opposite for 6 years now, since 2018. Democrats have, I don't know about that, but like particularly in the last 6 years, the Democrats have been like really unified. I mean, Pelosi did a phenomenal job of like keeping that caucus together, even with sort of like the insurgent forces like Cori Bush and Ilhan Omar and all them. Like they lined up behind the Democratic Party apparatus. And when you look at, and we've been winning elections over and over and over again, like we've just been crushing Republicans in elections. And then when you look at the Republicans, they ousted their own House Speaker for the first time in history. Marjorie Taylor Greene tried to oust the second one because he wasn't extreme enough for them. And they made Donald Trump their nominee, even though he's been like dragging the party down for 6 years, just in terms of electoral.
I think maybe as a Trump voter, like who's not a Republican, like I like that Trump upsets and ruins Republican plans. I like that. When they have their like little Mitch McConnell, we're going to do this and that and support Israel and that's about it and give lip service to everything else. I enjoy that he upsets them and that he causes problems in their bullshit, corrupt hierarchy. Like that, the same way that like Trump, like I think a lot of people are like me in that they vote for Trump because he's a real fuck you vote to establishment Republicans and to Democrats and to the media and to these unelected bureaucrats in the FBI and the CIA who clearly really don't like him. And so like I don't think that can be understated. Like people talk about the silent Trump voter. It's like no, they were just people like me who weren't like MAGA hat wearing people. They're just people who are like, oh, this guy, he's hated by all these institutions and these structures that I hate. Well, fuck those structures, fuck those institutions. If they dislike him, that's my guy for now.
That goes to my point, Taylor. Like there's weaknesses in the Democratic platform that frustrate me because when Republicans say fuck you to, for example, guys being able to choose anyone being able to choose their sex, right? Like, I'm a girl now. Boom. I'm going to start participating in swimming. that makes my side look terrible, and I don't like it. And I'm like, oh man, why do we have this weakness that we can't condemn or amputate? Why do we have to sit here and defend that Penn State woman who dominated women's swimming? Or she was a Division I man the year before. It wasn't some like years and years of hormone therapy. Did you see her? She has a body I would kill to have. Right?
So far that hasn't. I mean, this election, like Biden is exceptionally weak candidate, and so we'll see how that goes. But so far, that has not translated. The culture war stuff has not translated to electoral wins. They tried to run on the trans
it has.
Stuff in 2022.
That's why the governor of Virginia is a Republican. They sat there and ran against.
That's one incident. I mean, the governor of Virginia's situation was also that's one.
Woody running unopposed with another victory.
We've also seen Democrats flip multiple state legislatures, multiple Supreme Courts. We've seen them flip multiple gubernatorial seats. We've seen them turn Arizona and Georgia blue in 2020. Probably not going to happen in 2024, but anyways,
it frustrates me when I feel like Republicans are chasing ghosts, right? Like critical race theory, or these imaginary rapes that happen when cross-dressers go in the wrong bathroom. And I'm like, why can't we just amputate this weakness out of our platform?
You mean the trans shit? That's the weakness you want to amputate?
Yeah, because I think that it's a big part of the frustration and it's indefensible, right? Or DEI. Let's do that one, right? Why is it not a meritocracy?
That's the Civil Rights Act, isn't it? Like DEI is everything that we're now at with trans shit in sports and DEI in general is like the inevitable culmination of how the Civil Rights Act was crafted. I mean, it's like a cornerstone of your party, isn't it?
I don't think so.
I think DEI goes a little bit further than the Civil Rights.
I see where
we're talking about like corporate structure.
Further, yeah, that's
I'm not
Civil
convinced.
Rights Act is this, so let's make it illegal to hire white people then. I mean, that's what the extension of what we've written down here is. So
yeah, it doesn't come from civil rights though. This is a kind of racism that frustrates me. Like to do the whole like these guys are excluded. I don't like that. We should just go to merit base. Now we do this thing where like we overlook people for certain races in college admissions. I know the Supreme Court ruled against that, but I like that Supreme Court ruling. Why does the Democratic platform have this non-meritocracy plank in it?
Well, so the premise there is that. Sorry, go ahead, Dick.
I was just going to say the Civil Rights Act is what gave the government the right to look at race and how people are doing like their private businesses.
No, I don't think so.
It's in the act though. It sets up the
not true.
Affirmative action came in the 80s or 90s.
The affirmative
right?
action did,
70s.
but the Civil Rights Act said we can.
You're just making things up. I don't think so.
What do you think Title IX, when it says Title IX, what do you think it's referring to?
Stuff that other than that.
Title IX of the Civil Rights Act.
Well,
dude, I love that. I love that defense tactic, Woody. Stop the fucking other stuff.
That is did for an hour. Just be like, that's not what I think.
As far as the trans stuff goes, like I think there are obvious like good faith debates to have about like sports and how we structure sports, and I'm fine with those conversations. But there was a really interesting letter that the governor of Utah, Governor Cox of Utah, wrote last year or the year before when the state legislature passed a law banning trans kids from competing in sports that correspond with their chosen identity. And he wrote this like beautiful, I thought it was a beautiful letter. And he highlighted what I think is the real problem, which is the fact that there were a total of 4 trans students that were participating in sports in the entire state of Utah. 3 of them were trans boys. 1 of them was a trans girl. And he highlighted the fact that gender affirming care leads to substantially reduced, from all the volume of data that we have so far, substantially reduced instances of suicidality.
Those studies are from pro-trans firms largely.
These studies
it is tremendous. Like, dude, the idea that like, see, this is a culture war thing that I can like dislike is the idea that there are trans kids. That's ridiculous. You're gonna put sexually confused kids. You're going to put sexually confused kids on hormone blockers that will permanently alter their physiology as adults. That's insane.
You typically don't do hormone blockers until like late teens. Puberty blockers are the extent. There are some countries in Europe that are like pausing that to take a second look at it. But I challenge you to like.
Do you think a 12-year-old can consent to having their biology neutered and destroyed at that age?
There are no 12-year-olds that are getting that actual sex changes. I don't know where you're getting that.
No, they're being put on hormone therapy. But do you, yes or no, think
I don't even think
okay?
12-year-olds are getting hormone therapy. Again, the hormone therapy you typically don't prescribe until they're in their late teens.
Yeah, they are.
And they are being put on that. There was a TLC show.
They were in Texas. Well, hang on. I mean, like
hormones or puberty blockers.
Here, I mean, here's like
that is like
that's
same.
what this whole thing in Texas is going on, where this doctor, this whistleblower who was speaking out about these
this shit is despicable.
To 11 to 17-year-olds in Texas. The Justice Department is taking him on right now. He's got a ton of charges.
Puberty blockers, right?
Yeah, the puberty blocker drug they use is the same one they use for chemically castrating.
Puberty. It says the quotation is puberty blockers and other hormones to children between the ages of 11 and 17.
Like, what do you think the difference is between hormones and puberty blockers? If you put a healthy child on estrogenic hormones, that will block their puberty.
Puberty blockers are meant to delay puberty, and hormone therapy will actually induce like a physiological change in the body. There is a substantive difference between the two. I mean, I'm interested in that.
Do you think either one is okay? You think one of those is okay?
Hold on. I'm interested in having a conversation. I'm interested in looking at the data, whatever it shows, and I'm agnostic. I'm whatever it is. I have no inherent bias one way or another. But what you can't dispute is that, generally speaking, gender affirming care reduces suicidality, and this is what Governor Cox wrote in his.
It doesn't.
Letter.
He said you can dispute that.
I don't know where you're getting this. We have studies. We have meta studies that go into
the pro-trans side.
The trans population is the most apt to suicide population in the country and on Earth.
What they observe is that there is substantial risk, mitigation of that risk, anywhere between 50 and 80% reduction in suicidality after they get gender affirming care.
That's obviously false.
Yeah, that's clearly.
I mean, that's the
I don't think so defense.
I mean, you're putting kids on fucking hormone drugs and 80% less kill themselves. That's nuts.
Yeah,
Woody needed some gender affirming care when he was that age. He could have used a little testosterone.
Oh my god!
Can
you imagine?
I don't have a degree in child developmental psychology.
If we went look at 12-year-olds, it was like that kid.
You don't need a degree to know that it is damaging to put healthy children on hormones that will impact their body in a negative way. Do you know how much more cancer there is for young girls who take exogenous testosterone therapy? A lot, because it turns out you're not supposed to do that.
Taylor, I have a question.
Testosterone doesn't cause cancer, Taylor. Don't tell me that.
I would have to look at your studies.
It probably wouldn't for you, Kyle, because you're a biological male.
But it definitely wouldn't, right?
Taylor. When I was young, I waited for puberty, and it didn't come, and it didn't come, and it didn't come until I was way too old. Would you have given me gender affirming care to be the boy I wanted to be?
Yeah.
No.
Right?
No, I would have waited so that you could be the man you are today.
Oh my god. No, I'm 16 years old with no armpit hair. This is not fair.
Yes, he has late onset puberty. He needs a little boost, little kick in the ass to get. Dude, he's got those butterfly wing pubic hairs. It's absurd. Like, even if he'd had like some fucking charisma and like he could have gotten laid at 12 or 13, if a girl had seen that, you're so lucky you didn't get laid like at 12 or 13. If a girl had seen your butterfly wing, like dick hair, it would have been the talk of the town, because that is the most hilarious thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Is it smooth and straight?
It's the opposite
like
of a
Asian
racing stripe that the girls do. I just had it on the two sides.
On the sides.
I thought everyone's pubic hair came in so slowly that they spent 18 months with it just on the corners.
Yeah, you thought it was like a reverse Hitler mustache, but it wasn't.
I just had one growing in for a long time. It was like 3 or 4 feet long. It's like, what's going on here, man?
God,
I just with the trans thing, I always think back to Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan, when
an astute place to take your beliefs.
Spock has to go inside the engine chamber where it's incredibly radioactive, and it would have instantly killed a human, but because of his Vulcan physiology, he's able to go in there and fix the engine, and they escape, and everybody lives. And Kirk rushes to the screen. There's this glass between them because he's so irradiated it would kill Kirk to even touch him. And he's like, why Spock? And he's like, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one. And he's all like pockmarked from the radiation, and he dies. Kirk loses his best friend. He says, my once and always friend. And that's what I think whenever I hear that there's 3 trans kids in like Montana who can't play fucking beach volleyball. I'm like, well, sucks. You know what? I just didn't make the fucking team. I got through it. Get over it. You know what I mean? Like they didn't let me play because I sucked. Imagine that. Imagine how that feels. I toughed it out.
Does it ever get to a point where it feels like a pile-on? When we talk about like trans people, we're talking about a community.
It's easy to pile on when you dig a hole and crawl in.
We're talking about a group of people that report higher instances of abuse, higher instances of domestic abuse from their own parents, higher rates of bullying from their peers, and so
join the club. Welcome aboard to humanity.
Wait. I want to
look at this. When I look at this, it resembles that. Like, I understand people have good faith concerns about kids, and we can have those conversations. And I would hope that people would be agnostic to like the data and whatever that shows.
Wait, Hutch, you asked the question, but you didn't stop for any answers. You just kept answering it yourself.
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Trans people have a higher rate of suicidality than Jews under Nazi Germany. Do you think the oppression they're feeling is greater than that?
Do you think that the social stigma contributes to that?
Almost had an answer.
Nah, didn't get an answer. No, not at all. Like you think that the stigma of Jews under Nazi Germany is similar to this? Because like
no, I didn't say
kids
that.
shows showing trans characters.
You said it was
and trans
not as
characters
bad.
all over the place.
You're putting words in my mouth. I'm obviously not making the case that trans people that live in the United States had it worse than like Jews in Dachau. But there is a reason why they have a higher rate of suicidality than like veterans.
Yes, there is.
I think people like you jump to the conclusion that the reason is because they are mentally ill and people are feeding into their delusion. That's just not what like the
I think that they need. I think it's obvious that they need help mentally, and that the worst thing you could do is telling them a lot of that.
The worst thing, what you're saying is that, people should just tell them like, hey, toughen up. You're not a girl, blah, blah, blah. It just doesn't work. There's no data to support this idea that you're going to reduce their suicidality or get them to a mentally.
What do you mean? This wasn't a social trend.
I don't care about the risk of suicidality
until 8 years ago.
I guess I'm just
no. Trans people have been a thing for decades. It just became more of a prominent feature.
Oh, there's been a huge social movement of this before 5 years ago. Really?
Because the Supreme Court legalized gay marriage, and so conservatives lost that fight, and they just moved on to the next thing. This is the same kind of queer panic that was happening in the fucking 80s and 90s.
Whoa, that sounds a little.
People are cutting their dicks off. You're saying that's the same kind of queer panic that was happening in the 80s?
I'm saying that the demonization is the same. You guys, they said the same thing about queer people. They said the same thing about gay people. If we legalize gay marriage, they're going to want to legalize pedophilia next. Or if they legalize gay marriage, then they're going to want to marry their horses and shit like this.
Dr. Disrespect's opinion isn't included here. So the pro-pedo thing is done. But the thing is this, I just want to be nice to people. Let's go with the no victimizing policy. The reason I don't like that woman who competed on the Penn State women's team, even though she was a guy the year before, is because I felt like everyone else in swimming that year was her victim. Right? That makes it wrong to me. But if she wants me to call her she, I'm 1,000% on board. I just want to be nice to people and not have any victims here. But if that doesn't seem to be the Democratic platform, it's let her compete, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that either. It just doesn't work. And like
individual basis.
Just for sports, if we just make it the sports and we leave the fucking bathrooms and the dressing rooms and all that stuff out, like just the sports.
Dressing rooms are a big part of sports.
They've got to be separated, but they've got to be separated. Imagine combat sport or anything.
You have
with
to
contact.
be like an actual. You
and
have
it's
got to be a retarded person to think that a biological man should be able to fight a biological woman in a fair UFC match. Like you can't just be misguided. You have to be an actual retard, like someone who takes all evidence of.
Those are good fights. There's a freak fight league. Have y'all watched the freak fight league? They just do stuff like that. They'll have 3 women take on a man. They'll have
shouldn't be.
They had two little guys take on the world's strongest man. He beat the fuck out of him.
Fucked him up, dude. He
yeah.
Really
so I guess I'm an actual retard because I feel like it should be merit based, right? Like there are a few women who could beat up a few guys, right? You know, everyone grabs Ronda Rousey, right? Ronda Rousey would beat most, at least a lot of men. Most men, I don't know where it goes. But if you put some chump against Ronda Rousey, that's a fight I'm okay with because it's even and fair and merit based. And if that means that if Taylor is referring strictly to world class versus world class, then of course he's right. But just make it merit based.
I remember there was a Japanese or Korean girl that they were talking about putting on the PGA tour. That would have been interesting. I've been fine with that, but it's like you can't go the other way. You can't have like Tiger Woods is in the twilight of his career. There are people complaining. Some guy complained that he gets like an exemption into the Masters or whatever, and they asked Tiger about him. The guy complaining that and saying that Tiger should just get out and retire because he has no shot. Tiger's like, yeah, I get an exemption because I'm a former champion. Actually, I won twice here. He doesn't have such an exemption, and so even when I'm his age, I'll still be able to play here, but he never will. And it was like, damn, that's mean. I love Tiger Woods. Like, but if he were to decide he was a lady, Tigress Woods, and he stepped down to the LPGA and started running shop, come on, it's not fair to those ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You can't let a guy compete with a bunch of girls in high school fucking softball just because the evidence is he says I am a girl.
Yeah.
It's even worse in sports that work with the mind. You know, the physical stuff's a big difference, but yeah, chess, driving in general, like just making decisions.
In many ways, this feels like the most superficial sort of aspect of the entire discussion, and it's just that it's the biggest focus, and it just doesn't make sense to me.
Because it's the end result. It's the end result of the make believe and I'll pretend and I'll be sweet to you and I'll call you that. The end result is there's a 6'4" man swimming with college-age women and winning the NCAA fucking tournament. Like that's the end result of all the flowery language and the appeasement.
People largely on the left will say like, "Oh, why are they even paying so much attention to this issue? It's so niche." And then those same people will fight tooth and nail to make sure that a biological man can compete with biological women in a contest. And so it's like, so you're pretending that the people who are against this are the ones fighting tooth and nail, when in reality, it's the people pushing it.
I actually think that the median Dem voter agrees with you guys broadly about like the sports stuff.
They don't. It's way on the bottom.
Normal people do. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. This is like a super online thing where people will like, I think it's fine to have the debate about sports. Like it's an interesting conversation. And I don't think there's like an easy, like, I don't think there's necessarily like an easy solution. If you do like a trans only sports league, it's like, well, what the fuck does that mean if you live in Montana?
It means they don't get to play.
Travel eight hours to do a thing or whatever. But
if you're such a good athlete that being left out is going to change your financial well-being, I bet your parents can get you to a state over where they allow boys to beat up girls. Don't worry, we'll get you in there.
Regardless, I just think this is the most superficial part of the debate.
But Hutch, that's why I brought it up. It's not important.
Why not let it
it's
go?
Not a huge issue, but it gets so much airtime that it's an unnecessary weakness for the blue team.
Well, it's
Woody
a place where we
like
can
gun violence.
Woody is so right in that assessment. 100%. Like it is such a clear and evident weakness on the blue team
Woody.
to be
astute.
But it's just
we need to use our political capital to say that boys should be able to compete against, or that boys can magically become girls if they say so. Like that's it's a ridiculous assessment.
You can call it a culture war weakness, but so far it has not manifested in like electoral wins.
Say it again.
Woody's going to point to Virginia.
Normal people.
Like a preacher. Say it again.
Woody's going to point to Virginia, but it's
walk into it.
Yes, sorry.
They tried to do the trans stuff in 2022. 2022, the Republicans were running on this trans stuff, like primarily all over the country. That was like the thing that they were pushing the hardest. And it did not work out well for them. Like Dobbs ended up being a way more salient issue to voters than the trans stuff. So
it's death by 1,000.
Yeah, it's not the most. It's not the most salient issue to Democratic or Republican voters, but it is something that undercuts Democrats. So, like when I see Democrats dying on the hill of little boys can pretend to be little girls, and we need to encourage that and put them on puberty blockers, like I'm like, this is so obvious.
Can I tell you why it's a good issue for the right? The reason it's a good issue for the right is it allows
for the right it is because they're correct.
Well, the reason it's a good issue for the right is they're able to tear away voters from the left who otherwise they'd never be able to touch. Like very religiously conservative brown people and black people who are like, wait, what now?
Thank you.
Wait, what? That's what we're doing now? You can tear them away with enough of like trans terror or like red. It's like the trans fear, like the version of red fear, whatever you want to, pink fear, whatever. And enough of that will tear away some of those, especially like Catholic Mexicans. Oh, I don't know about that one. Like they're not getting on board with some of that stuff, and it's shocking. And if you show like it's just like when Trump references that one governor who was probably misquoted, who said something about the post-birth abortion, like you put it on the table and then you decide like whatever that quote is. I'm sure he's quoting something, but it's horseshit.
It was a non-viable fetus that he was talking about. He was not talking about. Yes. Okay.
I believe. Yeah, I can't imagine a doctor putting a healthy baby on a table and be like, "We'll figure you out in a minute, motherfucker."
Yeah, sure.
Well, let me go see if let me hit your mom with some smelling salts and decide if I get to use old Choppy here. Like, I don't think that happened.
Dude,
He's got like a
monogrammed
baby crushing bat. He's like the Negan of abortionists.
I think he was on Fox News when they asked him about late-term abortions, and Buttigieg killed that question. It's one of the reasons I and half dozens of us support this guy. He was like, these babies have names. These babies, their parents painted that nursery. They bought their crib. When someone aborts a baby in the 8th and 9th month, it's not because they just didn't want kids. It's because that mom was going to die or that baby was never going to live. You guys painting this like it's some sort of elective procedure where they taking babies to 8 and 9 months and then kill it out of convenience or financial issues. That's not what happens. And something about the idea that these kids had names and nurseries that were painted with cribs in them and mobiles. I'm like, God damn, that's what a late-term abortion is like. Trump acting like they pull the baby out and stab its brain because the parent didn't want it is misleading.
It's a lie. It's just a lie. It's just a fucking full-on
when
lie.
he said it, I knew it wasn't true.
We should err on the side of caution and just get rid of abortion. Just because all these kids have names and cribs, right?
Hey Taylor, I am curious about
don't you bigot.
What exceptions would you allow? Like life of the mother?
Life of the mother, 100%.
Once the kid was going to be ugly, they could tell, like real ugly, like perfectly healthy, but like Steve Buscemi. But if Steve Buscemi fucked that guy from Ice Cream Shack, the crazy guy from The Waterboy.
Steve Buscemi is an excellent actor, I think, largely because of his ugliness.
No talent, talentless. We can tell.
Yeah, we keep this guy. You didn't mention Fatties Kyle though. You want me on your team? You know what to do.
A little cardio can fix that. No,
what if they know the baby has to be the natural life of the mother?
You should be able to abort the fetus for like half a dozen reasons. Like obviously incest makes sense and rape makes sense. And all you got to do to figure out the rape makes sense is put yourself in that scenario, and all of a sudden rape makes sense. And and obviously
then everything becomes rape.
Well, that is a slippery slope, but I think it's just one that we have to stomach. And here's what we need to do. Here's what my counter argument. My counter argument would be that you prosecute any woman who lies about a rape heavily, which I think should already be true.
Like, you're gonna send a woman who got raped to prison, though.
No. A woman who lied. A woman who lied
about
getting raped.
No,
we prove it. If we prove it in court,
you don't know because it's a lot of he said, she said in every race.
No, but in some scenarios we will know because they'll text with their buddy. There'll be a text chain. There'll be a conspiracy where he's like, "Girl, you know what to say. Tell him Rashad made you take that shit. Tell him they forced you. Tell him you was drunk too. It'd be something like that.
No.
And then we'll have that evidence.
So then you rape a girl, and then you say you better text your fucking friend
my Chinese
right now
accent's terrible.
That you're making this up.
Chinese. You can't do Chinese. I believe in you.
There's a problem. I used to feel that if a woman falsely accused someone of rape, they should get the here's my current stance though.
Okay, guys.
The unintended consequence of it is that
What time is it?
Wait, yeah,
Getting pretty
The-
late.
You got
The
39
unintended-
more minutes. You can do it.
3 minutes and 21 seconds. 3 hours and 21 minutes, Zach. I don't want to say that they should get that anymore.
the unintended consequence of women getting the punishment that they would have gotten is that they'll have to stick to their story. Women can never back off this thing. They have to take it to the end, or suddenly they're going to jail for 20 years.
To be clear, it is illegal to falsely accuse someone of rape.
The
You can be
punishments are
prosecuted for that.
typically not equivalent, right? Like you rape someone, you go up the river for 20 years. I'm making that up, but it's right-ish. And unless you're Brooke Turner,
And your life's ruined,
And then-
your reputation's ruined,
your life-
family,
right.
your wife divorces you and takes
But on
your
the other
kids. Like,
side-
it's over.
Yeah.
a woman who gets caught lying gets like 12 months or something like that. It's not parallel. But if it was, you're forcing women to stick to their story, or there's a huge consequence.
But anyway, if some ladies lie about getting raped, then that's just the broken eggs in the fair and balanced abortion policy and Kyle Land. If I'm making things, and what's really important, and I feel like it needs to be states and federally, we need to define when a woman's life is in danger. And I'm not worried about a few slipping through. I'm worried about the other end when they're like, yeah, this is a non-viable fetus, and if we wait 6 months, then it's going to start killing you. So we're going to wait 6 months. I'd rather they were like, hey, in 6 months it's going to start killing you, so we're going to take it out now. Like I want that.
There's a reason why Biden, who was never a particularly popular president, who was presiding in 2022 over, really bad inflation. There's a reason why the Democrats didn't get crushed in the 2022 midterms. And it's
The
because
gate
of
in the
Dobbs.
Senate.
I have a question. Why do they always abort the fetus? Why don't they take it out and put it in some sort of a pod or like freeze it or something?
IVF is freezing it.
Well, like why do we always have to kill them? Like if there's viable fetuses that are being aborted, why can't we like get them out of there and find them a new place to live that won't be so mean and petty and
Like
selfish?
Death Stranding or Standing?
Well, I haven't played that, but I know he's got that tank with a little fetus on his back, looking all fucking gross, like a guado.
That game is incredible. That game is fucking incredible, by the way.
What
I
have you
wanna
been
know
playing
what
lately?
Hutch is- I wanna know what
I want
Hutch
to
is
shift away
eating.
from baby murder and trans women. I think Woody said that women needed to be raped earlier. He shouldn't have said that.
Hutch,
That'll
what do you-
definitely get
Hutch, what do
removed
you-
from the record. There'll be a silent spot there, and rest assured that
There
Woody
will
was the
not
one.
be a silent spot. Hutch, what are you
Yep.
snacking on? What was brought to you by your wonderful lady?
She brought me something healthy. It's a spinach salad with chicken and I think couscous and cherry tomatoes and Parmesan cheese. And,
Oh, couscous, the worst grain.
I don't know.
my
If it's,
least
no,
favorite
quinoa. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Quinoa's all right. Oh, couscous. I was thinking couscous was quinoa. Yeah, couscous is some Italian shit. Quinoa's all
Couscous
right.
is just like little pasta balls. They're really good though.
Now, Hutch, I'm
you
about
got-
to open up the biggest window to you ever for us to be friends. Do you play Age of Empires 2?
I've never even heard of it.
my God.
He's like, fuck you.
I'm sorry.
The best
Oh
answer
my God.
possible.
You're not familiar with this game? It came out in like 1997. It's the
Have you heard
greatest.
of
heard of
Avatar? Have you heard of Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora?
I have now.
It's like a Ubisoft kind of
Oh,
Far Cry
damn.
reskinned in the Avatar universe, and it's fucking amazing.
Oh, don't you want to
That's
get
what
into a
I'm
15-year-old RTS?
Is that what Age of Empires
Shut up,
is?
Kyle.
Is that what that is?
Age of Empires 2 is
They
an RTS.
remastered it.
They remastered it in 2019, you fucking bitch.
I know. It
That's
looks
a
like
great
Sega
game.
Saturn graphics now. It's sick. Oh my
It looks
God.
great. It's an awesome game. It's fine that you
lot of bits.
personally, Kyle, don't have the APM to play
I
anything
don't.
other
I
than
don't.
first-person shooter.
I
That's
just don't.
fine.
I don't have
That's
the
okay.
mind for it.
Some guys are
I don't.
just casual gamers who play first-person shooters, and that's all right. You don't have the.
That's
you don't
me.
have the.
No, he
mustard.
got into Baldur's
for
Gate 3. I
RTS.
remember. You
Dude,
said
I
you liked that
love
game.
Baldur's
He
Gate
did, and
3.
he-
Yeah.
I've played it 4 or 5 times all the way through. I played it like with my girlfriend, like watching over her
Jesus.
back. I played it modded. Like that game is a masterpiece. I think it won all the Game of the Year awards at like every award show. And everybody told me I'm not supposed to like it because you can like turn into a trans man and fuck a bear. But I was like, that's fucking sick. That's where that shit belongs, is in fantasy video games. like if there's ever a place to turn into a woman and have sex with a bear, it's online. I'm all for that. Like give them an outlet. So Baldur's Gate 3, I think is.
Haven't heard of Age of Empires.
It might be the greatest game I've ever played. I think it is. Like as far
Kyle, are
as
you
replay.
Sorry. Are you able to watch your girlfriend play over her shoulder and still have a happy relationship?
No.
I found that yeah.
No, like she did this thing. There's this part where you kill this hag, and if you spare her, she'll give you a chunk of her hair, and it gives you you got like a special skill thing, you know, and your build is very dependent on what your special scores are, like how many points you put into strength versus agility versus different kinds of magicka and shit. And so it was key for her to take that hag hair and like put it into her intelligence or her wisdom or her charisma. One of those
and
three.
You have to figure out how to tell her to do that without starting World War III.
They're damage multipliers, those three skills. So pumping as many of those little, and +1 to this on that skill allows you to hit hard as fuck in the end game and really make the build that you've been playing for dozens of hours come to like its full power level. It's very important. And I came back and she had chosen the wrong shit and then played for like hours ahead with no save point. And I was like, it's ruined. It's ruined.
You've
so ruined
hard.
it.
It's so
like,
hard to keep
if it was me, I'd start over.
When I watch Esme play, when I watch Esme, I physically can't help myself. I'm like, honey, did you try rolling or did you try going in the other room?
Man.
I just cannot. It's just so difficult for me.
So you guys are like a league above, because my wife only plays the easiest games like Lego, and she's great at it. She's got the cheat guides next to her, like how to find everything, how to get 100% completion in the world's easiest game. Have you ever died in Lego? Do you know what happens? Nothing. You're instantly reassembled on the spot and you keep playing. Like nothing matters in that whole game, and that's what she likes.
What have you been playing, Hutch? Like, have you been playing any like shooters or
I go back and I replay a bunch of like big open world games. So I was playing Cyberpunk last week, and then I got back into like Avatar, and then I played Skyrim probably 7 times all the way through. And
I want to play. Have you ever played the mod that allows you to play Skyrim together with other people? I think it's called Skyrim Together.
No, but there's so many crazy mods for Skyrim at this point. It's like a totally new game. It's like you're playing it on a PS5.
Exactly. I want to play it like with Taylor, so that like he could be like a dwarf with a battle axe, and I could be Legolas or some shit. And we could do that, Taylor. We could play Skyrim as the guys from Lord of the Rings. We could have an Aragorn, a Legolas, and a Gimli, and spec our shit like that, role play, and you could do voices, and you could have salted pork. Be great. And then you wouldn't play that 15-year-old RTS anymore. You'd play a 15-year-old RPG, which is like a man.
It's crazy how much Bethesda has sort of like lost the confidence of their consumers, because they were just on cloud 9 with Skyrim. Like it was just, you know, one of the most universally acclaimed games of the time, like ever. And then Fallout 4 came out and people started to sour a little bit, and then Fallout 76 came out and they really started to sour. Apparently that got better after launch for a little bit.
Yeah,
and then Starfield came out, and I really liked that game, but it definitely had problems. So they just don't have the same kind of reputation that they did.
It's Rockstar. It's Rockstar's the fucking Rockstar are the rock stars of big open world RPGs. Like everybody's so psyched for the new GTA, and you know it's going to be good, and you know it's not going to be like a Cyberpunk situation where it's like, give us 3 or 4 months, we'll get it together. Like then the torso won't keep falling off your character in elevators.
Cyberpunk.
I thought you weren't going to play the new GTA, Kyle.
What are you talking about? That's the game that I'm like focused on. It's the new GTA. It's that game where you play as an anthill and you're like the queen ant, and you can go to war against like the termites, and the queen ant is riding a fucking snail into battle.
Wait, this is GTA?
No, it's a different fucking game. It's just,
I'm like,
no, it's not GTA.
There's a termite in
GTA's
GTA? Am I the
you're talking about a game called Grounded. I think you're talking about a game called Grounded.
I've played Grounded.
Kyle makes fun of me playing AoE 2. He wants to play as a fucking ant walking around.
My favorite part was Taylor's like, I thought you were going to play GTA. Kyle's like, Taylor, you ignorant slut.
What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, everybody's going to play GTA. Like GTA is going to be gargantuan. It's going to have really sick
hopefully
online. I'm sure that.
What if it misses?
I don't believe they can miss. They just had Red Dead is such a fucking masterpiece, like such a cultural game for so many people. I think they're gonna like they've learned so much by all the stuff they've done with GTA 5 and like the way they've progressed that game and grown that game. I can't see them possibly missing. It's going to be the game of the fucking year. It's going to be this thing that people play for 8, 10 years from now until they make the next one.
where people have their expectations so high. If this thing doesn't change Western culture, it's not a good movie.
No, but Rockstar has literally never missed. They've just never missed.
I've been playing that game since PlayStation 2. Great GTA Vice City, amazing game.
I'll bet you $5 after it comes out. I think they missed.
What is the last Rockstar game? Like the big, is it Red Dead Redemption 2?
And it was like one of the best games of all time. Red Dead 2 is easily one of the best games of all time.
Yeah, Red Dead 2 is a ton of fun. And so if that's what, have they ever made a miss? The Rockstar studio?
No. They came out with a ping pong game and it was awesome. Remember that? It was a launch title for the Xbox 360. They literally made a ping pong game and it was fun as hell.
I bet I'm super psyched for that. But I don't have anything to play right now. I've honestly been watching old
Bully.
Yeah.
Bully was
Bully was a cool game.
I played that. I remember it being like a controversy because, and it is like think about that. That's a shitty fucking game to make. You play as like a middle school bully, and I think you get points by like stealing lunch money and roughing up nerds.
I think you play as the guy being bullied, don't you?
Do you? I never played it.
Yeah.
I'd want to play as the bully.
LA Noire.
It should be like GTA, but you're a middle school bully. You're like running little side games and robbing kids.
Yeah, I remember hearing about LA Noire.
Yeah, it's probably like their least popular game, but people still love that game.
It's like a movie. It's one of those games that looks. It's like, yeah, I bet you knocked it out of the park for what you were going for, but I really don't want to play a movie. You know, I don't want to. It's an interactive movie. I remember watching Wings of Redemption stream it, and like he really took the time to like role play and choose the right choices, and it was like. It's just like you're watching a fucking movie. Like this is too much. That I mean, keep getting square.
Like that.
I found ways I felt like to be tactical and approach the scenarios from interesting avenues. There's just so many ways to play in different ways in that game. I found the replayability to just be infinite almost. I'm kind of want to play it now.
Turn-based though, and like turn-based can be fun briefly for me personally. But I can't just like get obsessed with a turn-based game.
I can because I love that lull between turns. It's almost like chess. Not that I play chess, but it's almost like that part in chess where you get to contemplate your next move while observing how they're
part
reacting.
Of chess do you like most?
The part with the horsey. I like that piece. That thing's cool. So I like that part of the game. But yeah, GTA is the thing I'm looking forward to most. But I wish there was a shooter that I could get into. I kind of swore Tarkov off and like cursed their name after they came up with that $250 bundle that was just full of nonsense.
Dude, all I'll say is you make fun of me for playing AoE 2, and then you'll get really into a game like, oh, this new Chinese Tarkov is awesome, and 3 days later you're bored and shit of it.
No, that's not true. So you're once again.
It took 3 weeks, Taylor.
Once again, made up facts, right-wing Taylor, just off
people talking, and he's a stupid retard.
From the hip.
Everyone knows he's a stupid retard. Everyone's talking about it.
So that's Arena Breakout Infinite, and that was a beta that came out. It was fantastic. Everybody agrees it's fantastic. And when the full game releases, it's something that I think I'll play a lot because it was fun. I liked that game.
It's a mobile game. I thought that they ported to PC.
Yeah,
that's Battle Speed, a mobile game.
it's a Tarkov shooter without any of the bullshit, and you're paying China off instead of the Russians, which I guess is kind of better. It's a Chinese game, CCP.
Are you kidding? China is so much scarier than Russia. You could pour money into Russia for 100 years.
And listen to him talk, folks. They got him. They got him in their pocket. Got him in their pocket. All those Russian oligarchs.
Have you played that game that's like all the mobile games that are a trick to get you to play the game, but it's actually those games in one game?
Wait, what?
No. You know how all the mobile games have like fun-looking games, and then you go download it.
Did you take a mushroom?
Yeah, that was a baffling phrase. Please clarify.
It makes sense. If after you see it, it makes sense. You know when you see an ad for a game and it looks like a fun game. But then you go click on it, and that fun game lasts for like a 20 seconds, and then you got to play a bunch of like resource management bullshit, and it turns out to be a scam. Somebody made a game of all those games that are just the fun parts of the game in a game, without the scam.
Are those the ads where like it's a guy running from zombies and he's shooting at barrels with like a number on them?
And you get a power up and you like got 2 guys and stuff. You know that one?
Yeah,
those are
that
the
looked
ads that
fun.
always get community noted on Twitter.
Yeah,
It'll always be like the game is nothing like this.
Not like that. Somebody made the game of those games, and I want to play it, but I don't want to get fooled again, so I haven't downloaded it.
Well, what you three should play is Chained Together. It is.
Oh no,
amazing.
we get so upset. I get so
What's
fucking
Chained?
pissed off.
Is that the
Okay, so you've got 2 characters.
Kyle, if you think that I would
platforming,
ruin it
change
intentionally-
together.
Up to four.
You're chained together, with a literal chain in game, and you're platforming. You're jumping on like
Oh my
moving
gosh.
shit,
No.
and you have to time. Sometimes you have to time it correctly and utilize the fact that you've got this chain of men, and you
Mhm.
can use the physics of it. It would look. We're all varied skill levels.
Mhm.
Everybody would be angry though, because of like there'd be one person who hasn't missed a
Kyle,
jump yet.
it wouldn't upset me that you guys are lower skill gamers. Like, it
Oh,
would be fun.
Dude, you play RTS. Do you think that translates to anything at all?
It means I can.
I
can
bet you can
click
program
more
your home security
accurately.
system so fast, bro. Cool.
Yeah,
I bet if I deleted all your
my,
favorites on your radio, you could fucking program them
No,
right
that's
in.
true.
for
I bet
APM.
playing solely RTS has made my APM way lower than you fucking skulking through gray warehouses in Tarkov.
I click on heads, motherfucker. I click on heads. God damn it.
Do you?
Yes.
No, he's a
I bet I
rat.
could.
He's a rat. He
I
tells
can-
us every week he's a rat. He doesn't
I
click
play-
on heads.
They
I
discovered
play
that
all
chess.
sorts of play styles.
I promised that I promised that Woody and I would not intentionally sabotage
Yeah.
the game.
They
If it
found
was
out
really
that,
funny the way that you got so angry, I wouldn't invoke that.
No, if we
repeatedly.
play a game, look, I
Never.
would love to play Among Us. I always love. We play this game called Codenames in our Patreon hangouts. That's linked down there below if y'all want to send us some more monies. And I love that game. It's a word association game, and we play as a team. And
A lot of fun.
lately, I've been trying to take it really lightly, and it's easy to take it lightly, frankly, when we don't get to pick our teams. You know what I mean? Like if you got to pick your team, you'd feel kind of responsible for like, all right, this is the best. It's like kickball. But if you just get assigned a team, you're like, if I lose with this group, then I lose. Who fucking cares? But we get angry sometimes. We get pretty fucking upset at that. And that's just it's a word game. It's like Pictionary. And we get furious. So if we play Chain together, I would genuinely
It'd
be
be
upset
fun.
so quickly. I remember one
What
time
if
playing
I-
Dead
what
Space
if I'm
3 with
the-
Woody,
the
and I kept
Skribblio?
fucking up, and I was ready to scream. I was ready to scream.
What
Skribblio?
if
No,
I
I'll
am
never play
like- what
Skribblio
if
with
I'm-
you again.
No, of course you won't, because I'm the best Skribblio player of all
You're
time.
the best in the world, perhaps. You should
Yeah,
be streaming it on Twitch to the people's gasps and wide-eyed
That's
wonderment.
true. Taylor's like one of those geo-guessers, but for Skribblio. It's wild how good he is. He types 100 words a minute. He knows every word seemingly and how to
130.
spell it. It's fucking wild.
He types 130
Dick.
words a minute. He has a very good vocabulary, and he's an okay drawer. It's a real problem. Like I'm trying as hard as I can to stay in second or third occasionally. But if you miss one word, you drop so far because we got like a dozen people playing. You drop to ninth, you fuck up once, and he's just right at the top every fucking game. We stopped playing it. We don't play it anymore. I won't play it. If they start playing it, I won't be part of it.
Dude,
Yeah.
I was so good at a game in the Patreon hangout that they banned it.
Let's
Do you
play
know
a game
how
called What's in
discouraging-
Kyle's Hand. Yeah, let's do that. We
That's
lose again,
exactly what it
cocksucker.
was.
10 points for
I was-
me. Chapstick.
I was getting dozens of points on certain times where I'm like, these retards don't know how to spell shibboleth. Or like just some random word.
It was
What are you
obelisk.
talking about?
It was obelisk,
Oh,
and no one knew how to
obelisk.
spell
That's what it
fucking
was.
obelisk. Nobody knew how to
And
fucking
so-
spell it.
No,
And you can
Dick would
see
be
them
very
failing
good
in the
at it.
chat, like rapid fire fails, because if you get it, the quicker you get it, the more points you get, and also like getting it after someone is a real deficit for you too. You can't even get this. You don't have the same pool of points, and so like they're just fail. These ridiculous phonetic spellings for things that make them look like third graders. It's humiliating if you're down there. I won't play with him anymore. I think he might be
No,
cheating
he-
somehow.
No, I'm good at words and I'm good at typing. And
Yeah, I don't know, but you are though. I don't know. You might have some sort of like
He has like an
stenographer
AI.
program.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got one of those
Yeah.
stenographer programs or something.
I
He's
have
just
an
hitting, like,
Asian guy nearby when I'm playing. He enters a
ping.
Dick
Get
would
to
be-
work.
would honestly be excellent at that game, because one of my favorite tweet threads and things that Dick does on Twitter is he will, because Dick's an author, will subtweet other authors and just like in a mean, pedantic way be like, misplaced comma should be a semicolon, 2 independent clauses, incorrect, and just go in on that kind of thing. And that
people
kills
hate
me.
that.
Oh, it's so funny. I love when you do that. Oh, it's so funny. Some author will be like, I'm trying my best, I'm doing it, and Dick immediately swoops in. Yeah, not good enough. Look at this syntax error, retry.
Try it again.
And then you also follow it up by having almost impeccable syntax in your tweets itself, even when you're in one of your rages, and so no one can come back at you for the same critique.
Yeah, it's important to have good spelling,
Yeah, but
it is.
Yeah, we don't play. The thing about that RTS is I feel like you're just there, like the virtual world you're going into. I just feel like you're kind of constrained to this little square, and I really like games now where I go and wander. Like I like playing DayZ and just wandering around and trying to stay alive in the fucking cold. I kind of like exploring and looting and being like not less of a James Bond and more of an Indiana Jones in games like that.
So much
well, there's an Indiana Jones game coming out, and it looks incredible. But you
I need to do it in a PvP environment. Like it's very important to me that my gains are your losses. Like if we all were kumbaya in some communistic system where every time I got points, everybody got points, I'll lose interest in that quickly. But if it's Tarkov, where I can kill someone,
that's how
and take
AoE 2 works. It's an elo system.
Oh, really? I doubt it.
Well, it is. It says your elo.
I don't think you down. Okay, go check again.
Man,
I was gonna say, if you like exploration, that No Man's Sky just came out with this update, and it looks like stunning. And that's a game where it's like infinite planets, and you can just travel around. It's all procedurally generated, and it's more like kind of like Minecraft, but it's relaxing and fun.
I need to shoot stuff and steal things. Like that's my jam. That's why GTA interests me so much, because I don't know. I like looter shooters. I like extraction shooters. I like going and like occasionally getting a rare thing. I like that to be in a game. Where I remember when I first started gaming, Skyrim was one of the first games I ever really played as an RPG. And I didn't know how the loot pools worked. I thought that maybe if I went in this cave, there'd just be the most rare thing of all time. But that's not the case. It's all level capped, and it's only going to be 5 levels above your level or something like that, roughly. But with Tarkov, like you can suddenly find 30 million rubles worth of shit on the ground, and you're filled with terror because that's like you only have 1 million. Like this is game changing. Like 3 weeks from now, you'll be spending this money in the game. Like the terror that I feel when I find a red card or something. Oh my God. My heart pounds. I genuinely get shaky hands where I have to slap the adrenaline out of my hands because my fingertips go numb, and I just can't get that from RTS.
You should play games in hardcore, like no respawn mode. That's what I've started doing
recently.
DayZ. I did it with
an RPG like that.
No, like Diablo 4, I played it recently, and I invested literally 60 hours into this character, and it fucking died, and it was just the worst feeling ever. But the whole time you're playing, it just adds this like element of tension.
You played a hardcore character on Diablo 4, and they died.
Diablo 4,
that sucks.
And they died. Yeah, it was brutal,
60 hours.
But
60 hour character.
Heart, but when you're playing, you're like it makes you you're the whole time. So
yeah, that actually does sound fun. I beat Dead Space back in the day on, I think, One Life or something like that. So I've done that before, but I don't know. I also need that facet of the game to be that there's PvP. There's other players out there who are going to laugh at me if I fail. Like, that's what I hate. I don't mind dying, but I don't want to embarrass myself. I will laugh at you all
day when you fail at AoE 2. When you don't have the requisite APM to structure your economy, and I'm raiding you, and you're struggling, and you don't know how to pull your villagers back, I'll laugh at you. I promise.
There's PvP in Diablo, but it's not. It's like
it's not the same. I played a good bit of Diablo, like maybe 100 hours, 200 hours or something.
Have you guys played StarCraft or like any RTSs? Or RTS is just not the genre you're interested in?
So back in the day, I played a ton of StarCraft too, and I actually got to play for Team USA. We went to South Korea. We went to South Korea. Yeah. And had quite the showing there. Yeah.
All right. You and Wings of Redemption on the same team, I suppose.
He was on the team. Yeah.
because that was your story. Yeah, getting so good at StarCraft that you can go play against Koreans, which you can't because that's all they play.
It's like their national sport over there.
Hutch, are you guys, like, I know you both like games. You never venture into the RTS genre at all, really?
No,
Maybe like Command and Conquer, Red Alert was probably the last one of
Red
those.
Alert was all right. Yeah.
Company of Heroes. Company of Heroes, the World War II
Heroes.
top down. Now, if you want to get into that, I'll jump in head over heels.
More than anyone, I feel like Hutch would like it because Hutch is a gamer. He knows, he likes strategy. You're into chess. I know you're into chess. Like, that's kind of what Age of Empires is. It's
No, I get
counter
it.
units,
I'm with Kyle. I'm more like boom, boom, shoot, shoot. That's like more my jam.
Fair enough. Ah, damn. No wonder it's a dying genre. Can't even get people on my fucking podcast to play.
Dude, if that ant game is an RTS, sign me up. I'll play the termites. You can play the fire ants, and we'll jam, dude, every night. Running strats, finding the meta.
Civilization coming out? Civ 6?
Civ 7.
Soon?
Yeah,
Civ
Civ 7's
7?
coming out. I played.
When is it coming out?
I've got over 1,000 hours of Civ 5,
think it
but I
comes out this
hated
year.
Civ 6.
Oh, this year? I'll try out Civ. Like, I
I'm
enjoy
thinking about getting really good at like Street Fighter and going to Evo in Vegas, mostly just to go.
You gonna
to
get a
Vegas,
pad?
But
You gonna get a little joystick.
is that what I have to do? A joystick?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
how the
standard?
that's how the real dudes do it. Yeah,
how the
you get the
pros
joystick.
play.
Did you say you did that in the past or you want to do that?
No, I had that fantasy this week when I learned that.
Yeah, I mean, you are
You
Hispanic.
act as if
you're
this
half
is a goal
there.
you could accomplish. It's not that big a deal.
But
I
what
thought
if
about,
I
you know,
could? What if I could, Woody?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about running a sub 3-hour marathon. Just because.
Well, when are you going to start running? We're not going to doubt you, though. Jesus, tearing that man's dream out of his fucking chest.
Maybe I
like
could win one. I'm very cheap. I'm very cheap at video games.
Yeah,
Lots
Kyle.
of
When
low
I get
kicks,
mad, I run
low
so
kicks.
fast.
Low kicks, lots of easy XX
Yeah.
combos.
And then I get into your
Red
head. I start
sometimes.
saying
Hit
low
that
kick,
five-button
low kick,
combo.
low kick.
Yeah, Taylor. I'm sorry, Dick. I didn't know that sometimes you do lots of low kicks in a row. I'm sure they have no defense.
That trips people up. It
It
does.
does. Yeah, these guys won't know what hit them. I bet they don't deal with that strategy much.
That's the
I
genre
did
game
not
I played
expect
none
this
of.
guy to do so many low kicks.
Yeah.
I say
And
it
then
like
I say
that
low kick,
because
low kick. You know.
seemingly all the best people at every fighting game are Hispanic. I don't know how that works.
It's a
but I've
cultural
seen the
thing, I
champion.
think.
Wait, is
I don't
that
know
true?
what-
Fast.
Yeah, they
There's
all
a
have,
ton-
they all look
Twitch.
they all look like they're half Mexican, half Korean, and you can't tell which half.
I gotta go like this.
Yeah.
Hello everyone.
Yeah, but they're like the sickest
You go, "Oh,
Street Fighter and
hello."
Mortal Kombat players in the world. I can't get into those fucking games. Like it seems like because each one is basically just a new iteration with new characters, the people who've been playing it have been playing it. It's like Counter-Strike. It's like
Mhm.
I'd love to go play some Counter-Strike. I wish I played as a kid and I would have that foundation. Like
Mhm.
Twitch streamers who played Counter-Strike as a kid, it's like your dad just being a wrestling fan if you're going to be an MMA fighter and having you in a wrestling match when you're 3 years old. Like it's just such good bones for that. I was watching Landmark and Summit. We're in like some random CS:GO tournament like recently. They won like $25,000. They destroyed the other team. The other team was streamers too. Watching them click, it's like how many hours do they have in this fucking game?
A lot of those CS pros are like in their 40s now, and they're still
Like
just
Summit.
rocking it. Yeah,
yeah, it's
No,
crazy.
I mean like the pros on like Navi and
Oh,
those
okay.
other-
I see. I
yeah.
see. I see.
Who's the other guy who came from CS:GO? He's very good at games. He's kind
Shroud.
of Shroud.
Shroud.
I'm looking for. Yeah.
In my opinion, Shroud is like the best click on head fucking FPS gamer on Twitch. Like I've seen him do such gnarly, crazy flicks and sprays and his game sense is outrageous. Sometimes he'll call his shots like he's Babe Ruth, and it'll just be ridiculous. I've never seen people do what Shroud can do.
Yeah. I've seen Shroud do
Stomping,
stuff.
but
What was PUBG is what I was looking for. You're driving by in a car and people start shooting at the car. Any reasonable person would go to safety, find a position,
drive zigzags.
He jumps out of the car. He's like, "How dare you?" And he just starts rushing towards the gunfire, beats the ball. Like, all right, this guy's different.
Yeah, he was tremendous at PUBG. I wish that game hadn't died. I love that game, and I love the culture in that game so much. I had so much fun playing with my friends. the ability to like win one or lose one and get right back in over and over.
How would you describe the culture in the game?
Silly, lots of memes, lots of like self-made memes and referential stuff, because you had this open chat in the beginning of the game, because there's 100 people going to be dropped on the island. You're going to fight till there's only one left, or you can do like quads where there's like teams of 4 mixed in. Everybody's mics used to be open, and you were all your characters were crammed into this waiting area where you could talk mad shit, or you could just be silly.
Yeah,
like,
there was that
like,
African thing.
For streamers,
like,
it could be toxic, but for the average,
what would they say?
They would make a snake. Some guy would start crawling on the ground, and he would say, "Snake, snake, snake with me. Snake, snake, snake with me." And everybody would go prone and make this giant snake, and you'd have 100-person human centipede going in a circle by the end, and it was
China
like this cult mentality. China #1 was probably one of the biggest memes. You know, like everybody's talking shit and talking about what they're gonna do, challenging you to land in a certain place. Go to Pachinki. Yeah, drop fucking Pachinki. Come to school.
Realize PUBG is like still thriving, right?
I tried to play 3 years ago, and there were bots, and it seemed like it was
Is it really
dead.
still popular?
Dude, it's still huge. Go to the Steam
mobile
charts.
or on PC.
No, even on Steam. Go to Steam charts. Hold on, Steam charts.
Like I said, I tried to play 3 years ago, roughly, with my buddy, some duos and some solos, and there were bots in the game because they couldn't fill a 100-player queue anymore.
There's currently 95,000. It's the number 8 most played game right now. It's still very healthy, that game.
I bet it's had a
huge.
Can you
in
see
Asia.
like
It's
can you
hu-
see
it's
the
huge.
viewership like stretched out over like 6 or 8 months? Like maybe it's recently peaked, because I have seen some like more content from it recently. I think Jack Frags did a paid video.
It has no, it's been pretty, it plateaued down like around 2020, but it plateaued at a pretty healthy level.
Yeah.
Like very few games can do that. Like
I
people
love
don't
that
realize
game.
that most games die after like 60 days. That's just, 99% of games. So when people like clown on Call of Duty, for example, for losing like 80% of the launch week numbers, but then plateauing at that level, that's actually like insanely good for games.
Did you play Helldivers?
I did a little bit. I didn't really love it. Like it wasn't really for me.
I liked it.
But
I liked it, but eventually you've done it all. You've done everything you can do, and you've unlocked all the shit. Like once I unlocked everything, I was done.
Yeah,
Well,
you
they
seem to be done with that
self-sabotaged.
pretty rapidly.
They self-sabotaged with the PSN thing. Like it really destroyed their player base. And now that game just fell off a cliff.
Yeah, that was stupid. And they also, I see them, so you could only get the rarest currency if you played on the 7 out of 10 difficulty, and that's about as good as I can play is on 7. It's 7 is fucking hard. I think I can play on 8. I think we beat 8 fairly regularly if I had a full party, but it's really fucking hard. And they like relented and like lowered that level cap down to a lower level so that all the noobs could farm their rare currency finally. A bunch of things annoyed me with that game, but once you've done it, you've done it. And I mostly just wanted to role play Starship Troopers because they just copy pasted Starship Troopers for vast parts of that game's story and aesthetic. And I love that movie. And sort of as a kid, I was the perfect age. I watched it in theaters with my dad, Starship Troopers. That was a nice, awkward titty scene right in the middle there. But I remembered like I would have dreams about fighting those bugs and like shooting them with a machine gun like they do in the movie. And like that scene where they're holding down the fort and the waves of bugs are coming and they're all spraying together, to like 13-year-old me or whatever, I was like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I would love to do this. I wish I could fight the bugs. And so like, I don't know, as a man grown, it's cool. That was a really cool part of the game, to be able to role play that. And it's not barely even role play. It's kind of just the story.
Yeah. Those headlines that your producer linked are pretty, yeah.
That
I
was me.
telling
But
was that you?
yeah.
Yeah.
So for the audience, the headlines are: people close to Biden say he appears to accept he may leave the race. Expectations rising among the Democrats that Biden will reconsider, meaning leave. End of Biden's candidacy approaches. Many senior Biden officials believe he must drop out as he becomes increasingly isolated.
You know what I see there, Woody? Loud pops heard at Trump rally. Trump has to be assisted after falling. Loud bangs heard outside.
That's not
Trump
what you
rally.
see in that link?
No, what I'm telling you is cut from the
Oh.
same cloth of like
He
journalists.
thinks it's fake.
I
Fake
think that this
news.
is part of a
Fake
pro.
news.
I think this is fake news. I think this is being printed to further pressure Biden. They're like, sir, they're already saying that you're considering it, even if you're not. Like that's the public sentiment. They think
no, people.
I need him to stay in. I already bet it.
I mean, I had people in my.
I'll say anything.
I had people in my own audience like push back a lot that did not like me saying, but as soon as was it last week? I think it was last Wednesday. As soon as Pelosi said what she said, which was subtle but very calculated. Like we're talking about someone who's very careful about what kind of language she uses.
Is that what she said? You mean wait till after NATO?
She said on a morning show that just happened to be Biden's favorite morning show, which was Morning Joe. So she decided to appear on that show. And then when they asked her, what do you think Biden should do? She said, well, whatever he decides to do, blah, 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 blah. But the issue was he had already said, I'm staying in the race. So when she did that, that was her saying to him, this is not over. This discussion is ongoing. And as soon as she did that, I was like, okay. I didn't believe that he was going to drop out before, but
by the way, what? It even if you're like the further, not you in particular, but like the audience at large or anyone listening, even if you're the furthest to the left and you don't want to believe like 538 or Real Clear Politics or me, fucking expert me, and my take on how the election is going to play out, go to Nancy Pelosi, who must have the best inside polling that money can buy and the highest levels of access to it. And what is she saying to the president? You can't win. You're going to lose the House and the Senate.
Yes,
you can't win. That's her take. And who knows better than her? Who's more of a realist? Maybe she's even getting kind of a sunny outlook on things, and they're telling them they're going to lose it all.
It's not even just about the polling either. It's about his, like, does anybody at this point have faith that he can reassure voters who were concerned after his debate performance? No. Like,
what the problem is, Hutch? When he went to reassure people like me, I wasn't reassured.
Nope.
Like it was like, all right, that was a bad day. I had a bad 90 minutes. This is the real me. And I'm like, that's not better. And then he did it again and again.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was not.
Yeah.
It was not good. I did not.
It was shocking to behold.
I get honest.
We should do.
We should every time he would do it. He went like Stephanopoulos. Just one more thing.
He would do that. What do you?
I couldn't hear your words, Taylor.
I was saying we should do a election night episode, even if all the results don't.
Yeah, I said that last week
in time. I think that would be a lot of fun. We should do it.
I would do it.
We could just do PKA. We could do like PKN early. We could do PKN on Monday that week, and then PKA stream it and do our little comments, our little jokes.
Yeah, I'm down. That'd be really fun. Yeah, or record the episode during whatever we do. But it would be fun to have those like live results. That'd be a little bit of the show. You get those live reactions. We had some shit talk on our bets. Woody and I had a bet. We did $100 that Trump would be the nominee for the Republican Party, and $100 that Trump would also be the president of the United States. And we made this bet a year ago,
something like that.
Yeah,
a long time ago. I'll bet you. How about I need a bet to get in on it? How about I bet either of you $100 that no matter who gets elected, they will breathlessly support Israel.
Look, you anti-Semitic Midwesterner who's surrounded by a bubble of nonsense. We stand with Israel for a reason. Ask your grandparents why we stand with Israel. They'll tell you.
They'll tell him
the Holy Land, Taylor.
I didn't realize you had a Hamas supporter on this podcast.
That's the land of Jesus Christ. Oh, it's fucking Palestine Joe over there.
Israel drags us down. I don't want anything to do with these
they hold us up. Taylor, they're underground, shoring up the foundations in Brooklyn as we speak. Okay? The Jews hold us up. Okay, we need them.
Martin Luther King called them one of the most important democracies in the world. Rosa Parks was a huge Zionist who supported a lot of civil rights leaders like equated their struggle for.
You love those people, right, Taylor?
Right, Taylor?
Rosa Parks,
man,
Martin Luther King.
You know Rosa Parks.
Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King.
You got a Rosa Parks tattoo, right?
That was like a thing because like a lot of like lefties probably.
I have a huge Rosa Parks back piece.
It says, "I'm sitting here, motherfucker."
Yeah.
Well,
man,
that's
like
crazy.
Taylor's anti-Israel stance offends me as a Christian.
It offends me as a Christian as well. I gotta say, like I read my
I am
Bible
more Christian than either of you. and that is
please,
measure these things.
That doesn't sound very Christian to me.
Yeah, right. If you were more Christian than me, then you'd be supporting Israel.
And you want to undermine the prophecy that will ring in the rapture? Is that what you're saying?
What prophecy? That's hokum. Nonsense.
Can we just dig it up and like move the whole Israel to like Missouri or something?
No,
I think it would be cheaper.
I think that we should just leave and they can do their own thing over there. It's fine.
Well, that's not happening. Mine's more
all
likely
the time.
To happen than yours.
You hear all the time about how the U.S. can project their power with just a simple aircraft carrier.
Hang on, I got an idea, Taylor.
And then those same people are like, "We need to support Israel because we can't support."
Quick question:
why? We can't float a fucking boat
to
the Mediterranean.
For some reason, I feel it's relevant. How many Jews were killed in the Holocaust, Taylor?
What time is it?
Dude, don't even try and get me.
My camera's messing up too, guys.
What time is it?
Hundreds of them.
Too edgy even for Dick, for Christ's sakes.
Too many.
That's how you can suss out one of these anti-Semites in 5 seconds, folks. Just pay attention. They get all, there weren't enough furnaces.
Kyle, I think that 10 million were killed.
Nah, you're being sarcastic. That's a bad answer.
Who's the anti-Semite now?
I think it was more like 20 million.
Succession.
It was definitely 20 million.
You think 20 million towards the...
It's like the scene in Succession where the one guy who's like the Tucker Carlson of the show, who's suspected of, have you guys seen that show, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, man. And he's like, okay, well, I just got to ask you a few questions. How many Jews do you think were killed in World War II? And he goes, just checking the till here. I think you're a couple million short.
No, you can always suss out that anti-Semite nonsense with a quick quiz.
Taylor, I'm going to pray for you.
I don't know why you don't stand with Israel, dude. They dropped. We had all them 2,000-pound bombs. We didn't know what to do with.
We don't get any.
And they're like, bro, could we use a few thousand of those 2,000? Make it 12,000 of them. Give me 12,000 of those 2,000-pound bombs.
Nothing fires them up like Israel, I've noticed.
Oh,
Taylor's trying to claim that we don't
Taylor.
get anything. He doesn't understand how the system really works. We give them weapons of war. They give us political donations. Yeah. Where would we be?
AIPAC is not even in the top 10 lobby. I mean, they spend a lot of money, to be fair, but they're not even in the top, 60, I think.
Influential. I don't know. Somehow it seems to be a big deal. There must be some reason we're so steadfast supportive.
Yeah. Like, look at AIPAC.
They must be controlling something really important, huh?
Oh my goodness. I don't know what would happen to them if the United States withdrew our support? They would probably form an alliance with Russia or China out of self-preservation. So
they'd probably be fine because they're a first world military country and we don't need to be giving them fucking money anymore. They're fine. Do what they want to fucking do, but it's not. East, but it's not our problem. It shouldn't be our problem.
I'm happy to sell them weapons. I'm making money here. I'm okay with that. It's just giving them weapons I don't like.
Wait,
I kind of like giving them to them. I like when we give them to them and then they use them.
Kyle's version of watching war is so funny because he's really into the equipment that's used. And,
it's fucking cool, man. I love the tech.
He loves the tech. That's what his favorite part
Dude, it's like, you ever watch that show Future Weapons on Discovery Channel back in the day? It's like, God damn it, I wish I could see somebody get shot with that heat ray. If only they'd shoot the sticky foam on a real criminal and I could laugh at him. And you never got that. And it was a letdown. It was blue balls. And suddenly here comes the modern age of tiny cameras in every phone and GoPros galore. And suddenly you can watch motherfuckers explode in Ukraine. You can watch entire blocks get leveled in Palestine. And it's all in beautiful 4K. You can see first-person shooter gunfights that look more hardcore than any video game you've ever played, but because it's real fucking people going corridor through corridor, spraying, lock and loading. It's cool. I love that shit. The drone footage is a little rough. That'll eat your soul away if you watch too much of that because, those guys get blown apart and then they suicide themselves and it's dark and sometimes they're all burning up alive and shit. And they're like,
or the players suicide them.
And they're burning and melting and people melt. I don't know if y'all knew this, but people melt and you see them melting and they're still alive and it's a little fucked.
Have you seen the one where the guy points to his head and his buddy just shoots it and continues on walking?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good friend right there. I'm gonna tell you, if I'm out there, look, if we'd have already had that conversation. If the three of us are the five of us are in a foxhole out there in Ukraine, it'd be like, it's not going well for us, comrades. I'm gonna tell you tomorrow,
It could be me. It could be Sergey. It could be Dmitry. I don't know any other Russian names, but if I go down, put me out of my misery, please. Like if I tell you to, don't hesitate. This is I'm sober, well, as sober as a Russian soldier gets, and I'm telling you, if I go down and I tell you to put me down because I'm in excruciating pain, or I know I can't get out of there, and I don't want there to be any more thought. We'd have had this conversation because we're in a war zone where people are getting their dicks blown off left and fucking right, shrapnel blowing their fucking eyes out of their head, just nasty, awful buttholes leaking. Just all sorts of napalm burning people alive. I saw a guy make the stupidest decision of all time the other day. He had 5 gallons of gasoline he tried to throw at an explosive drone, and he hit it, and it turned him into a fireball of death, and he just in agony burnt alive in a goddamn field in Ukraine. So
I love that one of Kyle's consistent positions is like, I'm not going to go through life with 9 fingers. Just end it.
Fucking shoot me. Yeah. So when
Speaking
I
of
was like,
ending it,
I was like, that's a good friend.
you guys ready to wrap?
I've had just so much goddamn fun, Woody. I'd do another hour if you'd let me, but I know you won't.
No, Kyle, no. I hate politics. All right.
What you guys have is like really rare to have like a 12-year podcast where you still like really enjoy talking to each other. That's
dude, it's
sweet
fun
of
as fuck. You just joke around.
Yeah, we debate felching.
You just
if it weren't for the
positions you
assassination
hate the
attempt,
most.
this entire episode would have been like, well, it's not that gay to eat cum.
I believe you.
Yeah, that's about right.
Episode would have been, because I don't think any of us are that principled.
We do the best we can with what we've got. Thank you,
Hutch.
Hutch.
Something to
Dick.
happen. But then Nick Rekieta got arrested and Trump got shot. I'm like, God, this is a little too much happening for me. Like, this isn't what I had in mind. But at least it's interesting. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Check out Dick. Check out Hutch. Links below.
And I don't. There definitely wasn't anyone intentionally like throwing you in here on purpose without warning. We definitely didn't do that on purpose in any way.
No.
I think that was just a weird scheduling thing, and I hope you don't feel bad about that. I thought I loved watching you guys go back and forth. And that was the highlight of the show to me.
Yeah, that was fun.
I can compartmentalize, so I mean, I can put the political stuff over here and everything else over here. So it was fun sparring with you, Dick. I wish you nothing but the best and whatever. And yeah, thanks for having me on.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
always.
Oh, it's fun. Get out there and vote, everybody. You got to outvote their steal this time.
You can't outvote me.
They'll just add a 0.
We're gonna
there's
rig
no
it
way
again,
to beat
and there's
it, Dick.
nothing you can do to stop us.
Thanks.
Yes. All right, Zach, please